of the universe, really, of esports. And it was natural for us. And the next thing you know, the city of New York, or the state of New York, gave us a nice grant to do our championships here, and we've kept coming back, and it's been a great relationship. So we're thrilled with Albany and the Capital Region for doing this for us. It means a lot. And now we are a national organization. We have 140 schools now, and we have schools here across the country, and we're into Canada and going into Mexico as well. So thank you so much for being part of this. So many people to thank, the Center for Economic Growth, Discover Albany, I Love New York, U.S. Army, Dave & Buster's, HyperX, the Albany Capital Center, of course, and WB Games. It's been a great thing. And then, of course, I have to thank Doug McLean. This doesn't happen without him. Also Baker Public Relations, Lydia Pfister, who's our esports director at the ECAC as well. But we've got some great guests here, and I'm going to hand over the mic to these two. We have Congressman Tonko here, Paul Tonko. Thank you so much for being here. I'm told he's everywhere, so thanks for being here amongst that.
Thank you, Dan. Dan Kunin and Emily, thank you so much for the kind invitation. To Doug McCune, thank you, and all the hosts for making this possible. It's great to join with all of the participants and family members and supporters of this great effort for HV Con 2022. And it's an opportunity for us to showcase the rich history of this region. I know that we've got SUNY Albany, we've got St. Rose, we've got RPI in the house that'll be participating. But to those who are joining here from perhaps much farther distance, we're proud of the history and heritage of this region, which is steeped deeply in innovation and technology. Since 1892, GE engineers and researchers have sparked all sorts of innovation and achievements that enable us to have a stronger quality of life. As GE would have it said, bring good things to life. And then more recently, everything from wind turbines to chips in terms of manufacturers have settled here to provide for an area opportunity where we grow this new vintage of technology. But then we arrive to this level of esports and gaming that enable us to invest yet in another sector of our economy. And so I think it is so important us to recognize that this competition in here reminds us that with esports and gaming, there's an awful lot of opportunity. In this state alone, you're part of some $2.07 billion in economic impact that creates well over 11,000 sound-paying jobs. So it's a great career path too. As you join here today, you will perhaps watch or compete against some of the best gamers, and you also understand more about the opportunities associated with this field of endeavor. And so I am a strong supporter at the federal level to continue to level the playing field, to enable the industry to continue to grow. My good friend next to me, an assembly member, John T. McDonald III, is also a strong supporter of this growth in our economy. I think that it's important for us to support this effort so that we can continue to grow jobs. Finally, I will mention that with opportunity comes challenge. And you've probably all been impacted by some of those bad actors that have utilized the Grinch bot theory, where they buy up a lot of the most popular and desirable options of games, video games, and gaming consoles, and then through third-party vendors, jack the price up so that it really is unattainable for many consumers. So we come down with legislation that speaks to the Stop Grinch Bot Act that would enable us to utilize the Federal Trade Commission to crack down on these bad actors that really destroy the opportunity for many consumers, make it unavailable, hurt small businesses as retailers, and we're going to continue to make certain that there's a fairness out there and a just response. But to this industry, I wish you all well today. I wish you a tremendously strong strike of awareness of the career opportunities here and enjoy the competition, whether you're in it or from the sidelines. It's just great to be with you. And again, Dan, welcome to you and your team. Great to see that within ECAC, there's esports that many, many people have the advantage of entering into. So thank you again, and farewell, everyone, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Congressman. We're also thrilled to have Assemblyman John McDonald here. He's been personally supportive of this event, but also supportive of the esports industry and New York's connection and this region's connection. So thank you so much, John.
Well, thank you, Dan, and good morning, everybody. And, of course, a special shout-out to the Danes of UAlbany, the engineers of RPI, and the Knights of St. Rose, our home team. But as the state legislator here in the capital city of Albany, a warm welcome to all of you. I've run into a few folks from Boise, and I know Kentucky's in the house, and many, many more. And we hope you enjoy your stay and your time here in the capital region. You know, it's great, and I've been a board member of this facility for the last 10 years. When this was brought up about 5-6 years ago, I said, esports? What's that all about? You got to remember, the congressman and I grew up in a time when our idea of a video game was Pong, all right? It wasn't really that much advanced. And it's amazing what has happened in this industry. So what I love about it is not only your individual skills that you've developed, but the opportunity to compete individually, but also as a team, I think is just remarkable. Your timing here is fantastic. We are, probably you don't know this, but we are in the last remaining weeks of our New York State budget. It's a $220 billion spending plan, believe it or not. And through a lot of work and a lot of industry support, myself and Senator Breslin, who also represents the area, have introduced a bill to create, for the first time in the history of the state of New York, the Digital Gaming Production Tax Credit. What does that mean? That means that New York State wants to be a part of this industry that you are the end producers of. You are the end result. Other states like Florida and Georgia and Texas have been doing it for years. New York State only has 1% of the $86 billion market. We have fantastic colleges in this state, and we want New York State to turn out to be one of the better gaming producing companies in this country. I'm saying that particularly for you folks from outside the area, because we think New York State is a great place to live, and the people who are here already know that. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your enthusiasm and excitement for the sport. I was really pleased to see your program today, not only because of the competition going on. I've got a soft spot this year, particularly for John Madden, who passed away, because he's been a part of my life for a long period of time. But I'm also excited about the program. Opportunities to understand how to participate more in esports, potentially how to get a scholarship to a university down the road, which you can share amongst your friends and peers, and just as importantly, how to consider gaming a future. I firmly believe the jobs created are going to have a significant impact on our economies, and I'm hoping Governor Hochul's listening and supports this in the budget in the next couple of weeks. Dan, thanks once again, and game on, folks.
Thank you. Thanks so much to both of you. We're going to have you count us down. But we appreciate your support, and you keep supporting us. We'll keep coming back right here to Albany for this event. Would you like to count us down, Congressman?
Absolutely. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game on! All right, everybody.
Oh, can we turn the music down about 50 on our head? Hit the jam. Good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to HV GamerCon. My name is Paulie Hype. I'll be your host for this weekend. Let's get a little hype out here. I know it's early, but we're getting started. Let's go. We are just getting started for some Rocket League. Coming up first, Boise State and RPI. Let's go. Let's make some noise here at HV GamerCon 2022.
Honestly, time for some Rocket League. I'm excited. I know you're excited. We're going to get straight into the competition. My name's Hell Monkey Man. This is Orbital. And of course, you guys get to see some awesome action as we have a bunch of collegiate time here on the pitch. You know, Orbital, we've been talking about these guys, been looking at these guys, been seeing what the ECAC has to offer, and we're about to get into game number one.
It's going to be a good time. Again, this is an invitational, of course, so these teams were specifically interviewed. Wow, I'm a little bit. I'm in there, right?
Yeah.
They were brought out though to compete here on the main stage, and I think that's also the very fun part. Again, for a lot of these players, for some of them, it is going to be the first time competing, and that always brings with it a little bit of air of difference, right? It's a whole different atmosphere than playing maybe with the team composition, you know, sitting inside of a club or anything like that. You got the stage out there, you got the people, all eyes on you, and it's going to be a good time.
It's going to be us watching them, and if you don't think that land differences are going to be here, you're wrong. It's going to be awesome. We've got the Broncos and the Engineers. We've got RPI, the Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute, as well as Boise State. Boise State and these guys, and the whole reason they're here, they're doing really well in the ECAC conference, and so they're this top 8 kind of echelon, seeing how the mid-season will convert into some later season success, or maybe some defeat. I don't know. If you bring some of that awesome just performance here and make the rest of your season grow, then that's even better. And we've got some guys who are going to get some experience under their keyboards, under their controllers, and within their minds. I think they're ready to be able to go into this first best of 5.
Oh yeah, and one of my favorite things is what I like to call the LAN meta or kind of thing, because again, as we said, the LAN tends to bring with it a different era, and how that plays on someone's mentality as we do get underway here in game number 1, it either makes you play at a different level, whether that's higher or lower, and then other teams tend to pick up on that as you go along, as well as playing straight up against these 8 teams or around these 8 teams specifically brings within its own mini meta as well. So I'm very, very interested to see what we got here in this game number 1.
As we start in blue, of course, is going to be Boise State. If they were any other color, I would be disappointed. And, of course, RPI in orange, talking about the meta at a LAN. It's going to be about how these competitors will be able to isolate maybe those bigger players, some of those more standouts, the studs I like to call them. First half minute of play has been a little bit more pressure by the Broncos so far, but RPI, the Engineers, really trying to engineer a way forward, and they're getting some of those great counter plays, but awesome transitions out of the Broncos are catching this team so far.
And in game number 1, this is pretty much standard across the entire board, it's the feeling out period, right? You don't know how the other opponent is going to play right now. You don't know exactly what they want to go for, so it's a time for trial and error. Trial is in, do you want to go for aerials, do you want to go for ground shots, do you want to go fast, do you want to go slow? You figure all that out in game 1, and then game 2, we tend to go a little bit harder. We start to see the teams go for some of those fancier plays, some higher risk reward.
I was talking to Dogcaster just before yesterday. He was trying to give me the inside scoop, and he was talking about, hey, if we rotate through that goal line, we're going for some physical play. We're going to try and delete someone off the pitch, deplete the defense if you can. And so far, they're being able to take these perimeter side rotations out of the corners. That is a shot opportunity. He's going to toe top shove. That's going to be Gil on the board first.
And it's just simple. That was a very simple goal, right? You could see it was a little bit of a counter lost by RPI's side and then picked up on the edge. So again, very nice punishing play there. And again, that one was a little bit set up at that point, very nice off the back and being able to prep for your teammates. So already seeing some team play come out, some team coordination really special.
And a great just punishment factor, because RPI, they had been able to answer every single possession, every single touch with one of their own. As soon as you leave something out in open space, and it leaves it up to be punished. But the Engineers trying to be able to punish. Again, a lot of these good challenges, good connection, a little bit of earnest effort and aggression is now pulling that rotation forward. I would be concerned because he's out of boost. He's going to get this transition down. That's going to be 2 on the board. That's Cosmo Buster busting his way in.
This is the Broncos, of course, 6-1 currently in the ECAC. As we stated earlier, the top dog is one of the top teams that we currently have our eyes on. And here in group stages, they're already showing up. Again, it's still slow. It still feels a little bit more methodical. They're taking their time with this, but that's all you need right now if you want to secure that game number 1 and start going into this specialized series with a win under your belt.
Yeah, they've gone through a pressure cooker with this conference. They've also been doing it at CRL. They've been trying to be able to find the best of the best throughout the entire nation, and so they're bringing that experience and all of that awesome still have some good perimeter corner rotations out of the engineers. They will find this transition, a nice cutoff. It will go to the top shelf. GXO laying up one. That may be another. Manify! He'll be able to cut this lead in half.
Whether that was intentional or not, I'm not too sure. As you can see it here, you can see the prep. It was a little bit of an odd balance, but Manify was perfectly in line, and that's the thing, is being able to find those opportunities from some of those challenges across both boards. Once you find those opportunities, you capitalize on that. That is how you swing back into the game.
And that's a great decision. Sometimes, you know, we're talking about taking risks a little bit and just go in there. See if you can just belly flop on a guy. I know I tried to do that. Maybe at the pool, it just turns out in a bad direction. But these guys, it turned out in a great direction. And so we're beyond the halfway point. Game number one, the touchy-feely, seeing if we can be able to figure each other out, see who is among us the sus. But it's going to be Gil with a breakaway. This one's going to go over the midfield line. We'll go over to Baynock, who has a touch, goes into the box. Great defense so far, but the RPI engineers slowly but surely trying to find themselves out of this back corner zone. We've got 2 minutes remaining game one.
Boise are currently playing with a little bit more groundwork. You can see it. They are trying to pop it up. That's actually RPI, looking for more of those aerial plays, and they felt that they can now challenge in the air, which is quite surprising. I really do like that. But looking at Boise, they are still trying to just set the passes up, right? Still playing full field, pretty much. So going ahead, looking at RPI, minute 40 left, and looking just for one more goal is all you need. If you get a demo on the back end, going to set it at a 3-2 for the time being.
Brother Nature, he had good looks on that back wall, but he didn't want to go for that 50. He had no extra boost, and so that transition play that the Boise State Broncos are posting up now comes down to the other side of the pitch. GXG tries to go up to the top shelf, but no, Brother Nature. It's so hard to not say nature without nature. I think a brother, but it's so tough. But I'm gonna be blasting through that difficulty here. As the same will be set for GXO. Ooh. It's a chance, maybe a double tap. No! The defense being tested right now for the Broncos.
It's such a well-timed rotate between the defenders. That is something that we really like to keep eyes on for teams, especially in front of their own goal. How do you rotate between the defenders? How do you ensure that someone is always ready to block that ball or clear one or the other? And so far, Boise, again, they've been on the defensive ever since they scored the second goal, and they've done that on their own accord at this point. So make sure they rotate in. Don't allow that goal to go in. Very nicely done.
Gil is just trying to be a nuisance, and that is a compliment, because if you can really disrupt the defensive rotation of anyone, especially at zero boost, then you're doing a great thing. Trying to keep your opponent from getting any clean rotations. Nothing goes for free. You gotta play you gotta pay the toll man over the midfield line, and that's gonna be Baynock with a great flick. It's on a one-on-one, but no, he's challenged immediately. Gil will pick it up. We've got 20 seconds remaining. Gil trying to make a breakout. He will be able to find Mattify, who will send it the other direction. We got 10 seconds coming up.
A few moments here. And again, Boise State, they've already sat at 2-1. They feel like they don't need to go too crazy just yet. And it is going to be a final attempt here. Brother Nature is going to kick it up. It's going to ricochet off the top wall and then potentially land on the edge, but it's the final score. Cosmo Buster is able to land it, put it at a 3-1 for the end of game one.
And Mattify just couldn't get all of it. He was in a pressure situation to have to keep this one aloft, and when that's coming off the low side wall, it's kind of do or die. And so Boise State, the Broncos, able to take this one big, and they're going to take this one home. So they start off really strong, able to find themselves working very well against RPI. And RPI, I think, just started slow. That can happen at the beginning of these series, especially when they first start off.
Yeah, it's, again, testing the limits there. And I will say it was interesting to watch Boise State actually go on the defensive as soon as their second goal came around. That was actually about, I want to say, about 2 minutes into the game right there. So I expect them to now do a full field press pretty much the entire time. I expect them to be much more aggressive to get those plays down and really start rolling through. And RPI are going to have to deal with a much faster pace game number 2.
Yeah.
Expecting them to have to chase the ball a little bit more. The prep from Boise is going to be much more immaculate. It's going to be on point, I think, from what we saw. They have the temperament to play slow when they need to. They should have the temperament to unleash when they feel like it.
Yeah, and owning the middle of the game it's tough, because you're going to get the sprinters. They're going to start off quick. They're going to get those early strikes, and then, you will be punished just unreadiness. And then at the very end, we get the last one. That was, we call it garbage time, but because it's in 0 seconds, they're trying. They have to be able to get it through. It's just not going to stay aloft. When we're in that mid-time, that's when RPI was shining. They kept Boise from being able to rotate cleanly. There were some great transitions in open space, and I think that interconnection was really the big difference maker. But game number 2, you're talking about needing to consistently challenge, not over-aggress. Their rotations didn't seem too punished too often, for that matter. So get more of that, more of the same. RPI, just keep going. We're going to go to game number 2 in a hurry.
I think it's also going to be, again, how quickly can they adjust? That's really what I'm really hoping to see. And I want to see RPI realize that things are going to go a little bit crazy here and be like, okay, we're ready to go. Oh, crap, they picked up the pace. They're now accelerating all over the place. If you can adjust quickly, we can still see it low, but that's going to be an open shot. That's going to be 2, actually, back-to-back, as Boise goes straight for the offensive.
I think it was a pre-jump by GXO himself, able to make that read as a very patient sort of play out of Cosmo Buster. Oh, that passing play, I think that was almost completely free, but Brother Nature will be able to pick this one up inside the backside corner. First half into play, kind of resemblant of the first half into the play in game number 1. It's all about maintaining pressure, not overextending, and seeing if you can catch your opponent sleeping for all of a half second.
Whoever's sleeping at the wheel, that's not a fun time to have. And, but so far, again, RPI still sitting with a majority share of the aggression here. You can see the ball consistently on their side, and that's because Boise are looking for individual plays right now. The setup is not really being made. The players are still just having a lot of fun, rolling on their own end.
Yeah, and how dare Cosmo Buster bring out that awesome Batmobile? That thing is deadly. It can do flicks that just don't exist in the game until you have that thing drive forward. A big fake out as Baynock was able to put on the stutter step, but Brother Nature was able to find one in time. GXO will be able to pick this one up. A lot of great defense so far, and we still just have a bit of pressure. Look at that clanger outside post, and this one will go, and me made the most of it for Cosmo Buster.
Oh, the Batmobile strikes home. You can see it right there. Look at that corner. Just gorgeous, gorgeous shot. And the defender feels pretty bad about that one. In the right spot, just not enough air on that defensive posturing, and just a well-placed goal for Boise State. Again, 1-0 currently. About the same time that they did score goal number 1 back in game 1 as well. So still on pace to continue their consistent play here.
Yeah, and that's, if we get to see maybe a repeat of the first, then that means we're going to get a second one and have to have the engineers rebuttal and get halfway through. But best bet, definitely tie this one up. That's going to be a high arc. It goes just beyond the backside gap of that net. Instead, we rotate forward. And again, the Broncos, one of their best weapons so far is just about being able to rotate, find that connection to the second man who's already been able to lose his initial challenge, but now be there for a pass. Passing plays are great for the Broncos and Boise State. Again, that wave of blue pushing up.
It's a nice challenge as well. I really like that RPI are currently going for the challenges as soon as the play starts. So they're identifying when that play is started up, when the passes are starting to go through, and they challenge immediately. So not allowing Boise to start getting the ball rolling, to start getting their own consistent flow down. Really, really nice by them. They need to pick it up a little bit faster, though, and they need to clean up their own passes as well, or else they are not going to be able to get their own shots down anymore. That's going to be very, very difficult to be able to do here in the latter half of this game number 2.
Gill is kind of that workhorse. He's going to be picking up all these around midfield, looking to be able to feed them out to either Baynock or Cosmo Buster. Now, Mattify will delete one from the pitch. We've seen a little bit of this late turn physicality. We've transitioned very much into the mid portion, and now late in game number 2, we have all of 1 goal of difference. The Engineers have been able to keep this one ever so close. Boise State is a much stingier squad in front of them. Mattify trying to set up anything to go high. Bit of a double commit, but it still comes out to their advantage.
And these demos are actually really cutely timed. I do like that as well. It's not going just for demo's sake. It's always to try and challenge for that bottom position, for those aerials. And it's so far being played at a very nice temperament. Because remember, as a demo, if you end up doing a 1-1 instead of a 1-0 like you always wish, it can lead to very sticky situations on your own side. So really ensuring that you only go for the demos if you feel you have the opportunity, as that's a goal. Gill goes ahead and slaps in a second with 1:30 left on the clock.
So he was trying to just bury this at the back flag, but Baynock was like, hey man, I am the flag, and I will be able to dish it out to anyone that's there. Also, this team isn't fair. They're 2/3 of them are using super flat cars. I see that, Mantis. That's like season 3. What is that? Okay, maybe season 4. But regardless, it's 2-0 Boise lately, and now we have way less time for the Engineers to be able to try and even this one up.
We can probably see him get a little bit desperate here. Already a demo off the block, but that still leaves the goal a little bit open. Gill went for the shot. He is going to miss that second, but Cosmo goes up for a challenge. Unfortunately, gets bumped out of that shot, and that should give Mattify and the rest of the squad a chance. Gill is going to bounce it right back. Open goal territory, but a nice stop once again by Brother Nature.
All right, if you're the Broncos, you just keep pouring it on. You've broken the mold. Instead of scoring 2 in a hurry and forcing this to happen. You score them staggered. We have a rule one hanging out. All right, Gil and Mattify are going to go on a date, and now it's a 2-on-2. Who has the better twos mechanics between these squads?
The mixer has already started breaking, as that'll be Cosmo Buster laying in a third here. Cosmo so far, I believe, has gotten a goal every single game thus far, and that's real nice to slap on there.
You're calling this a mixer? That was speed dating. They got to know each other, and they'll be like, you know what, maybe we should see other people. So RPI, they'll be now going down 3, and this is 3 goals consistently for Boise State through the past few games. The last one in game number 1 came very late. This one came to be able to assure game number 2. We still have a half minute remaining. We're going to get this done. It's going to happen about every 7 seconds, and that's a tough map for the Engineers. Ooh. They do get a 50, but the defense is still there.
Cosmo on attack and defense. When you have the best spear and the best shield, it works heavily into your own advantage. 15 seconds left. RPI are just looking for a single goal. They want to at least put it up there, but Boise, honestly, it's controlled aggression. It's almost controlled anger is the best way I see them playing. They want to go for those goals, but sometimes they're just not able to, and there you go. Gil, once again, going for that air dribble, is going to let it fall, as it is going to be Boise State here in garbage time, as we love to call it, is going to lay in for that 3-0 game number 2.
You know what? This is Boise State in a different form of the Hulk. It's instead of green, they're blue. They're always angry, and they're always trying to make sure they take that in a calculated fashion. They are scientists, and I love it because they very strategically move their way on and out from their own half. Not a whole lot of pressure from the side of RPI, but we did get to see it held down 1-0 for a long time. But, you know, it comes in threes, and so did they whenever they got 3 goals, able to make that work, and Boise State just doing great so far. Now they're on match point.
And the fun thing about it as well, inside of this group stage area, is this is not the end-all be-all. For the side of RPI, for the side of the Engineers, you can use this time to stress test a lot of the time. So, yes, you may not beat Boise, or you may be able to get the reverse sweep, which is still very possible, seeing RPI be able to play at their own challenge pace. I could see them coming back, and if there is another challenge, you can identify how Boise State are currently playing. You know, are they playing slow? Okay, maybe we can go for a bit more aggressive. Yes, the punish is going to be there one way or another, but you do want to try that. If you don't test those limits, you're never going to find that limit break that you can hit. So RPI maybe use this to mess around a little bit more, have a bit more fun, you know, try and get those one-on-ones once again. And of course, Boise State might be saying, okay, maybe we let off the range just a little bit and then let you have a taste of what's to come.
Yeah, I want them to, I want to form maybe just a one-on-one. Who would be your best one-on-one guy on either side? Post them up. Let the warrior from either school be the deciding factor here. But you know what? This is a team battle. So we go into game number 3 for this 3v3. Boise State, they've got at least 3 match points if they want to play with it. Ooh. But they're going to play this low and slow and in. It's going to be Cosmo Buster busting onto the scoreboard again.
Took all of 13 seconds this time, and this is what I was very much wondering, how Boise were going to play this, because again, game 1, it felt controlled. You could feel it. You could almost feel the tension that they were holding back. And this one, off the gun, says, hey, I'm going to take it. I'm going to score goal number 1, a challenge at goal number 2, as that's going to be bounced out. Cosmo slightly gets busted out, but we'll see what they do, as Gil is going to challenge there at the end.
I don't want to see double commits, but I want to see a little bit more speed out of RPI. They've been able to keep this one at least contentious over the midfield, and there's just more awareness, full field kind of passing out of Boise. This one will be moving up Main Street Boulevard as GXO. He's going to be trying to rotate out of the corner. That's going to be attempted. Comes out of the 45-degree angle above the nature. Going to bring it out as an available option, but instead the defense squandered, and that'll be a great counterplay. Gil gets the second.
It was such a very nice prep. You can see Cosmo with this assist around the corner, preps it nicely against the wall, and then Gil right there at the opening, able to pop it into the top corner. And just like that, it's a 2-0, and at this point, that's 2 within a minute. Boise State looking to really put down a final stamp into the series.
You know, when it comes to group play, you have plenty of options and plenty of chances, but if this is maybe one of your last, depending upon how this game goes, it's time to try new things, because that's something that you can build against your next opponent. So, first minute of play is finally done. It's in the books. We move on, and we have 2 goals to be able to recover from. RPI, they're trying to recover from their own rotation. That comes out from the outside. 90, Baynock with a putback. Do they have a third? Cosmo Buster is lingering around. He will keep this one on the offensive half.
It's going to be 3 shots. The third finally goes in, or maybe the fourth. I'm not sure because I can't count very well. It was the third goal, though. So again, Boise State solidifying their 3 lead now. And now anything other than this one is going to be extra already. Remember, every single game that they had so far, it was 3 goals. That was it. Now they look for a bit more.
The winning factor is 3. That's my favorite number. That's how many times I try to flip reset, and every single one fails. These guys, they don't fail. They've been able to do great things so far. First 90 seconds, and the Broncos, they are running full horsepower. Baynock, a chance. It goes to the front face of that crossbar. What a flow 50! Cosmo Buster's just built different.
That's going to be 2. The fake out here, I believe, is what I saw there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a drop. Had to collide with each other, and that's one of those moments that you make the opponent look silly.
Yep. That's you couldn't plan that one out better. You're like, hey, this guy's gonna get faked, and it's gonna be a double fake because there's gonna be some earnest ones to be able to get to that ball. Mattify, he's been one of the big strikers inside of RPI, unable to get that. But Brother Nature has been able to pick up a lot of these loose possessions. That's a great back pass. That's some bowler. Again, RPI, these engineers, trying to be able to construct something new, something different. They're going to have to do that over the course of 3 minutes of play, and already down 4-0. This will be an 0-3 in a hurry, approaching halfway mark, and they are being absolutely starved of boost and time.
And that's something that we haven't really been able to talk about either because we've been so focused on the goals. Boise State had done a great job controlling the up boost, making sure that RPI are always kind of stuck on the back end. If you're only working with about 25 to 40 every single time, you're not going to get much. The plays, and that's something that we've also seen RPI have actually been able to set up for plays multiple times. They run out halfway. That's the unfortunate scenario. You see the prep, you see the setup, you see the assist. Where's the striker? Still trying to get 25 boosts.
Hey, you know what? At these prices, it's really tough to get any boosts out there, okay? So I'm not surprised that they're running low on fuel and fumes now, having to burn out as what could be RPI burning out, trying to be able to get this one up to the other side. Brother Nature, again, already through half his tank. Baynock will be able to intercept, interject, and overcome. That one is on target. Mattify and a good retraction, but whereas the recovery, they have nothing in their tanks, trying to be able to continuously move forward. Under 2 minutes remaining, RPI. It's time to take a little bit more risk if you can help it.
At this point, it's one of those things where it's forced versus unforced errors, right? RPI are currently being forced to have these errors, and that's something that I always want to identify because there's such a clear difference. A team that is unable to perform these certain combos, as we see a 5th go in there for Boise State, it's these situations that are occurring because RPI are currently starved of pressure, of space to work with. It's Boise State's continuous attacking defense, and that sounds so weird to say and to roll off the tongue, but that is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you get the iron wall, the massive shields, the phalanx formation, and then you get a chance for that to move downfield with some efficient just lethality. And of course, Cosmo, with the patience that they've been able to bring to the table, just making people miss, making these players have to second-guess themselves. When you can ramp up the pace, set the tone, and control overall this entire series, then you basically have your opponent at your whim and will. And it's Baynock who puts a 6th.
Just a light double tap here off the top post and then just right in. Just a gentle tap. That's all it took. And even an attempt at a defensive posture just wasn't enough. And 6-0, doubling that 3 score. And you know what? If you really want a decisive victory, you go for 2 threes in a game.
That's true. You know what? If that's the case, maybe they just forward credit this one to the next series. They've already gotten 3-0 for the next game 1 of whatever. So watch out, and whoever's playing Boise State next, it's already happened. Last minute to go. RPI trying to be able to see if they can gain some momentum here. Lessons learned will be taken from this series. But of course, Boise State. Oh, a lot of physicality continued. They're going to play as if this one is still 0-0. That's what I like about this squad. They're not memeing. Sometimes they are. But they're going to keep these schemes going. I like it when you play from the first second to the last. Until it hits 0, you play as if this is a championship game.
So far, they are doing it, like we said, prepping up with the defensive, but a shot on the open goal is not going to land as Cosmo hits off the top post. Now it's Baynock going to be looking to juggle a little bit in the air, is going to be challenged by RPI on the outside. Cosmo Buster is going to flip it back as Mattify is going to try their best to round it back in. With 15 seconds, though, you're just looking for at least 1. That's the best that you got. GXO is going to slap it up top. 10 seconds left. It's going to roll on the ground a little bit as Gil bounces it right back towards RPI's goal. It's going to hit off the corner. Oh, that feels kind of bad. And now the juggle's on.
Okay.
Are they going to give it the juggle? Oh, Cosmo, that's mean.
Hey, well, you know what? He takes away any hope, any extra, and we now get to see a 3-0. Our first one on the day, our first series of the day, and the Broncos just looked really, really good. They were in control from the first game. Now, RPI, they just seemed that they met a better defensive rotation. Their passes were there in game number one, but it never really permeated into much more than perimeter angle kind of bounce outs, seeing if they can be able to lay up something into the box and react to it, where you had man after man from the Broncos just finding those possessions and just stopping them from ever really developing, and they developed in the other direction.
Yeah, the only area that I would say that I could see RPI faltering a little bit mechanically is the stopping. Something that's really important is being able to stop the ball, being able to basically collect it as soon as possible and roll off. The longer time that you take stalled out, the more problematic it is, right? You're going to see the opponent kind of steal it away. RPI had very small problems with that. You could see it every so often. They would touch it, it'd still roll away, and that gave the opportunity open. So if you clean up those stops, I do think RPI can move through their combinations a little bit faster. But as you said, Boise State consistently on the challenging that probably made those stops that much more difficult. So again, RPI will have another chance the rest of the group stage. I believe they have 2 more series to be able to play through, and maybe we get to see them come back and make that top 2.
You get to go through 3 different teams, and of course, all these guys are in that upper 8 of the ECAC. So this is stiff competition. So if you have all those chances to be able to go against these squads, and hey, you're going to take some games, you're not going to take some games, an 0-3, so a -3, depending on how the tiebreakers kind of all line up. That's a little rough, so you have to be able to bounce back from it. But you got other competition that's going to be going into this. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all runs out. And engineers, I'm sure they're going to be able to construct something from this as well. So, yeah, I believe in them.
That's something that I think all these teams are able to do as well. In competition specifically, you are looking at how quickly can you adapt, how quickly can you make a new kind of strategy on the fly. And as you said, that's going to happen. You also have to think every other team is going to do the same, though. And that's what I'm really, really curious about. Again, this is game number 1, series number 1 that we've seen here this lovely, lovely morning on Saturdays. And I can't wait to see what else Boise State has ready to go. We have so many other fantastic universities coming out here to play, and also into the B squad as well, that group stage. They'll also have some phenomenal games, I think.
Yeah, we can't say that these are, Group A is it. Boise State, they're in, yeah, right? No. Hey, they gave me a blue shirt, maybe. I don't know. But I can't wait to see what's coming out the other half, because they seeded this all really well balanced, and it will be interesting. Just like, it's Saturday morning, and I remember Saturday morning cartoons, and I remember being hyped for that, like Pokemon and like Timon and Pumbaa was a thing. I know you guys don't know, but
we are showing our age here.
I know, yeah, we are. But for the fact that these guys from way West Coast over in Boise, that's in Idaho, if you didn't know, that they are here and ready to go way East Coast. So that's really cool to see that they're ready for this level of energy as much as we have with enough coffee and caffeine in our systems to see them play. So been very enjoyable to see just they go out 3-0, bring it to the engineers. RPI, Mr. Puckman, their mascot, I'm sure he's going to be like in the back of them saying, hey, man, we got this going. We can be able to hit the sticks just fine.
Yeah.
So we're going to be getting ready for a changeover, and I believe that we actually have an interview with one of the players. So we're going to throw it over to Pauly Hype, and he's going to be able to lead us the rest of the way.
All right, I am alongside here Cosmo from Boise State. They just absolutely dominated RPI. That was an amazing showing. What was kind of the emotions and mentality going into that win?
Oh man, being on stage is so much fun. We're just really happy to be up there, and it was really good competition. I love it.
You know, one of the inceptions of collegiate esports has really been over the last couple COVID years. We're finally getting back to some lands here and getting back out in person. What are kind of the emotions that are entitled to coming back to the LAN event here in 2022?
Oh man, just so much excitement and awe. Like just being in a huge stage like this, it's super amazing. The only other times I've seen have been like lectures from people or in this like big of an area, so it's awesome to be playing games in that kind of size and scale.
Well, you guys come in. Boise State comes in as the #1 seed here to HV GamerCon. Is there any added pressure being the #1 seed here? Are there any teams that you're really looking forward to playing at the event?
Just anybody. Like we're just so happy to be here, to be honest. Doesn't matter what seed we're in. We're just coming to play. It's going to be a great time.
Well, that was Cosmo right here from Boise State. Let's make some noise, everybody. They just got their first victory. Congratulations. We have our next match of Rocket League coming up next.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Beef Jerky. Don't let hunger throw a glitch in your game. It's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky, available in original and teriyaki. A great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart Shops.
turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calm broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you to the great big leaves, laughing you when you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Albany Cap Center here in Albany, New York for HV GamerCon 2022. This is great, presenting the ECAC conference. This is amazing stuff. So coming up next, we have another game of Rocket League. It's going to be Wayne State going against Florida Atlantic. So without further ado, let's throw it over to our casters, Orbital and Hail Monkey Man, for some more Rocket League action. Over to you guys.
Just a beautiful person, and he's able to introduce us, Orbital. So you know what? Welcome back. It is the second match of the day. We go to group stages, and we're going to have the Florida Atlantic Owls versus the Wayne State Wildcats. And the Owls, they've already been able to go 1-0 on the day in their current group stage play. Wayne, this is going to be the first introduction to competition today.
Yeah, it's always very, very fun. And again, for FAU, it's something to continue challenging that upper echelon. Here in Group B, it's going to be very, very fun to watch kind of the standings break out here. And, of course, for Wayne, it's a test, right? Because FAU did not just win. They won, I believe, 3-0. It was a very, very convincing status. So to realize that your opponent is already playing at that level, and to also come in, I don't know when Wayne were able to get in to be able to prep and everything. It's a large question of how quickly can you get ready, how quickly can you ramp up speed. So I'm very, very interested to see how they do.
They got to ramp up seeds quick, because as soon as you have the real competition under your belt, then you're like, all right, the next one's just a progression. It's a repetition. It's a matter of just regular awesome Rocket League. And of course, Wayne State, they are going to be new to it. They're going to try and treat this game one like it's a speed date. See if they can be able to find out your number. See if you're cool on Twitter, or if what your hashtag is. If it's not good, then they may leave you alone. They may try to kick you to the curb. But let's see if they can get their own 3-0. I do expect the Wildcats to bring the pain and bring the rain to the Owls. But the Owls, they're just as high up in ECAC conference contention as Boise State. So, starting off with that 1-0, we got 3-0. Maybe it'll be the one that's good to go to our second match on the day.
It's going to be a fun one, and as we said, looking at a couple of the fun cars, Frisbee rocking with a little bit of a boxy, which is always kind of fun to see, but looking at the ramp up here so far, this is actually much more aggressive than I was expecting. A lot of challenges going through for the opening kind of runs here, and so far everyone's still jostling for position.
This feels like an equal but opposite of what we had in our first series in terms of what orange versus blue is doing over here. So FAU, those Owls, they're in blue. In orange, the Wayne State Wildcats. And so far, the Wildcats going wild, trying to keep all this offensive running forward. It's going to be F, just the letter F. That's going to be moving, try and make this one back pass. But FO, that in fact will go the entirety of this pitch. Lots of offensive possession for the Wildcats so far. Hasn't really been a breakout lethal play on net.
Mr. surprising to actually see them still be jostling for position. So with a minute left in, it does give a little bit of a lenience to the fact that the teams are also maybe still trying to ramp up a little bit here. Whether it's FAU actually playing off the adrenaline of series number 1 or Wayne actually throwing a little bit of a wrench into their plan, no one being able to settle into that position means that it's actually going to be mistake-based. Who can punish the most on mistakes? Just like that, a slow roll goal for FAU.
Mitra so far has been doing this inside the last 30 to 40 seconds. They're going up to the sidewall. They're going for that midfield just challenge, and that's going to be a lot of aggression that maybe could be punished later. But for the time being, while the reads are hot and they are not able to stop Mitra, it's going to be a great transition to get an awesome goal. Solo play by Mitra puts them 1-0 on the board.
And that was also, you know, the side of Wayne State giving a bit more, and I'm not sure if that's exactly what they plan to do because it was 3 aggressors.
Right.
You need to have a defender in there. You need to always have defense up, and it looks like after that first goal, they're like, okay, we'll have a defender. Don't worry, we won't let that happen again.
Yep, and that's what happens when you kind of make these passing plays, or at least their rotations rather, a little bit more lateral. Where's your second? Where's your third? Where's your initiator? Make sure you balance that out, because if one man is being beaten, I left it and leaves open green grass, then something went wrong. Nothing's going wrong with them as they're trying to find an option who's a little bit behind. That's a Matsugachi, who's unable to get there in time. Again, Mitra, he's the initiator. That's the one that's always going to be taking that first step forward, and I like that consistency because now the Owls can expect that to happen and more options to come.
A little bit higher pace now. It is going to be FAU clearing it out and going for the midfield aerial and just trying to get a... I think it was a weird pinch going off, but that still leaves their goal a little bit unattended. It's gonna roll in.
Okay.
So an answer back by Matsugash is going to net a 1-1 scenario. FAU leave their goal exposed, and Mitra unfortunately watched the ball roll in.
That's unfortunate. Okay, so like everyone must have been having a vacation on the opposite side of the pitch, and Mitra was definitely in a foot race just to try and respond if they could. But whenever you're facing inward as an attacker, if you're leaving an open back line, especially on the rotation, your expectation is that the third man will be there. It's another foot race, but it will be a shutdown. Great defense out of Capinsano.
Yeah, this is a drastic change from series number 1 as that's a close shot. Another bounce in, that's gonna be it. That will be Capinsano. That's a great one to have. Look at that roll, it's off the edge, and it bounced back perfectly off that corner as well. If it landed on the outside, it wouldn't have bounced towards the middle. It did, and you capitalized. Wayne State take a 2-1 lead.
Look, we got a lead change. We got the captain himself able to live that 800-pound life. He's built with some heavy velocity, lots of inertia to be able to get that one moving forward. So, got to get a response out of the Owls. And it's a hootin' and it's a holler, and it will go through. Frisbee from downtown able to tie us up.
It's starting to get spicy, and this is because both teams are so aggressive here. This is game 1. I want to remind you, it's still game 1 of the series, and already we have almost doubled the amount of goals that we saw in game 1 of series 1 of the day. That is crazy to think about right now. FAU slamming it home, and this is going to be the battle of the spheres. Who can poke each other more with these goals, with these aggressive scores? It's going to be another shot. Great block by Mitra, though, coming in from downtown.
And I love when we open up the floodgates. Let the offense flow. I want this to go 10-10. I want to be here till midnight. I want to see an OT that lasts for at least 20 minutes. But I also want to see what team will be able to keep themselves composed, calm, cool, and move forward with consistency. You go for these breakneck style offenses, then you suddenly get out of your rotations, but both teams have been able to step it up a notch, and they get the physicality there.
And the crazy thing is, again, that was a demo that could have benefited either side. You can see the opening there, and that's what was very, very surprising. F getting blocked right there, trying to maintain a midfield advantage, but not going to have it. Now goes along the edge, rolls it off the top side, and Mitra's there to meet him. So it will stay at 2-2 as we enter the final minute.
We had a lot of offense. We have 4 goals, and there was so much at the beginning. And now they realize, okay, we're in that final minute of play in this game to really make a tone setter. But no! Blum will be bumped back by Frisbee. He is the suspect. And now we got to see if this will turn into a transition play that goes the other direction. The Wildcats, no, they will not be. As Blum, he goes back to the rotation. He's like, you know what? You come back to save us. A different day. Half minute remaining. Owls, Wildcats, it could be anyone's game.
And that was heartbreaking right there, because FAU, if that challenge had not come in from your own teammate, that could have been an open goal. That could have put it at 3-2. Honestly, the prep was there. To have your teammate run into you in the midfield is dangerous. A nice bump out of the goal, but it's not going to happen as Capitanano is going to try and run it back down the field. But you're right back into it, just playing potentially for that OT. Nice bounce up. That's going to be 5. It's open. Oh, good knockback again. Mitra goes up for the challenge again, and it's constantly stayed here. The ball is rolling, though, to open field. We are moving into overtime for game 1.
I was so worried about that defense, but that pre-jump and then boost down was able to save the day. Oh, but an early attempt as Blum is going to go to the outside angle. It's going to be a one-on-one Capitanano against Mitra. Mitra has been able to be the aggressor, but now we have a lot of time. What a cheeky little back pass. Stalled out the ball, buried it in the zone. Matsugach is able to move forward. See if they can be able to drop one over. It's 800-pound life, a lot of inertia, all building up. That's an F in the middle of the pitch. That's a breakout, but that won't be off target. Our first 30 seconds have been wild, but still scoreless.
The teams, this is kind of what happens whenever you have two highly aggressive teams, is whenever things don't go right, it just, the ball's all over the place, right? You don't have anyone really prepped for that re-engage or that refight or that re-grab, so it's these situations that occur over and over again that are leaving teams kind of in a state of free fall. They're not sure what they even want to go for.
Frisbee will elevate as F will drop it off. But look at these rotations. They are trying to clear the goalie. If they can't get him on the way in, they're trying to get him on the way out. Frisbee, he's going to try for the redirect over to Mitra, as Mitra was trying to get that outside angle, but offense will still be rested the same for the Owls. Mitra, again, be the first man up as Capitanano dragging it, realizing he has to play with time. He doesn't want to give that possession away too soon. If they were to do that, it's just one after the other, another just shooting gallery for the side of the Owls. Wayne State trying to just establish control, burying and trapping this ball on the tip of their nose and dragging it out.
Minute 30 already into OT here. Reminder, this is just game 1.
Yeah.
This is game 1 of a best of 5, so we have way more Rocket League action coming to you here throughout the day. But the teams don't want to give up this singular group stage battle here. Capitanano is going to watch as a teammate goes ahead and rolls through. Matsugach is going to watch as ball gets flipped back out. Frisbee is going to challenge between two. They're going to bounce it back, but no one is prepped there. Once again, it bounces out into the open. Oh, good try by Mitra to try and get that one.
Oh, this is on target. Better watch out. Frisbee's able to get a big save. And the Owls keep this one from going through, and from this one being a 2-minute ender in favor of the Wildcats. Trying to be able to break out all the same. Capitanano be able to just barely find a pass back to one of his teammates as he elevates again. F with a miss. This is very awkward. Frisbee just trying to flirt nearby, see if they can hang out as a threat. Frisbee again from the inside angle. We're going inside, outside, all sides, and they're all covered by the Owls as they fly forward.
And you saw it there again, FAU getting better and better at prepping a lot of these goals. The passes are there, the plays are made. It's just the follow through is not occurring. And that means FAU are that much more dangerous though, because we have not seen Wayne State yet be able to prep some of those passes, be able to prep that midfield. So I am a little bit curious. It's starting to feel like FAU might have found their secret answer. They might have found their current opening opportunities. If they do, and that's a steal, that's a grab. Frisbee takes it off the head of a WSU member right there. You can see it right now, looking back at it. This is gonna be a bounce off the top and the back wall, and then Frisbee takes it home.
They won the battle of attrition, able maybe to present that as a battle to win the war. They go up onto either side, they post up real fine and dandy, and then they find an opportunity, just never rotating too soon, keeping that oppressive style of offense to just keep your opponent just completely, zonked out of their minds. They can't move forward, they can't move back, they can barely move side to side. And with all that traffic, they end up finding that awesome, I think it was like 2.5-minute OT goal. Woo! That's how you start off a series.
It was one of the more extensive fights I think we've seen so far. And that gives me a lot of hope for this series specifically, because now that they know how long it's going to go for, we're going to start seeing the teams kind of work together. Because again, that was a lot of individuals playing together. And again, in game 1, you tend to have those, like I said, either it's feeling out the opponent or it's a start to kind of the warm up, right?
Right.
We have time. We saw FAU start rolling through some of those opportunities. They started playing a little bit better together. They're also a team, remember, back at about a minute left in regular time in game 1, we saw them run into each other. They both were going for that same play. So they've already started rolling through the cogs. They already started kind of putting the pieces together. I want to see them do that even more, and I also want to see WSU do the exact same.
And what was interesting about that bump is their rotations, because of how narrow they were, they're trying to keep that upper third just congregated as tough and as possible. And they started, okay, we need to lay back, either settle into your zones or be able to make those cuts maybe slower. Slowing down the pace, controlling that pace is going to be how you find victory and success. We go into game number 2. The Owls flying high. They're currently 1-0 in series play. So let's see if Wayne State will be able to recover. And Amatsugachi's had a few of these breakouts, and I want to see more of those connections. F, is it an F in the chat? No, it is not. It just goes and skirts the goal line.
So close. And again, the opportunities are abound. Punishing mistakes is something that I think we're going to see here as well. If we don't get to see FAU really get that combination played down, there it is. That's just a goal. F goes ahead and says, yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, I'll take that score.
The F stands for forced, but this one was unforced error. F just in great position. Mitra was trying to elevate it, maybe get it some power to eventually find the side, but he's unable to get there in time, and it just floats as an open, hey, you know what? This one's just gonna go in, and that one had a lot of velocity, so Wayne State enjoying a great early lead. They've been able to do this before. But Mitra, again, playing as that initiator. It's not exactly role-based, but we definitely see Mitra being that instigator for all these offenses to start for the Owls.
Kicking it off to that little bit of a slow roll, and Frisbee now, the one that scored the game 1 winner in OT, is now going to be floating on our screens here, but that's a roll in. Oh, so close to tying things up, and another challenge coming in from but it's not going to land at all, and so FAU still searching for a goal, going up into the top ropes. Immediately bumped out as WSU say, not today, we're not dealing with this right now. We have our one goal, we'll save it for the time being.
Very dangerous, as that one will be found by Mitra on that near side post that is boomed across. Now, I keep isolating and looking at Mitra, and I'm sure that's what the Wildcats are doing as well. They're like, hey, that's the guy that seems to be like really flashing the mechanics, really trying to be able to win the challenges over us. We make sure that no matter what, we send someone one-on-one to challenge him, cut down on his free space to do anything. Then we brought this into a 2-on-2, and we think that our 2 are better than their 2. Now F, oh, little pop play, but it's going to be out of the smoke. Matsugachi, who was able to keep things fine.
Challenges back and forth. I'm loving this action so far. Again, they just dropped right back into the aggressive stances. They said, hey, we're going to send everyone to the other side of the field. We're going to keep challenging for that ball. And that's just their home field comfort, right? That is what they feel comfortable with. And honestly, whenever you don't have a plan, that's when the plan comes together, because that's the goal. Matsugashi takes a second off a midfield bump. Look at that beauty.
Look at that cut. He gets right up under it, never lets the ball fall more than about 10, 15 feet high. I think that's the units they use in this. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. They'll have to tell me. But is able to make that one go just to the top shelf. This has been top-level play. They have slowed the Owls down. They're stuck in their nest. This flock is not flying. They are grounded. And the Wayne State Wildcats, they're going wild out there.
And that's also the best part. Here at a LAN, normally you can't feed off of energy, and that's something that's very, very different here. At a LAN, you're quite literally sitting across from your opponent about 5 feet away. If anyone's out there, you can't see that stage. You know exactly what we're talking about. And the opponents have to feel that when you get that goal, when you ramp up, when you're loud, when you're excited about that, it brings more energy in. So for WSU, getting those 2 goals and potentially a 3rd roll in here, it is going to be blocked. It still feeds in. You feel more confident in your own play as well.
Zano will find in the corner, and that's going to be Amatsugachi climbing the ladder. He's going to look for a center, but it will go a little bit of a high arc, but you kind of see they're elongating their rotations. As soon as you get more than your opponent, and then you start to multiply those, you can start being a slight bit more passive. I don't want the Wildcats to do that at the detriment of playing against their game plan. Their game plan is isolate players, and so far they've done it to Mitra. I mean, even just that threat right there, great rotation, but they've left an open back line, and it's going to find his way through. Frisbee will punch one and cut this lead in half.
It's that easy. It's that easy. Frisbee goes, hey, look at this. From behind the half-field line, says, look at this laser. The flowers are just for show, and FAU are storming back with 1:40. This is plenty of time to get a second down. Monkey Man, are we getting a second OT here in the same series.
If they do, they're getting their money's worth out of us because that's what we came to be able to cast. And I want to see these guys go the distance. Now, if that were to happen, that would be 2 in a row as a run for the Owls. And you just got to start to wonder, all right, are we ready? Because we've let this one be able to get to that juncture. Blum looking for the challenge, but it's be F that says no. Cavazano, great fake out. He's going to pick it up. He's going to one-on-one against Frisbee. He goes up for the midfield boost. He's going to lead it up to the backboard. That's going to be a strike, and that's going to be always off the post. And finds a big dig, and puts it in, and it goes away.
Back-to-back shots, back-to-back saves as FAU continue a stall out, but the aggression is not done yet. Wayne State continue their challenges because they say 2 is not enough. We need a third. The roll-in is almost there as Bloom is able to catch it on the edge, but it's a bump in. They bump it in, and Bloom preps up Frisbee. It's now tied at 2-2. Look at this hold. This is perfect. Bloom says, hey, teammate, come in, bump me. Let's do this. That is going to be 2 people kicking the ball for the price of 1, and they tie it with 45 seconds left.
When you clean it up, you got to bump it in, and that's exactly what they called up to do. They realized, hey, we've got possession. It's in the box. We just have to make sure it actually gets through. Frisbee leaving it up. We have 35 seconds coming up on this clock. It's been very lately for the Owls, but the aggression is still there. A great follow by Mitra to keep that one being a hard strike, dead center net. We're coming up on 20 remaining in game number 2, and the Owls are starting to soar.
Starting to soar, but they got one more tree to get past. They got one more predator to deal with, and they strike back. That'll be the Owls getting clipped ever so slightly in the back end. 18 seconds left, and WSU score a pivotal third goal.
Every time my cat looks out the window, he sees some birds that he'd love to clip the wings of, and these Wildcats are doing the same thing to these Owls right now. Hey, you had hope, but on the horizon, there's still a big Wildcat in your way. F, it's versus 2. That's a chance. It goes to the 90, and a big defensive rotation. We've got 10 seconds remaining. Wildcats need to get a breakout play. Do not surrender this possession. That's a bouncer. They're going to send the house. It's going to go to the backboard. It's going to be a roller. Blum, McKinney, pull up some magic one more time, and we'll go out and away. Still in the air. We'll be able to undercut it. No, the misread, and we'll have game 3 tied up 1-1.
That is a match and a half right there. And you can hear the energy from the players themselves. That is something that I really like to see. And again, for Wayne State, that is something that I cannot imagine watching happen, because that was from start to finish. Their energy, their power coming out here. Goal number 1 went their way. They fed off of that. They got a 2-0. They got a little bit scared of FAU right in the mid-game there, but being able to close it out at the very end, at that 18 seconds is when they scored that third goal. It was the all-important one, and to do that one under pressure is one to steal away to tie it up 1-1 in the game score.
If these guys keep playing at the level they are, 1, I'm definitely going to lose my voice. 2, I'm going to be as red as my shirt. So, and I can't wait, because that's the kind of competition, that's the kind of just overall visceral LAN environment. I like these squads going at each other. These dudes are roaring up here. They are, every time they score, let's go! I want to say yes, let's go! Like, it's so great to be able to watch, and got to keep your composure, got to keep your calm. You get these 60 seconds between games to really get yourself in that modem of, all right, what did they do to us? They isolated us. They were able to keep us very limited on our offensive opportunities and on those rotations. Got to see if they're going to do the same thing, or if we're going to get a little bit extra speed out of the Owls.
I think they're going to have to realize that they have to ramp it up. Again, the whole point of game 1 is they were going aggressive. They were going toe-to-toe at that fast pace. Ramp it up yourselves as well. At this point, we talked a little bit about, the team coordination play. Hey, screw it. Whatever you want to do, do it. It's whatever you feel comfortable with. And again, if aggression is the name of the game for you, keep working with it. Excel at that one thing you do, even if it's as an individual or as a team.
It's a barbarian that has 20 strength, and if you don't know what that means, I'm also that old. So,
I think they're making a comeback. Come on.
True. The kids these days, they like the D&D. That's nice. But the ones that have been able to wield the sword lately and have much better and higher stats have been the Wildcats. But F will be denied by his counterpart in Frisbee. A couple of Fs will meet in the goal line, but it results in nothing so far. Captain, though, he has a chance to be able to maybe get a double tap, but instead, we work the other way.
Rolled off the top end. And remember, WSU were able to take their first goal. I want to say about 13 to 14 seconds in, or maybe I'm thinking of series number 1, but it was a very quick goal. And at this point, you've already stalled out a minute. This is lending itself to FAU actually taking a little bit more control, because at WSU, the whole reason they got a lot of their goals was from the quick play, and they do it again right there. Just a simple roll right up the middle of the field, and you win.
F just staying in good contention. That demo by Amatsugachi is what opened things up. Blum had a lot of backwards momentum, found themselves about 10 feet deep in their own net, get to stare at the ball. That's really cool, but you're not able to touch it, and so the save will never come, and the Wildcats will have that lead.
Once again, capitalizing on opportunities abound for them, and almost the prep goes in. It's a second right off the back, and I say it. If FAU want to win, they got to do whatever they want, but for WSU, it is that pacing. At this point, they have leaned into the aggression. They've leaned into the speed, the power that they want to work with, and they're making it work every time.
That was an amazing bit of control, nice rollover. They were able to just keep, I believe it was Blum on their side. They end up getting a bump, but that's more of just insult to injury, which ultimately was an awesome passing play for the Wildcats. Now they're 2-0, similar situation, trying to be able to score in their own net. Why not? But they give a chance over to Mitra. Great read by Mitra. Cut this lead in half again.
It's the punishes, Monkey Man. It's always the punishes here. Every mistake that happened so far, the teams have been able to identify, and that makes me very happy. Again, for a team, one of the things that you have to realize is there will be mistakes. And there are plenty of mistakes throughout the entirety of the game. It matters about what you do with that mistake. Can you identify that the ball was lost by the opponent, that it was hit a little bit too high, or that it stalled out a little bit too slow? Identify those, power through, and get those goals. FAU do that beautifully.
Backboard touch by Mitra, and that's going to be F just pushing through. I like the idea here. Mitra actually finds the ball. He's trying to force it very high and very hard, so it bounces out of the zone. He ends up being the first defender to drop through. I think Blum crossed over through the defensive box, and then just unable to make that rotation up, up here. It evaporated in the heat of the moment, and reestablished 2-goal lead. The Wildcats back on top even more.
3 goals in, and this is the fastest 4 goals I think we've seen so far. We still got 3 minutes, so plenty of time for the teams to come back, plenty of time to look at it. But WSU are slowly getting further and further into the zone, it feels like right now. They're feeling better and better about their challenges, about their passes, about their reads of the game. And it's going to keep happening. WSU, if you allow them to keep moving through with the momentum and you don't slow them down, FAU are going to have a very difficult time getting a bunch of those scores back.
Owls acting like they are currently hibernating. I get we're at the end of winter, but they need to slowly work their way out of the trees. Show me how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop. Tell me how it is, because right now the only thing that's sweet as candy is the offensive play that is being presented by the Wildcats at the midfield line and beyond the midpoint of game number 3, where match point advantage will go into the back pocket of the victor. The Owls looking for a breakout, but instead they have the 6th letter of the alphabet breathing down their necks. Mitra trying to Mitra on the back line. That's a miss. He's got an opportunity. Oh, and an opportunity now is squandered.
The rough ones, and every time you see an open goal, it hurts whenever the ball doesn't go your way, but they'll get another chance. 2 minutes left on the clock here, and counting. WSU playing with a lot of tension, though, always forcing that goal open. Nice block coming in there from Frisbee, who's going to try and round their way back out. Amatsugashi is going to go ahead and bounce it back, and Capizano is going to follow through. Again, it is WSU looking for another one to kind of seal the deal here in Game 3.
They have not allowed the Owls to pick up an offensive possession for more than 1 touch. They get 1 touch, and then they're there. Trying to be a little bit physical on their backside rotation. Mitra will be able to pick this one up, but again, it is full-fledged, let's send the house, but keep that midfield line just safety net. A great defensive effort from this near side post, but defense is awesome for all of shakes and giggles and be able to make sure things are working. As Wayne State and the Wildcats, they're moving forward. They're trying to keep everything from the top of the key. Capinsano, with 60 seconds remaining, is just trying to bury the Owls at home. They haven't been able to escape at all.
There's not a chance, and that one hurts quite a bit, but Wayne State going ahead, channeling a bit more through with 50 seconds left. I mean, you can see them now. They're not actually going as aggressive anymore. It's starting to slow down, and they're saying, all right, last 40 seconds, let's not give up any goals. Let's play smart. Let's play it safe. But yes, we can go for some of that aggression, but make sure we always have a defender, and that, I think, is the correct way to play. WSU hoping to hone in a 2-1 score with 30 seconds left in the game.
Capinsano. This drop happens, they give it over to Blum. That's an option. It goes over to Frisbee. But look how many, there's 4 cars right there. Mitra has an open net. They have cut this down to 1. 20 seconds left. They have a chance.
And this right here, you take a look. That is actually a huge mistake by WSU. They sent 2 up for the challenge. It bumped up top. They did not have a defender in place. And this is why I was saying they were doing so good. They were taking slow challenges. They were not getting too aggressive. The moment they step up too far, the moment they try and go fancy, they are punished. FAU playing that so well.
Capensano, he's got a chance for a double, but again, Mitra, that is the person that has to take control, but it will not happen. Matsugachi, he got him, and with 9 seconds left, that may be all she wrote.
It always hurts to call it, but look at that, just a great touch. Catching out 2 defenders there too, and again, that's how well you play. WSU knocking in a +2 scenario. FAU, the only way that they can really, I think, come back in this one is you maintain full possession. You get a great punch, and that's what you do. Get 5 seconds. Can you juggle? I think that's going to be it. You needed to go right off the edge, and that should be it. WSU, no matter what happens here, as much as we want to give FAU the chance, it should be a 2-1 series score.
You know, I always hope that OTs can deliver a 2-point swing. I really want that. If you're down by 2, why not make it a 2? But we find ourselves now at a 2-1 with the Wildcats on top, heading into game number 4. They've got match point in their back pocket. They've taken the last 2 lately, and their aggression, they have confidence. Remember, this is their first series on the day in group stage play. So with the likes of just going into it fresh and, you know, maybe you're not exactly ready, they must have been scrimming just before this. They found those awesome rotations, and really just oppressive offense has been the name of the game for success.
It has, and FAU were not ready for it. As much as they were hoping to, after game 1, they thought it was going to be around the same pacing. WSU, as soon as those open goals started going forward, it gave the opportunity for WSU to come back. So FAU have to identify that. They have to identify, shore up their weaknesses, start trying to find opportunities of their own. Because WSU, even with their all-aggressive composition, they are still making those openings available. FAU have to be able to read that.
So we again find ourselves with the Wildcats pressing down, but a big counter clear. You had pointed out we had some double commits on the defensive half from both sides. That was late, but it was happening a little bit more consistently as things became loose. Gotta make sure that you have a modicum of just poise if you're these players. That's a big demo. Blum is gonna have an opportunity to go to that backboard. That's gonna waterfall down. Oh, but no one there as of yet. Frisbee trying to work for a 50-50 in this rotation. Mitra puts it in a dangerous position. Now it will fall nearby and deflected off the post.
And then F went for the 3rd reach, but couldn't do it and still gets bumped out. So WSU, FAU still challenging. Minute passed here. They're going to fall through. Oh, that's almost a goal made. F is able to block it out. Still going to be a challenge by FAU, as now they are turning on the heat here. They are the ones challenging on WSU's side. Nice little dribble here. Good flick up above, but Mitra is able to block it out. Goes right back to neutral.
I'm almost getting just a little bit concerned about the touches that Mitra is now starting to propagate on their own defensive half. They've been able to try to kind of play more for time and play for that verticality in the air than really being able to get these rotations. Oh, that's a bang. But it will end up playing in just off the post. The old iron size, that would work. Will deny it. Give no favors. Trying to play it from the pancake. From the other side, that's a near side pass. Drop it into the box. Dangerously as we go, we're still at zeros. I'm not too surprised. Being 2-1 in series play, you have all of one game to either take it, make it, fake it, get to game 5. And the defense starting to set up for both sides.
And I think FAU have actually identified that, hey, maybe we can make WSU a little bit agitated, right? Try and be on the defensive as much as you can, keep body blocking, and then maybe you'll find that opportunity. And that's a very valid tactic. That's a very, very valid tactic for an over-aggressive team. You keep blocking a lot of their goals, they're going to make a mistake at some point, and then you can punish from there. FAU now going to try and take a chance up in the air. Bloom again blocked out as Mitra is going to try and get the secondary. Try and rotate it back, set up for a second attempt. Frisbee there, but it's challenged by the rest of the team. Can you curve it in? No, you can't. F able to bring it out.
That was very dangerous, and it's not gone away. They are not out of the woods of anything yet, as Blum just will leave it for Frisbee. They'll make that rotation. Mitra is trying to be able to cut outside from the inside. Very tough, especially considering it bounced to that perimeter of the box. F up in the rotation. They had, even though it was a double commit, both him and Captain Insano were able to bring in themselves into the same spot, which means all this is open. That's a shot. It goes too high, but we are getting a surplus of chances now out of the Owls. They're really starting to be able to press forward, take advantage of the Wildcats. Captain Insano, if he had any boost, he would have gone up for it. But again, left at goose eggs apiece, less than 2 to go.
Give me a chance, a little bit of a slow roller right there in the middle. FAU still trying to take those opportunities. Amatsugachi is going to roll it in, aims a little bit wide outside of the net. Immediately going to pick up the rebound, but now it's going to be the side of F, watching as his teammate rolls it all the way around. This is a little bit of a long route to go for, and actually preps a little bit as it's stolen away by FAU. Now they're going to try their own offensive setup with a minute and a half left. Nice stop by Mitra, though. He bounces it back and is ready to go for a second attempt.
You can see the communication is really starting to ramp up because they have to make sure, all right, if you're going to go for that kind of defensive rotation, make your path longer. You're allowing everyone to be able to rotate forward, but maybe it's a bait play. Maybe you'll be able to get everyone into that front side third. But instead, FAU, they stay patient. They've been able to communicate just as well from the defensive half. Ooh. Now it's a one-on-one. Blum is left as an option. Mitra will again be there. We're sub 60 seconds. If the Wildcats get one, the series is done. The Owls get one, we survive to game 5.
WSU, you can see it. They're also prepping for their own team combination plays. These setups are kind of there, but FAU, again, who can read who better? Now it's a little bit around the world as Blum says, no, thank you. Capitano can't prep anything for the rest of the team. Blum is going to go up, challenge in the air, but it's still on their own side. FAU with 30 seconds left need a golden opportunity. Where is it going to come from, and where is it going to be made from? F looking for the same thing.
Where did you come from? Where'd you go? The only thing that is known is where these players are going to go. Frisbee, great challenge. F is left by himself. Captain Sano will rotate back. They're going for the bumps on the defensive half. Mitra and 10 seconds left. 10 in a dream, but it doesn't become a meme. They know what the scheme is, and they got to be able to bring it in and be mean. Captain Sano leaves it back for F. This is last possession. It's bouncing the other way. That would have been in with only 2, but you know what? We go to OT.
We go to OT, and it's a challenge for F's win side as Blum was ready on the back end. It's an open. Is this gonna? Oh, Amatsugachi saw it, went for it. I had to respect it.
I mean, I think everyone else wanted them to go for it as well. Yeah. And that was going to be the breakout in like a 7-second play. And instead, we persist. Mitra is encroached a little bit too far. Frisbee, that was dangerous. You're hurting my heart right now because you were the third man. That would have been a freebie the other direction. Instead, happened in play. Been very fast, very quick. Wildcats been able to keep the Owls from connecting too often. They're just being cheeky little touches, hit maneuvers, able to keep them off kilter and force these rotations to have to regroup and stutter step.
Amatsugachi now going to follow through. Bounce off the back end and a challenge by Frisbee there on their own side. WSU are still trying to find their own prep. So far has sent 1 or 2 challenges at a time, left 1 in goal, and Amatsugachi has been the one in the defensive position for a while. However, now on the flip side is going to rotate out, try and get those boosts. F's kind of sitting on that midfield, ready to go for another prep shot. Frisbee, can you roll it in? No, you can't. Capitano is able to break out.
This is free. This is it.
Is this open?
Yeah.
Is that it? That's it.
Captain Sano going crazy. He's on the other side, looking for this to be ended. Able to go wild are the Wildcats. They go 3-1. They'll take this series over the Owls, force them down into a 1-1 series outcome. And you know what? That is how you start your day, with a big W. Congratulations to Wayne State.
That goal to me, for some reason, was so unexpected because it was expected. Yeah. I mean, you saw from the beginning to start from that goal, it was so prepped. It was so different than we've seen the rest of the time. Yeah. It was very much, okay, I blocked the shot. Hey, you down the field, can you go grab it for me? It was the most set-up goal we had in the entire series, and I love that we ended on it.
You plan ahead because your initiator, they're going to miss. And if they get the 50-50 and they win it by themselves and they dunk on them, or they miss, they're the option, boom, it's all played out, which none of what we saw before was played out or drawn up, and everything was made to work. So, you know what? Congratulations, Wayne State. They kept that composure. They were the last ones to be able to strike, last ones to be able to get themselves in a good mindset for strategy, and, they do great on the day. So they will start out 1-0 in group stage play. They force the Owls to go to 1-1. So this is going to start getting a little bit sussed out, and we get to see how these groups will end up at the end of the day. But you guys will get to see the victors. It's going to be Wayne State. Hot on the mic will be Polly Hype getting this interview going.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I am here with Captain Insano here from Wayne State. You guys just took a very convincing win there, 3-1 in the set. How does it feel to advance over Florida Atlantic?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I feel like we're always underrated every single time coming in these competitions, and we obviously don't perform ever in the regular season because honestly we barely even care about the regular season because playoffs is where it's at. So we've been in competitions and lands like this, so we're very confident in what we're capable of, and we're ready to take on IU Albany and King next. So yeah.
Nice. Excellent, excellent. And here, returning to the LAN environment here in 2022, how does it just feel to be here at HV GamerCon at the Albany Cap Center?
Yeah, it feels really good. We're very thankful for ECAC for holding this event with all the sponsors and everything. So, and we're happy for everyone coming out, for everybody competing. So I think it's going to be a really good event over the course like the next 2 days and or maybe 3 days with Super Smash. I don't know what Super Smash is, but yeah, we're pretty excited.
Well, congratulations to Wayne State. They are going to advance. When we come back, we are going to have some more Rocket League. Don't go anywhere. We have another match coming right up next here at HV GamerCon 2022.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon here at the Albany Cap Center. We are presented by our sponsor, U.S. Army, and we have Staff Sergeant Kesterson here for a little bit of words for everybody in attendance. Staff Sergeant, over to you.
Appreciate being here today. Thank you to ECAC for allowing us to be a part of the sponsor. When my public affairs told me that this event was going on and asked me if I'd like to be a part of it, be a sponsor, I was like, absolutely. Because whenever I go home from work every day, I'm jumping on. And anything you could do with the Army. The Army and Army Reserves is definitely an opportunity that everyone has a chance to try to achieve. The Army gave me support for myself and my family. Coming out of West Virginia back in 2009, I had great friends and great family to support me through my Army experience. I remember when I was sitting there with my recruiter back in those times, he said, "What do you want to do in the Army?" I said, "I don't know, man, something fun." And he said, "Well, how about driving tanks and shooting tanks?" I said, "That sounds really fun." Coming from West Virginia, we like to go in the mountains, we like to go forward. Driving a tank sounds as fun as it can be. The great thing about the Army is you do get that opportunity to pick the job you want to do in the Army. We have everything from engineering, technology, we got science, we have medical, we have legal, everything you could think of, the Army has an opportunity for you probably. Reach out to your local Army recruiters. For those of you who are virtual right now watching us on Twitch, for those of you who are local to the area of Albany, my name is Staff Sergeant Kesterson. I'm located at the Colony Center Mall. Please come out and reach out to me. I have the best recruiters in the world to take care of you, and we're not going to make you do anything you don't want to do, and we're not going to pressure you to do something that's not great for you and your future career. Again, thank you to ECAC for allowing us to be here. Thank you to all the other sponsors, and I'm cheering for the home team, U Albany, right now. But other than that, I wish everybody the best of luck, and we look forward to seeing some real competition up here. Thank you.
Introducing the Claim Your Fame mobile app. Are you looking to start building your brand? Create your profile to get started. Showcase your social media platforms. Have access to eSport recruitment opportunities. Create and highlight live events and live streams. Connect now and start building your brand. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Claim your fame today.
Center and HV GamerCon, and welcome to most of our hometowns here in Albany. We want to welcome everyone watching live from home and, of course, the people here at the Albany Capitol Center as well. We have a very interesting and entertaining topic to talk to you all about today, and I know it's one that many of the collegiate esports competitors are very interested in. We're going to talk about how you take this to the next level and get paid to do it and make video games. So we have some excellent panelists here that we're going to have an open discussion about how to really present yourself as the best candidate if a job comes up in the video game development industry. So I'll go around, we're going to introduce our panelists, we'll ask them a little bit about what they do, and then we'll have a conversation. So I want to thank our panelists for being here today. So immediately to my left, we have Jamie Stevenson. He's the co-founder and executive director of Tech Valley Game Space. It's a nonprofit organization that supports independent game makers in the Capital Region and works to make game development more approachable to a wider range of creators. And Jamie has a game of his own that maybe we'll get to talk about a little bit. And then next to him is Kenny Day. He's a senior software engineer at PUBG Mad Glory. He's responsible for building the back-end services and systems that include friend systems, parties, matchmaking, in-game purchases, and more. Prior to the PUBG acquisition, Kenny worked for Mad Glory building gaming services for companies like Riot Games and Warner Brothers. Thank you, Kenny. Next to him is Amanda Lavin. Thank you. She's a composer and sound designer who specializes in creating stylistic references into original pieces based on narratives, moods, and visual arts. She works in quality assurance at Vicarious Visions, Blizzard Entertainment, previously as the lead audio tester on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, and currently co-leading the campaign and quest QA team on Diablo 4. Thank you, Amanda, for being here. And next, Tom Carmona. He's currently working as VP of Business Development for Wolfjaw Services Studios, doing work with various studios and publishers like 2K, Bungie, Riot Games, Unity, and many others. Prior to his time at Wolfjaw, he worked in business development for Mad Glory Interactive and PUBG North America. So thank you all for being here. So I want to first go down the line and let's talk about a little bit what your day-to-day looks like in the video game industry. So Jamie, we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, thanks very much for having me. My day-to-day is a little bit atypical at the moment because I'm the executive director of a nonprofit, which is not necessarily the standard game development role. But in my capacity as executive director for Tech Valley Game Space, a lot of the day-to-day involves a mix of community management. So we're a community for local game developers of all different skill levels. And we do a lot of stuff at the moment virtually, but we also have a dedicated space in Troy where we hope to meet up again soon and have in the past, and we have a co-working office that we manage. So a lot of the day-to-day is managing that. And then another big part of the job of executive director for the nonprofit involves fundraising. So it's a lot of sort of writing grants and managing our different commitments and just trying to further our mission to encourage and enable more people in the region to get involved with game making. And then on the independent game development side, it's a lot of coding and design and all that, a bit more of the fun stuff, which I'm sure we'll get into.
Perfect. Kenny, so what's your day-to-day look like?
So my day-to-day is building the back-end services to support multiple games now instead of just PUBG. For the last couple of years, a lot of the services we built were kind of one-off services to support specific features. And now that we're building more games, we want to standardize them. So we can keep a small team, same code base, and hopefully a little bit more efficient than rebuilding everything from scratch.
Excellent, thank you. So Amanda, what's your day-to-day look like?
So working in QA, the first thing I do in the morning is get in and see if the build succeeded, and if it did, then I download it. And then I'm checking all of my messages and everything, preparing for the day's tasks. Usually we'll run a smoke test or a build verification test on the new build to make sure that it's of good enough quality to use for the day. And then depending on where we're at in the project, it may just be a lot of ad hoc testing, writing bugs. It may be generating test runs. It may be running test runs. Since I am co-leading a small team, I do direct work. I have testers on my team that will need guidance, or other folks who are helping us out will need guidance, so I'll spend a lot of time sending people to where they need to be. yeah, lots of meetings, lots of syncs with the different teams that we work with, making sure everyone's on the same page, that we know what content is being put into the game so that we can test it. And yeah, that's really it.
Excellent. All right. And Tom, what is your day-to-day?
Yeah, so my day-to-day is a little bit different than everyone here. So Wolfjaw Studios, we're an outsourced company. And so we don't build our own game, but we help other studios and publishers to build their game. So my role in business development is mostly working with current clients and making sure that our projects are running smoothly and that our teams are able to build what they need to build efficiently and doing it well. And then sort of on the other side of it, I'm also working with potential future clients. So, it's a lot of talking to different studios and publishers and identifying potential problems that they might have and ways that Wolfjaw Studios might be able to help. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Excellent. So the reason we're here in Albany and the reason HV GamerCon, exists here in Albany was really because this is a hub for game development and game studios. There's a number of major big games that came out of Albany that I think a lot of people don't realize. And then, I'm just learning today about all the independent games that are being developed here in the region. So I want to ask, and anyone can jump in here, what makes the Capital Region a good spot to make games?
First. So I think what makes the Capital Region such a great spot to make games is the long history of gaming that has happened here. Starting back in the early 90s with Vicarious Visions and the Bala Brothers, they really built a solid foundation that would go on to become multiple huge studios and publishers who have decided to move into the area. Activision, Warner Brothers, MLG back in the day, PUBG, and so many more who have expressed interest in coming to the area, all because of that solid foundation. Apart from that too, we've got a lot of really great local colleges in the area that have very strong programming, or I guess I should say computer programming programs, specifically RPI, Siena, UAlbany, and a bunch of others, and a bunch that are also within, driving distance of the Capital Region, like RIT, UMass, and all that, all those places. So it's just a really great hub of talent that has been untapped for many years, and I think a lot of studios are starting to realize, hey, there's something real special going on up there.
Is there a benefit to having a studio or being a developer around other good developers geographically?
I want to take that one.
Yeah.
There absolutely is, because when you have a lot of other developers together in a place, you have communities that spring up. You've got things like the Tech Valley Game Space. We do have a local chapter of the International Game Developers Association that does events, and you get events like this springing up, so you get to meet people, you get to interact with people, learn from people. So yeah, I think it's definitely beneficial to be in an area that has a lot of game development going on.
Interesting. So Jamie, I asked you this before we were speaking. How many independent game developers are in the region, and yeah, tell me a little bit about that.
More than you'd think, I think was my answer to you. Yeah, I think, so when we started Tech Valley Game Space a little over 7 years ago, when I would talk to people, parents, students, any old folks in the area, and talk to them about game development and what was going on here, people were sort of astonished. And I'm very heartened to find that people are a little less astonished at the moment. People are starting to realize what a burgeoning hub this area really is. And on the indie side, you might be surprised at, some of the recent games that were actually created by local teams. So a few highlights from recent years include Dang, which is an indie studio that's based in Troy. They created a game called Boomerang X, which was a really cool, unique sort of game mechanic of throwing a boomerang and being able to warp to the location of it. So that came out within the past couple years. Katana Zero and ASCIIsoft is a local indie developer as well. So there's some high-profile indie titles that I think we don't necessarily tell the story enough of, the fact that they actually originated with creators locally. And there's a whole constellation of indies of various sizes, with cool creative projects in the works, which is really what I get excited about. So.
Absolutely. So Kenny, I'll ask you, there's a lot of college students in the audience. There's a lot of younger high school and even younger that maybe are getting into this because of esports, but they say, hey, I could, maybe make one of these games someday. What type of skills should high school, college, should they be focusing on if they want a career in game development?
So I think a lot of the colleges are offering pretty sophisticated game design programs now, which didn't really exist when I went to college. I just went straight down the track of computer science and got lucky to get into games. But yeah, gaming is so big. There's so many different disciplines. There's building services, then there's the actual gameplay, animation, sound, QA, and I think at an early age, trying to figure out what you're interested in and kind of really lean on that, which it's good that you have the opportunity in college to figure that out because, yeah, like 5 years ago, it didn't really exist. And yeah, if you want to go straight into QA, it's a little easier to do than after graduating, figuring it out. But in terms of skills, really just kind of the perseverance to figure something out, get really good at it. If it's animation, just really dedicate a lot of time and attention to it, and it'll pay off.
So Amanda, you're in the music side of games. Were you into music first, games first? How did you decide that music for video games would be your passion?
Oh my gosh. So just to be clear, I don't do music for any of the games that I work on at Vicarious Visions Blizzard Entertainment. So, that's just something that I'm doing on my own. So I like to joke that I was born with an NES controller in my hand. Not literally, but pretty much, because my dad was a hardcore gamer when I was growing up, so I spent a lot of time every day as a child playing games with my dad. So I was definitely a gamer first. When I got to 3rd grade and I was allowed to pick up an instrument at school, I started playing the violin, and then I started singing in the choir, and then I joined the marching band, and I just sort of lived in the music department at the same time that I was playing every game I could get my hands on. But it's interesting because it didn't occur to me as a possibility that I could do music for games until my last trimester of college. I went to Union College, so we had a trimester system, not a semester system. And I was a double major in math and music, and I had always thought that I would go on and do something with mathematics. I figured I'd go get a PhD and I'd teach or something like that. And so when I was in my last year of college and I was looking at my resume and planning for grad school and all of that, realized that I was much more interested in composing. I had written a lot more music than I had, term papers, and I wanted to do that. And I actually was taking a class at the time called Popular Music of Modern Japan, and I was doing a final project, and game music is performed in cafes and things in Japan, right? Like it's a whole genre of music that's performed. And that's when I really started to think about it and went, oh, I could do that. Like it really appealed to me because as a composer, I was writing concert music, and when you think about concert music, who's going to see new concert music? A lot of people want to go, they want to hear Beethoven, they want to hear Mozart. They're not really so interested in new composers, so I was afraid that if I was just writing music for the stage, it wouldn't have a very large audience. I wouldn't be able to reach a lot of people, but everyone plays video games. Everyone plays video games, so it's a great method of dissemination, which is what my final project was on. So yeah, that's how I got into it. I went to grad school. I found a program that would let me study music for games specifically, and then I got into sound design, and I've just been doing those things, in my off hours when I'm not at work. I'm working on that stuff in my own time and doing game jams and finding side projects. So, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So, what makes video game development so cool is there is so much that goes into it. It starts with ideas and conception, and then you need developers and programmers and artists and sound and everything. How vast are the jobs at a studio like Wolfjaw? I'll ask you, Tom.
At Wolfjaw Studios, we're very specialized, so not too vast. But having worked at a traditional, studio, it is insane how many different avenues that people have to get into the gaming industry. I mean, you've got everything from programming, like you mentioned, music, QA, but then there's the other side of the business, which is the marketing and the community management and working with publishers, and I mean, the list just goes on and on. So it is almost hard to even like give you a direct number of like, here's how many positions there are that you can find in a game, company. It's the answer is you can find anything. If you're passionate about games and you want to work with games, you can find a way to do that, right? And there's so many opportunities to do that.
And I think, people from the outside of the industry, you hear the biggest names that are out there, the people that are on the titles of the games, but a lot of the work is being done at, different levels. And obviously there's people on their own as well. So if you have either a desire to make a game or you have an idea for a game, what do you do? How do you start? I think that's a good question for you.
Sure. Well, there's a few different avenues that you can take. One thing that I found was really helpful when I first was starting to make games was just to look around for anybody else that I could find who I could talk to who already was making games and had a little bit more experience. So communities like IGDA Albany chapters, meetups, or Tech Valley Game Space, our meetups are a great place to do that. And just connect with potential collaborators, potential mentors, or just people you can ask questions to. Amanda also mentioned game jams, so just want to elaborate a little bit on that. So for those who don't know, a game jam, you might have heard similar terms like a hackathon, but a game jam is something that happens fairly often. In fact, if you check online, you can find a ton of them happening all the time. And what they are is a time when people get together, usually over a short period of time, often like a weekend, although there are some game jams that last longer, and create a game during that time. And that's a really great practice because I think one of the biggest pitfalls that people get into is just sort of getting into their own head when they think like they want to make a game, and it seems really complicated before you do it. But the truth of the matter is there's an incredible range of free tools that are super accessible these days. So you do not need any coding experience whatsoever to start making a game, and you can find a tool that fits your interest and the type of game you want to make and your current experience level. So seek those types of events and communities out, take a look at tools, and start making stuff. Because those tools are out there, they're free, as long as you can get access to a computer. And hey, you can make paper and tabletop games. You don't even need a computer. There's no reason to wait. So we teach a lot of classes for folks as young as like 3rd grade up to adult ed, and get people started making games. The sooner you start, the better, and the sooner you'll be able to get over the intimidation factor that you might have otherwise.
Anyone else want to jump in?
I just wanted to add on to what you said when you said that you can find game jams online. IndieGameJams.com. There's a comprehensive list of like every game jam that's happening. They're all virtual. They usually have a link where you can go to find a team. You don't need to come in with a team already formed. I use that site all the time. It's great. And we do have local game jams as well. IGDA Albany hosts Global Game Jam every year. The last couple of years we've done it virtual. And then does TVGS still host Ludum Dare?
Yeah, that's actually coming up in a couple weeks at the start of April. So.
Awesome. Yeah.
Excellent. Any other advice for someone who has an idea for a game? All right, just get out there and do it. So on that point, though, I don't want to say it's easy to make a game, but as you said, there's resources out there is a good way to say it. So many people can now do this from home. They can create anything. Is that good for the industry? Is it getting saturated? Is it good because people are learning? What are your thoughts? I see Tom nodding his head.
It is so good for the industry that more people are out there making games and have really easy access to tools that they need to do so. Like every other industry in the world, the gaming industry has such a shortage of folks who can come and join and build great games. And competition is nothing but good for every game that's out there. That's why you're going to get great new features in new games and even in old games or remastered games. It's such a great opportunity, I think, for anyone to pick up the skills to figure out how to start making a game. Making a game is easy. Making a good game is difficult. That's the hard part. And just having those tools available, trying, iterating, just keep on going with that stuff, and eventually, hopefully you can make a good game.
Do you have any stories from your professional careers or something of a candidate or a colleague of yours that really stood out when they joined, some special skill they had or something like that that maybe someone in the audience could, work on before they were applying to a place?
I think this is going to be a multi-answered answer.
Yeah.
There's multiple parts to this because number one, it's going to depend on what the actual role is, right? But I think in general, when you look at gaming, I think one of the things that every candidate needs to be is very open-minded. We've got games now for everyone under the sun. I know we're here and people are playing Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League and all these competitive games, and everyone wants to call those people the core gamers and whatnot, but don't forget about, mom and pop at home who are playing, Words with Friends or, Bejeweled or whatever for hundreds of hours a month. Those are core gamers at the end of the day. And so having that open-mindedness of, being accepting of, who you're building for and sort of that, I think that's the lowest hanging fruit in terms of, what sort of thing you need to have. To kind of bring it down to a more specific, granular level, at least for Wolfjaw Studios, we hire a lot of engineers, producers, and all that stuff. We like people who are, we never hire anybody because of a specific tech stack, right, that they are good at. We have to work on multiple tech stacks, but we want to hire people who are curious, who are going to go out and just solve a problem. We don't need people who have worked on 100 side projects or anything like that. If you want to do that and that's your thing, awesome, go for it. But what we really need are just people who are interested and passionate about what they're doing. And I think that's the most helpful thing that anyone coming into the game industry could have, passion.
Can I just add to that? That was a great answer. I just wanted to mention some of the most talented colleagues that I've worked with and candidates have been people with diverse backgrounds and experiences. So that's super important to any team and to serving new audiences that maybe aren't served by the vast majority of commercial games. And some of the best colleagues that I've worked with and candidates have been as a designer who I think is an incredible designer who's constantly inspiring to me. And her background was architecture. That's what she went to school for, not game design. But then she made a lateral move into game design, and her skills were incredibly helpful when it came to building game levels and environments, and just conceptually thinking about the experience of moving through a space. I worked with one boss of mine who was an ecologist. That was his background. And we were building sort of simulation open world games. And his background just studying ecosystems and ecology made him an incredible designer of these worlds where there were all these different characters and creatures interacting a little simulated ecosystem. So some of the best game developers I worked with didn't necessarily come from just a straight game development background. I don't know. I just think that's important to keep in mind as well, as there's no one path into becoming a game developer.
Yeah, I'll add to two people on my team actually have English degrees, and they're some of the best engineers I've ever worked with. They are just super passionate, driven, ambitious, and are just really looking to learn every day. It's great. I think that's what makes a great employee. That's what we look for when we hire. It's not exactly your technical experience. It's if we can gauge how passionate and driven you are, then that comes automatically.
So Kenny, I'll say, do you want to follow up or? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just had a couple little things to add. Again, this is me speaking from my own experience and not on behalf of my employer. Persistence. I applied to my job for 5 years before I got into the game industry professionally. Persistence is extremely important, and people skills. People skills are extremely important. Communication, being a good communicator, because it's a super collaborative job. It's a super collaborative process. So you need to be able to talk to people. You need to be able to be friendly with people. People need to want to work with you. The soft skills too. It's you definitely need to be good at what you're doing, but you need to be easy to work with and friendly and persistent. as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, good advice all around. So, Kenny, you work on a game that's very popular in esports. How has esports changed video game development? Probably a loaded question.
Yeah, my team was actually responsible for building the competitive rank mode to PUBG. So, yeah, it's super critical that we focus on esports. We have a whole team dedicated to just working with professional teams. The community aspect of it, yeah, it's huge.
And have you seen maybe more of an interest in, and this is for anyone, any more of an interest in video game development because people are getting into it with esports? Yes. Okay.
Yes. And just to even add to that too, like, so our studio focuses only on online game services for other studios and publishers. So building out the systems that Kenny's building, but for everyone under the sun. And just to give an idea of like how it's impacted game development, how esports has impacted game development. In 2.5 years, our studio has gone from 5 people to 42 people. Because we are just getting constantly asked all the time, hey, we want to build an online tournament system. Hey, we need to integrate, we need to upgrade and, make performance improvements to our server management systems because we've got so many players online and we need to have good systems. So it has impacted it like incredibly. Yeah.
Yeah. How has esports impacted independent game developing? Because it's probably a lot harder to break into, even events like this where you have tons of teams. But is there a space for independent game developers?
Yeah, I mean, I know there are some popular esports titles that were developed by indie teams. I think we might be playing some today, in fact. Indie can be a bit of a nebulous term, so not everybody agrees on what constitutes indie and what doesn't. But yeah, I think one of the things that you see, not just in esports, but it's definitely one arena where you see it, is indie developers, one of the hardest things to do is cultivate an audience. And the esports audience can be like a really dedicated fan base for a game who will sort of spread the gospel, for lack of a better term, of the game once they're into it. And that's like a dream come true for a lot of indie developers. So, I think there are plenty of indie developers who would love to, court the esports audience or just, find an audience that's equally passionate to everybody here. So yeah, I think it's kind of a broad answer, but you definitely see indie developers paying attention to the esports space.
I want to talk a little bit about the future, because I'm sure you have the answers. So not particular projects that you're working on, anything like that, but where do we go from here? A couple years ago, esports wasn't that big, and now we're having tournaments like this all over the place. Is the future in esports going to overtake regular sports? Is it going to be VR? Is it going to be other new emerging technologies? Where do you see this all video game development going in the next 20 years?
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay. And we're holding you to it, so yeah.
So, I mean, for me, I think one of the big trends that at least we've been seeing, obviously, yes, competitive esports has been huge, and I think it's the foundation for what's to come, which is more social experiences in games. So you asked, is that VR, is that, esports or whatever? I don't know what specific technology it's going to be, but you're going to see more experiences in-game that are, tied around social aspects, right? Not like social media, I hope at least. Not like social media where people are going to be posting all about their day in video games, but it's going to be a place where people meet up and hang out and have a chat before they actually jump into the game, right? So I think that's the direction. And I think esports sort of created that platform, and the evolution is going to be more social.
Anyone else? Amanda?
I would tend to agree with that. Not even necessarily from an esports point of view, but I mean, look at what happened a couple years ago with Animal Crossing, right?
Right.
My best friend had her birthday party in Animal Crossing because we were in a pandemic. We couldn't meet up in person, so we got together on her island, and we had a little scavenger hunt, and we played musical chairs. I mean, I think definitely the social aspect, playing with friends. Definitely, whether it's competitive or just social.
I'll add too. I almost had the exact same experience, but instead of Animal Crossing, it was Among Us. That game came out at like the perfect time, and yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of games like that.
Interesting.
I guess I'll round out the
Yeah.
future predictions here. I don't know if I'm on or not. But anyway, hopefully I am. There we go. Okay. I noticed the hesitation we all had in predicting the future. It's such an impossible thing to do in game development. It moves so quickly. So I'll be safe and agree with a lot of the answers that have already been given. But I genuinely do think that connection is going to be a big thing. So I guess I have two answers, and I'll keep them quick. On the one side, on the indie side, I think you're going to continue to see a wider range of creators because of the accessibility of tools that I mentioned. And that's one thing that really excites me. I love seeing people's personal visions and how people express their own beliefs and backgrounds and experiences through the medium of a game. And you see that more and more, and that I always get a charge out of that. But more broadly, I think in the larger commercial space, and even the indie space, connection is a huge thing. And it's something that I think all of us crave just as humans, but especially the past couple of years has sort of exacerbated that, at least for me. So I'm really inspired by games like Kind Words. It's a recent example, which is a game that is really just facilitating people connecting and being able to support each other. It's almost like a more game-mediated version of like a support forum where people can help each other out when they're struggling. And that's the type of stuff and the type of, I guess, more nuanced connections that I think you're going to see more and more games encouraging and fostering among players.
What's the over-under that next year's panel will be in the metaverse? I know, they were talking about in the news this morning, and it's crazy what the future really could be if that is the direction it goes. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, we'll do about 10 minutes more. So I want to first put everyone on the spot. What game are you currently playing? It doesn't have to be a game you made, I promise.
Currently, I'm playing Elden Ring.
Elden Ring? Yep. Are you playing anything?
I've been looking up like super obscure games because I guess I'm a little bit of a hipster at heart. But then I haven't been playing many of them. I've been playing Super Mario World, so
classic.
You can only be a hipster so far.
Absolutely.
You gotta go back to the classics. So that's what I've been playing, Super Mario World.
And do you game as well?
I have been replaying Jak 2, which is my favorite of the Jak and Daxter trilogy. It still holds up. I've also been playing Minecraft. I am eagerly awaiting Breath of the Wild 2. I really, really want to play Elden Ring, but I already know it's going to swallow my entire life, and I'm just a little bit too busy, so I am enviously watching my partner play it and really enjoying just the sound design of that game. It sounds amazing. I don't have a lot of time to play games right now, so I'm kind of bouncing around. I was playing some Hades for a while. I'll come back to that one, do a few runs. Unfortunately, I don't have time to get into anything too in-depth right now, so I'm just kind of playing a little bit casually at the moment, hoping to get more time and energy to do more hardcore gaming again soon.
What are you playing?
Oh yeah. So right now I am mostly playing Destiny 2, ton of Witch Queen, trying to hit max level before Grandmasters come out. And then I'm also playing Vampire Survivors, which is a pretty hilarious game. And if you haven't tried it, you should.
Yeah, it's interesting, just the vast answers we get up here, and what really makes video games so awesome is you can play, you can go home and do farming or Animal Crossing, or you can drive a truck. My wife makes fun of me when I do Euro Truck Simulator, but, or you can, do the esports games and play Madden and 2K and the games we'll see later today. You brought up an interesting point, Tom, about how you're working with the esports industry to, maximize their experiences as well. So, how does that really work, and how is that partnership between, the esports organizers, tournament organizers, and the studios who actually made the game?
There is and has been a pretty big push, in the industry to work more with other companies who know what they're doing in that space. Obviously you've seen a lot of really great esports programs come out of, I think League of Legends is probably the best example in my opinion. I know Psyonix has a really great scene for Rocket League. But I feel like what you're seeing a lot of now is a lot of studios realizing that this is a lot of work, to get a really good system in place for our most competitive gamers. And let's partner up with people who've done this before. Folks like Faceit, Faceit, Tournament. I'm blanking on some of the other names right now, but so I think it's a real big. Over the last couple of years, it's been a big wake-up call that like this is a lot bigger than we thought it was going to be, and we need to admit that we may not know exactly what we're doing, but there are lots of really intelligent folks out there who do know what they're doing. So let's just go work with them. And I've seen a pretty big effort, at least, in trying to connect with those players.
And we have a lot of startup companies that are on the other side of broadcasting and running the tournaments, and some of them are here today. And maybe it's hard to work. You can't get in with the biggest developers. But is there a chance to get in with an independent developer? Let's say you want to start a tournament company or a casting company. Maybe there's an opportunity to start small and work with an indie game developer and a partnership there.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to start. And if you can find folks locally to work with, like that's even easier. Not easier, but it's a little bit easier to establish and build the connection, I suppose. But yeah, absolutely. I think that any indie developer, the biggest challenge, as I mentioned before, is like the signal-to-noise ratio, because there are a lot of indie games being developed and released. And so, yeah, if you're trying to make a commercially successful indie game, then you've got your work cut out for you, definitely. So I think most indie developers, if you reach out to them, they'll be amenable to trying to figure out how you can collaborate with them. Not to say that it'll always be a perfect fit, but game developers in general are really, I think, a lot more open to just like at least talking to people who, whether it's a potential collaboration or just people who want advice or anything like that. So yeah, if you're ever thinking of reaching out, definitely reach out to indies. Don't hesitate, because we get lonely sometimes. We like to hear from you.
So we'll wrap it up in a couple minutes. We'll go reverse order. So take it back to the topic of the panel is, how to get a career started in video game development. What's kind of your bottom line advice for someone who was listening to all of you and say, hey, that sounds fun, I could do that. So what's your advice?
Sure. So my bottom line advice is know what studios and publishers are in the area and just get out there and network and meet people. That by far is the easiest way to get into the industry. That's how I did it. My background is actually in recruiting, and I worked as a store manager at Target before I worked in business development at Mad Glory. And it's just because I went to a bunch of local meetups, met a couple really great folks in the industry, and just stayed in touch. And then when there was an opening, someone actually reached out to me and was like, hey, do you want to come join the team? So I would say know who's in your area and network.
I would definitely agree with that. And I would reiterate, be persistent. You're going to apply a lot of times before you're going to get anywhere. You're gonna face a lot of disappointment. You're gonna face a lot of challenges, but you have to be persistent, be resilient, be a good communicator. Definitely get out, meet people, ask questions, and don't wait to start. Hop into some game jams. Get into some online stuff. I mean, the world is more connected than ever in a lot of ways. There are a lot of studios that work full remote all the time and have people all over the world. So definitely. Be present, be where things are happening, and be friendly, and be communicative, and be interesting. And yeah, the opportunities will present themselves, and if you miss out on one, it's not the end of the world. Be persistent, be resilient.
Yeah, persistence is huge. You almost have to be stubborn about it. Just not give up, keep trying, fail, try again, fail, try again. And yeah, if it's something you're truly passionate about, you could spend 12 hours in a day just working on fixing a bug, but if it's something you're passionate about, it doesn't even really feel like work. So yeah, stubbornness, passion, persistence, yeah.
Wrap it up?
Sure. I would say, first piece of advice is start making stuff now. As I mentioned, there's no reason to wait, and avail yourself of the different online resources that are available and free and out there. And that's the best way to build up the skills and to build up a portfolio, which is also often quite important when applying for a game industry job. So just start making stuff. It's going to be hard at first. The games aren't going to be great. That's where everybody starts. But if you keep at it, you'll get better and better. So that kind of practice. And just to reiterate, having the skills is sort of like the baseline often for getting hired. Like I went to a university that was a game development specific program, graduated, and I still had to do a lot of networking, a lot of attending events, and just outreach and meeting people to be able to just find out what openings were available that might be a good fit for me. So at the time that I was applying, IGDA Albany already existed back in like 2004, 2005 in the area. So I attended those and met people. That's how I found out that a local studio, First Playable, was starting up. And that's where I got my first job. But even then, just going to the local meetup and meeting the founder of that studio, I don't think I registered with them until I went down also to some New York City meetups, IGDA chapter in New York City, and bumped into that same person again. She was down there, Toby, the founder of First Playable. And I think then I started to click a little bit, like, oh, here's that local person who's really putting effort into job hunting and is clearly passionate about trying to get their foot in the door. So having the skills and a portfolio is like half the battle, but then the networking and just engaging with the community both locally and online is really the other big half, I think.
Absolutely, and I'll point out that all of this advice applies to any job in any industry. So very good that you're pointing it all out. So I want to thank our 4 panelists for joining me up here on the stage. Thank you for giving up your time, and it was definitely some good advice for the people that are watching. I want to thank the in-person audience here at the Albany Capitol Center, the people joining us from around the world on the stream as well. I want to thank our sponsors for today's panel, WB Games and Game On New York. Thank you again. We're going to send it back to some Rocket League here on the main stage.
dreaming. I'll be 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 dreaming. We're dreaming. We're dreaming. We're dreaming. I'll be 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 dreaming. ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, the things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. Are we dreaming? 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 What we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Like you trying to get stuck in it. Gotta get it, in the air.
I ain't feeling lonely, and I wanna admit it's time to end the ride. Fading it too slowly, were those gonna lift me up this time? You were the only one who got me tripping up inside. All the words you told me, am I reading something different from your eyes? See you, for a moment even hope that I could feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. See you, for a moment even hope that I could feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer, heart is pumping, thoughts are running good thing going. Why we gotta feel amplified. Staying to the morning. Countless hours spending by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring. Seeing all the truth behind your eyes. See you. For a moment, even hope that I could feel you. See you. All that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. See you. For a moment, even hope that I could feel you. See you. All that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer. Heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going. Why we gotta feel amplified. Staying till the morning. Countless hours spending by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring. Seeing all the truth behind your eyes.
I've seen you. I've patrolled these empty thoughts before, but I'm fixed now on the cure. I'm holding on to the last rock on the mountaintop, and I'm begging for your love. Do you remember the type of folk we used to be and the simple souls we used to see? Do you remember a fallen man with no escape? It seems he lives in yesterday. If you play the way, well, I'll forgive you once again. I'm losing patience, and I know for sure that we've been right here before. I see the dangers, baby, I'm not crying over you. There's no point denying we're through, 'cause baby, I'm not crying over you. There's just shit that I
for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Impact Energy Drinks. Bold look, pure energy, more fun. Stock up on Impact Energy Drinks. Increased focus, great flavor, also in sugar-free. Stay energized for a night of gaming with Impact Energy Drinks from Stewart Shops. Tastes like victory. Game on with Stewart Shops.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Finally, we have some more Rocket League on the bout today, and this is great. We have Florida Atlantic University coming up against Stockton. So normally we have a moment of silence, but when Paulie Hype's the host, we have a moment of hype. So let's go. Make some noise real quick. Let's wake it up. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Orbital and Hail Monkey Man. Let's get some quality casting and get some action on the screen. Over to you guys.
Quality casting. He wants us to be here? Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you so much, Paulie. We appreciate you. I'm Hell Monkey Man. This is Orbital. And you guys, we cannot forget what we are. This is the Albany Convention Center. There's been so much hype here, a lot of awesome colleges, and, of course, a lot of great action. But we've made our way through groups. Groups are over, and those that remain are going to try and make their way atop the mountain. And we get to start off with two awesome teams. It's going to be the Stockton Ospreys versus the FAU Owls. It's a bird fight.
It's a bird fight. It's going to be a scrap in the air, and only one can be supreme. And I think that's a crazy thing as well, because we did get to see FAU play a little bit earlier today, and it was very, very fun, very, very explosive. At the same time, though, many here and many that have been following the scene as well in the ECAC or in Rocket League in general know Stockton's strength. This is a team that now bringing out their squad out to this event holds a lot of weight. Even the players know anyone going up against Stockton understands the challenge and kind of that rising mountain of talent that they have on their squad.
And that is going to continue to rise as we go through not just CRL, but also ECAC, but also its LAN play. You were talking earlier about the LAN meta. Well, there's the kings of the top of each of their groups. So we're going to get to see Wayne State later. They ended up 3-0. Stockton, they went 3-0. And so this is going to be a number 1 versus number 2 seed. It's going to be Stockton Ospreys that will bring the fight. Everyone looking at them to be taken off that mountaintop. When you have that pressure, especially in a LAN situation, that's a lot. You're like, hey, I need to perform in this moment. The expectations are high. They're want for success. And of course, to get those cool medals over there as presented by the ECAC, as well as all those awesome trophies, is even higher. For the Owls, they've shown a hoot and hollering good time for us to be able to see them do some great things. What is the name of the game? I got to think it's got to be some midfield control and, of course, bringing the challenges and just not letting them develop too often too early.
This one is going to be a lot about the speed and the reactions coming out here. As you said, again, these are both talented rosters here, and they're going to be taking a lot of challenges moving forward. I have a feeling, though, it's going to come down to almost like 1v1 mechanical play. It's going to be the players that are able to identify their opportunities and identify the mistakes that go through, but on a much higher scale. A single misstep, instead of a large scale, a single misstep could easily mean a goal coming through here. So I'm very, very interested to go ahead and take a look. Of course, we have Stockton University on that blue side, and of course, FAU on that orange.
You gotta love it when our awesome production back here aligns them based on color templates. So awesome by them. And this is gonna be an awesome play as already Top Cheese is trying to be able to create more from that top level line. And Bussy, they'll play slow, they'll play low, and again, these interconnections that Stockton is going to bring to the table, sometimes they're very difficult to read. They're very creative, very clever, and very much always pushing for that next level of attack. Inside the first minute of play, good transition, Stockton now trying to weigh it on.
And FAU so far, they're doing a lot of great challenges and saves away from the goal, which brings me a lot of hope, right? Being able to play on the defensive before it actually reaches their goal feels a lot better than doing just a straight goal and save. It means that you're reading the lines a lot better. You're able to get there at a much earlier time. And right there, a very nice block again. FAU continuing on their kind of defensive posturing, just trying to clear out the ball. So far, though, Stockton is going to continue mounting offensive. That's the mid-air demo. Very nice as it leaves an open goal. FAU able to block once again.
Bussy found a demo as easy as anything while going to be able to create maybe that next challenge at the goal line. And so all the Ospreys now mounting up, seeing what they can do. Drip puts one nearby. Bussy will find it in traffic, but is unable to get beyond Mitra. Mitra's going to be that guy from the side of the Owls for FAU. We have to have him winning these one-on-one mechanical bouts in the sky and on the ground. Another attempt. Top Cheese trying to go top level, but it's going to be a Bussy that goes the other direction. 2 minutes of play. Our first semifinal still scoreless.
And it's very, very standard, right? Again, these teams are playing just to their own strength. No one's going too crazy yet. Long-range shot, and the accuracy, though, is starting to scare me a bit. For those shots, Stockton, all of the shots have to be blocked. These are not missed goals. These are blocked goals coming through here. So it's very, very interesting watching Stockton play so far. FAU on the other side, they've attempted some shots, I think, a fair bit shorter range and a little bit off the mark. So it's being forced by Stockton's edge and saying, listen, you're not going to get a clean shot unless you do something fancy.
And Top Cheese trying to be fancy. He's going to the top rope. That's going to be crossbar. That's going to be in. And that's going to be the first one. And Stockton on top 1-0 at the halfway mark.
Just clean. Look at that. A little bit off the back and a follow-up there. Drip with the drip, of course. It's just a simple little bounce. And goal number 1 at almost exactly 2.5 minutes. That one feels pretty dang good.
Yep. And, you know, if you are the Owls, you've been able to keep Stockton at bay. You've been able to move up, but you really haven't taken a lot of lethal attempts. Put one high here. Drip will chase after it. Good news, and I love this strategy. They're just not giving them enough time to develop, but that is forcing the Ospreys to have to make those interconnections and these passes in a short amount of time. They have that ability. Mitra trying to be able to get it to the top, but instead it will waterfall out. Hammy cannot get that one centered, so with 120 seconds coming up, it's a foot race. That's going to be a big demo. I am smokescreen, and so are they, and Drip will get a second.
And all the explosion, all you see is the ball roll into the goal here, right? That is going to be one demo. Follow up on the edge. Drip came in for the final touch, said, hey, I really, really want that goal. I want it on my record, so please give it to me. Very nicely done. Again, Stockton putting up a 2-0 power punch. And for FAU, they're still losing on that front line. However, there is still plenty of time, about 2 minutes left, to be able to try and tie things up.
Just been able to collectively keep the Owls from getting too far out of their own nest, and the Ospreys more or less are having these larger breakaways. FAU, they'll try and be able to make these midfield connections. It's a 3-on-1. Bussy, he is under duress, but the third man does not pressure in time. You had two in the same zone. They come out to the outside post, and instead, with now sub 90 seconds to go, we get a pinch the other direction. Drip will have to make a read. He actually lays it up. Will he chase a good responsibility? Frisbee just goes too far out. Top Cheese will put it to the corner, but still the Owls are flying nearby.
They are, but it just feels like they're kind of flying in circles here, and that's going to be a great demo to try and slow down, but a good body block. That's a missed read there, and Top Cheese is going to be able to nail home that third goal. You can watch it here, though. Top Cheese being able to bounce it in. Demo right underneath, but it's a back-end demo, so you can't actually knock the ball out. It's going to be the follow-through in, and so well done. Again, Stockton showing off why they're currently undefeated in their group.
Yeah, they went 3-0 in series. They dropped all of one game, and I believe that was the Kentucky. I could be super wrong, but I believe I'm super right. But, you know, statisticians and our awesome productions have been able to keep us in the know. And so, Stockton right now looking to try and build upon their very, very impressive record on the day. The Owls, with sub 60 seconds, you're down 3-0. And luckily for all of us, it's a best of 5, so they still have plenty of time. Game number 1, we've seen, you know, things be lopsided before. It's not like they haven't given themselves opportunities. It's just finishing. And Drip, with a hat trick, will finish that.
That one hurts as well, so this is just a missed block here. No one really in the way. Hammy goes just a wee bit too high. And again, a great air dribble coming in the aerial, being able to realize that a defender is going up there. Very nice read on the side of Stockton, being able to put a fourth in. Now you're looking at an unfortunate, difficult scenario for FAU to try to overcome.
The Ospreys, I mean, especially Drip, he realized, hey, if he's going to go up, I'm going to always prioritize getting all 4 of my tires on to get that flip reset, because then that's an extra bit of power that I have to recollect and connect. And, you know, you got Stockton just in control. Sub 20 seconds. Owls, they've been able to press up this pitch. I just need them to do it a little bit more with earnest. And again, opportunities like that cannot go by the wayside.
And again, the plays are there. I will say this over and over again. I'll sound like a broken record at the end of the day. FAU had the playbook. They had the plays. They know how to execute. The finish is where it's kind of falling a little bit on the low end. So FAU trying their best, and again, it is going to be a block. Cheese is going to let it roll on the ground, and that'll be game number 1. Well played overall to the Stockton squad.
Yeah, they came out. They're going to just be efficiently acting like businessmen like they've been here before. And this LAN environment, they are recognized as very high in that echelon. They're 11-14 in CRL play. They come into ECAC, and they're doing great here. And, of course, when you're just meeting this talent as it goes from online to an offline full LAN as we're expected, then you have these guys that are here to play. And it's just great control. If we could get just that second and third approach out of the Owls, especially because they've isolated these players before on the side of the Ospreys, and have them committing from that outside angle, that outside post, they have so many chances. They just have to do it a little bit sooner.
And I'm curious as well. I haven't been keeping track of the boost collections. I'm curious if that was a boost collection issue. As, again, we saw before, Stockton also maybe taking a read, being able to collect those boosts a bit more, being able to cover that side and so you don't have the boost to finish it off. So far, though, it is still dead even as we are sitting at a 0-0 in a 1-0 series scoreline. FAU going to go ahead, get a long ball shot in, or watch as it goes through as Drip makes it halfway across the field. Beautiful first shot to go.
You know, hammy and crackers, that would have been delicious for lunch with my turkey sandwich. But, you know, so far, it's been all of a snack for the side of the Ospreys as Drip has accounted for a lot of the goals for Stockton. Big breakaway, big opportunity. They find it early here. That's what we're going to see early and often out of Stockton. But FAU, you know what? Got to wash that one away. Resilience is key, especially in a series like this and in a semifinal that is just packed with this much talent.
Drip, along with the rest of the team, is able to just lay on the pressure here. And I'm expecting them to go quite a bit harder as well. Cheese and Drip, I'm expecting them to go for a lot more of those aggressive plays, whether it be a single target or not. Expect them to be on the opposite side of the field for a majority share of the time. Whether or not they actually have the ball there, I expect them to always be ready to take those shots if necessary.
And it's not even with errantness to it because Bussy was like, all right, 1v3, cool, I'll take that. And so they're comfortable with putting him in the worst of situations, which is just like how I get into ranked and diamond play is just not fun. These guys are doing it at a much higher scale. Oh, look at this one. Trying to be able to get a under 360 no-scope redirect, why not? But instead, it just becomes a great challenge. And now, 90 seconds. Going to be burned off the clock, and Hammy Crackers, he's going to just give this possession away. That's something that has to be cut down on by the Owls.
They've managed to block it off, and again, Stockton have kind of slowed down the pace here a little bit. Just looking for that perfect shot is what I feel like. They're just adjusting ever so slightly, waiting for the perfect pass to go back towards the middle. And FAU had just kind of kept it off on the edge. They're like, no, we're not going to deal with that here right now. Hammy out of boost, though, is going to lose that ball once again. Mitra is going to go up, try and cover it in. Are they going to on the side? Nope, a little bit too far as Mitra immediately gets back on the defensive.
I do like the rotations that we're getting out of the Owls. FAU are finding each other in midfield space. But again, you had called it as a mention because we didn't know. We're starting to see it be more apparent. Their initial steps are without a whole lot of boost. Look at the duress they're being put under. And then Bussy just like, haha, you wanted this corner? No, that's not happening today. No, that's mine. And so with a move down, it's a field trip without any extra snacks, and that means all the kids are hangry. But still just 1-0, maybe a second, and that one will be just wide.
It looked like they were going for a pinch in the air, which would have been really, really fun to watch. Drip came in from the angle, and we've seen a buddy bump is the best way I can put it, where someone held the ball for him and bumped it into the goal.
Yep.
But again, that is my terminology because that's what I like to call it. But it was close enough, and again, in the air, it's always kind of fun to watch teams try and prep one of those kind of cheesy goals. So far, though, Stockton's still sitting at 1, and with 2 minutes left, it's crazy to think that they feel comfortable with a 1-0 scenario, but they do. They're not going for any crazy play so far, but that's an open goal, and that's just as easy as you call it. Top Cheese says, thank you very much. I'll take a goal there.
Top Cheese, top shelf, and look at that passing play. That one was fed over, a win by 2, and as soon as there's those 2 attackers that go over the midfield and your first man was already buried in the net, well, that's what's up in green grass. He's like, Top Cheese, look, set this up. I'm Lucy, you're Charlie Brown, but I'm not going to pull the football this time. Through the uprights it goes.
Oh, I always feel so bad for it. But, we are going to go ahead and move in. Minute 45 left, and that's going to be a little bit of a demo to try and get a little bit of pressure and a little bit of field agency. They're going to go ahead and flip through. Stockton maintaining their left side supremacy here. You can see it. They are stuck on this side, and it's going to be FAU trying to open it up. A little bit of bump out, though, is going to cheese it into SU's control once again. Frisbee up top, though, going to be challenged by Drip as it goes right back to neutral.
That was another chance. Would have been a hard, tough cut to be able to make that shot, but that net was open, and they've been able to finally see the Ospreys just being a little bit too far into the sky. Top Cheese will actually be beaten. Frisbee makes a chance. That one will go wide again. They can't get the first approach. They will take responsibility for the second, and Stockton slowing things down to their pace, but maintaining control.
Really well done by Bussy there. That was one that I was actually very worried about. You see it go up, but great read to cut it off. And now with 55 seconds left, what are you going to look for? Nice stall right outside the goal. They're going to bump it out and away. Nice collect once again. Top Cheese going, okay. I got to make sure no one gets in range. Drip, great bounce out. It's high, it's wide, and that's going to be coverage. Drip from goal to goal. I believe makes that happen. Watch this shot. Just a tire. And it goes, and it's gone.
Oh my goodness. If there was ever a shot that lives up to your namesake, that one dripped in. Just from the high and over the low. What a high arc to go all the way through. So we got a 3-0. The number 1 seed out of Group A in Stockton looking pretty darn good, but we still have all of another game after this one. This is not put away, but it's stricken in pencil, and they're about to ink it through for the statisticians. 20 seconds coming up. There's a lot to be able to improve from the Owls. They've had great connections. A back pass, dunk pass. Just cannot be able to get through.
Now, would you say that was too low of a pass for him or too high of a jump from the striker?
It's a little bit too far back.
Okay.
I don't know. That's me trying to tell them how to do that pass.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's what we do best as casters. That's why we're behind the desk here. As Bussy goes ahead and says, all right, just casters, stop talking here. I'm going to show up here in the highlight reel. Perfect mid-range shot. Set up, Adam, roll, and touch. Great goal to be had. 4-0 for SU here in game 2.
Whenever you have that much time and you get a flip reset like that, I call it scoop and whoop. Because whoop, the guy goes by, and it's all just done and dusted. We got 1 second. That will stay on the grass. We will pass our way into game number 3. It is a match point now for Stockton, and they are such a controlling squad. They're very smart about the attempts they're going for. They're not going to overextend, and even when they do, their recovery is just great. Owls have had those long stints of keeping their offense at bay, even if only for a little bit, maybe 15 to 30 seconds at a time, really stall them out. But maybe you've seen more than I'm seeing. I mean, the Owls, can they improve something more?
So far, I feel like they have been able to find their moments. They're there. They recognize those moments are happening. But again, it's Stockton. It's Stockton, this squad that's just like, listen, I know you see the moment. We're still going to take it away from you. And there's a point where you kind of have to wrest control back. You can't let it happen naturally. You have to say, okay, we got to start forcing these moments forward. We got to start passing with agency, with urgency as well, and not allow Stockton to be able to get kind of in the middle there. Also going for the challenges in the air. A lot of those prep plays by Stockton are starting to be seen through. It's combination plays. We talked about that pass mid-range. Also, Drip getting a lot of help from that goal-to-goal shot there. No defenders really in the way. Because his team, I think, was actually on the side kind of bumping everyone out, making sure no one could get in. So those setup plays by Stockton are really starting to show the teamwork, kind of the communication that they have. FAU need to start locking down their own kind of communication play or play aggressive and just fast and loose.
They have tried that now from the word go, and the passes, oh my goodness, one of the best opportunities we've seen out of the Owls early. Already trying to find each other with these very fast, on the nose, passing attempts. The flip reset is here. Mitra trying to be able to drip himself, but he's not going to leave the goal line. Still, the offense is pushing forward. They've stolen all the boosts, but that's a pitch that's going to go a little too far, and will give an opportunity now for the rotation to counter.
I love the fact that we opened up in 30 seconds. There were 2 attempts by FAU. This is what they need to do. Like I said, urgency, agency, start taking control, force them to play up there. And now we see Stockton on the defensive. That's 2 inside goal defense, and that is not what you want to see currently opening up. But now it's going to be Stockton. They're a little bit angry. They're like, hey, look, we defended for a little bit too long. Let's start getting our own shots on goal. And it's going to be Hammy saying, no, we're still not done yet. The pass up. Still off the corner. That's 4th shot, I think, from the team.
That is an iron wall of ospreys. I didn't know those birds were built like ostriches, and they are just big, thick, and they're able to take on all this offense. It doesn't matter how creative the Owls have been so far. They've been able to make all these reads, and it's been so much faster than what FAU was doing before. Bussy with a breakout. He's got Top Cheese on the opposite angle, and he will be able to get that center, but Top Cheese is pushed, and they're unable to get that connection.
I am telling you, FAU said, all right, trading wheels off, let's go. We're kicking up the speed, and this is what I want to see. Top Cheese unfortunately landed a little bit on his back, so he couldn't complete the full charge in, but a nice little flick up top is going to be bounced out. Again, Stockton realizing that the pace has accelerated a little bit more. They're going to start chasing. FAU going to try and do the same. You can see the charges all across, everyone now getting the boost where they want. We saw FAU 0 out there. You got to be managing those boosts just a little bit more.
Best thing Owls have done in this moment. They have accelerated. The training wheels are off, pedal to the metal, and they've been able to keep the rotations clean enough to get a single touch away and in front of Stockton before they go onto their offense. Every time they've done that, they do not collect cleanly. But now Drip given plenty of time. That's a big miss. That's a double commit. But Frisbee will be the third man up, which is actually allowing the offense of Stockton to now post up. Frisbee's backwards. He calls for reinforcements. It's Mitra. Ham and Crackers will try to be able to go in forward. And still, it's just over the midfield line. The Owls, it's a hoot and holler and good time out there. And we're already at 2 minutes coming up.
Already at 2 minutes left, and they're going to keep going. Now it's Stockton's side, though. We are starting to see that ball travel to FAU's side, kind of rest there every so often. That's going to be an attempt there, but Bussy is able to clear it once again out to the left side of the field, immediately back to their own right. And Mitra's going to try and dribble it in. Air is going to pinch towards the outside of the goal. Nice little bounce, but still not collected. Stockton want to at least put one on the side, though, because the longer it ticks down, the worse it feels to be sitting at an 0-0, considering you already have 2 games under your belt.
And they've had so many more interesting, clever chances to get these shots on net. But Bussy, the big man, able to make this defense. That is a big demo. They got to turn around. There's no one there. Go for the bump, and it's going to go through. Hammy Crackers is able to get the first one for FAU.
Welcome to the game. That demo, as we said, opening up an opportunity. And that was Top Cheese. You saw that roll in, said, hey, I can try and defend. Just a bit too fast on that trigger and immediately went in front of the ball. Feels bad, but Stockton now realizing that this is going to be a little bit closer than they were probably hoping.
He called out earlier about winning the one-on-one mechanical battle. If you don't allow the mechanics to flash, there's no brilliance to be had. And they're currently locking down Stockton. This is one of these big booming clears. Again, being found by Mitra. The physicality is there. He gave him a bear hug and it killed him. It went straight back down. And again, the connections by the Owls, they're trying to extend this series.
I feel like they're going to now on the defense, or actually on the aggression. That is going to be a top rope battle. FAU challenged 2 or 3 times. Now it's going to be cleared once again by Bussy. Bussy is going to wait for the rest of the team, but immediately has to double back on defense. Grabs a couple boosts, went straight back. Another clear coming out here. Drip now on the defensive and now has to run through. A little bit too high. Looking at a chance back. 30 seconds left. This is very, very doable for FAU. Are they going to roll in, though? Is that going to be another Mitra? Makes it 2-0. The Owls are now flying through the night with a solid 2-0 lead.
They are not flying away and not shying away from the challenge of taking down Stockton. They stay in that near side rotation. They're making the challenge early. That could have been a give and go and huge clear for the Ospreys. Instead, the Owls, that wisdom, it's coming through. Flip reset, an extra take. Hammy Crackers trying to do more, trying to be able to get more insurance, but with 2 up, less than 20 to go, they just have to keep the pressure going.
I don't know, Monkey Man, but it feels like FAU have made this a series. Stockton, one of the favorites here in this event, are going to drop a game here. 3 seconds left. Not much what you can do. That'll be their second game loss here so far as FAU push for a game 4.
You know what? That's exactly what we wanted to see. And you guys see an empty chair, and I see us with amazing care for this series, because we get to see this squad that has only done what one other squad did in the Wildcats, able to take a game off Stockton, and they did it with extra challenges. They pressed upfield. They made sure to just intercept any of those rotation lanes. And when you can do that and then put them off kilter, we saw a lot of players congregating in those zones, never able to escape.
Now getting underway for game number 4, there is something that I do want to say. I have seen Stockton actually give up the kickoff quite often. It's one of those kind of interesting plays. All right, you let the kickoff go through, you catch it on the backdraft, and hopefully the opponent's a little bit off kilter. But here in game 4, I'm not sure if they can continue to let that happen. They can't keep giving FAU those opportunities to get the first play off, and we'll see if they can make it happen. However, we are going to get Stockton going ahead and pressuring forward. It is going to be on the FAU side for the time being. Apparently staying there so far.
First half minute, FAU. The best thing that happened in the previous game was just taking on the initial man and not giving him a free lane to be able to go forward. That's a great passing play. It's going to be able to jump up beyond 2. That's not quite a double commit, but they are now airbound. And still, from the corner, we reassume in the first minute of play, just not giving the Ospreys a free clear, and a lot of pressure building up as they're trying to just take that possession.
Going to be that side, and they go. Stockton again, still on the defensive. They're trying their best, and to see if they can hang on to it. FAU going to do their best as well.
From the near side post, big clear as the Owls have kept everything, for the most part, well balanced, and Ospreys trying to be able to get their way out of their own back half. As we look between names of these guys, Bussy be able to find his teammates. That's an open opportunity. That's going to drop in, and that's a big defensive stop by Frisbee.
That is a scary one to have to defend against. Very, very painful to see. However, moving forward once again. 3:15 left on the clock. Continue to bounce it forward. Top Cheese is going to get challenged right at the midfield line. And again, these slow plays still feel like they're giving FAU the opportunities. FAU are continuously on the aggression. We can see so many shots. And again, yes, FAU, their shots have been a little bit wide, but they're gaining the opportunities. That's the most important part. Stockton, they are on the defensive. It's a very nicely done, but that's a goal! Drip from the middle, sends it in clean. Well played. You just watch here. Look at that flick on the back end, and then the bounce just get past the defenders.
So we move our way straight in, and now near the midpoint of this 4th game, this penultimate, if you will, this portion, because the Owls, they were able to force us to this moment, and that's awesome. That is step 1 to greatness. Step 2 is being able to get yourself the entire rest of the way. And they've now let loose the cannon and the velocity that is the Ospreys, because they're mad. They're like, how dare you? How dare you make us go into another game? We want 3-0s all day. The Owls trying to be able to continue to take advantage. It's a 2-on-1. Frisbee, he's playing for the fake. Oh, and Mitra just there, a step too far.
And Mitra was unfortunately angled the wrong way as well, so ended up actually bouncing the ball the wrong way. But is now going to clear it out straight into Busty's hands, and that's up in an arrow. Hammy went for it to try and convert, but not going to have it happen. So right back to that control battle. Aerials are so difficult to hang on to, but that's an open goal. This is very, very dangerous. Fizzy able to get behind it, though. Able to maintain top. Cheese is going to bounce it forward, and the Drip, unfortunately, out of boost, is going to have to try and zip around, quickly get back. And that's going to be an angle shot. Hammy can't find a hit. Again, this battle is made. Great defensive posturing from Stockton here with 1:45 left.
Oh, the angle! Frisbee to the outside post. This one was started by Hammy Crackers, able to just lay it up to the sidewall. Drip and Top Cheese turn around. They're facing each other. They're confused, and all they had to do was put it wider than where these guys could get to. No one was in better position to be able to get it to it, and that will even us up at 1 apiece. Owls doing it when they need it most.
Owls are wanting to pull the reverse sweep. However, that's an open shot off the top post. That's a lucky one for FAU. They're going to try and challenge an attempt at a stall and an attempt at a fake, but it's not going to happen. Frisbee is now going to take it all the way through. Off the side, into the open. A little bit of bounce out. Top Cheese is ready and waiting. Great defense. Once again, great stop. Up The tip angle drip is going to bounce it out straight to midfield. Up in the air once again, Top Cheese is able to clear it once again. Stockton University, though, do not want the reverse sweep to happen. With a minute left, there's still plenty to work with. Frisbee takes out Drip for the time being.
Gotta maintain this control. This right here, this was evidence of Hammy Crackers and Mitra. They both went to the same zone. I want to see that connection. If you commit two, you have to get the banger because Top Cheese otherwise going to take advantage of the counter play. This one all starting because the players from FAU went to the same zone, freed up space, and Top Cheese is like, I'm going to come in and try to get the score.
Dead center. You can see it right there. Perfect shot. With a minute left, Stockton are feeling real good about this one. Again, as I was saying, reverse sweep potential is there. If the Owls can connect 2 more goals, they'll be real good and real happy about that 5th game. Mitra is going to go ahead and carry it in as Bussy sets up for an outside defense, waiting for their partners to be able to swing in for them. Low end dribble by Top Cheese, where they're actually going for the low ground roll. That one we have not actually seen too far. It's always been the mid to far aerials that have been played through. No one really wants to go for the ground game here, as it feels a little bit dangerous.
Are you trying to fill out your bingo card?
Maybe. I kind of am, honestly. I want to dribble into the goal for some reason. I don't know why.
Look, I'm here for 4 corners, okay? That's about all I'm ever going to get, and that's going to be that upper side corner that Bussy threatens. But with 13 seconds left, it is do or die. This is single elimination, and that means that this could be an elimination time for the Owls. FAU, they're on their back heel. They're on the wall. They have to press out. You can't do it like that. 1 for the wall, 1 to go. A second remaining. Mitra's going to be bumped. Bussy just trying to go for the kill. He gets it around Frisbee. That will be elimination time for the Owls. The Ospreys of Stockton University are able to take this one 3-1.
Well fought by FAU, but Stockton were just a little bit more on the ball this time around. Again, games 1 and 2, that's also part of why, you really want to get those first games down, because we could see it. The Owls were slowly starting to ramp up. You could see them taking more chances, taking more shots, feeling a lot more aggressive, but it just wasn't enough this time around. They lost out in game 4, even though they put on a good show. Stockton will be moving on to the grand finals.
That was a beautiful performance. I wish I'd seen game 3 through games 1 and 2, but sometimes a squad that has that experience, especially like Stockton, is just a little bit more ready to put pedal to the metal and take on these types of teams. And you know what? Kudos to the Owls. FAU put on a fantastic Group B fight, but it will be Group A and their number 1 seed that will be advancing into that grand final. And in just a little bit, we'll get to see a little bit from Group B and, of course, an interview. But also, I want to remind you guys, we have some fantastic sponsors that have been able to help us along as well as at the Albany Convention Center. Brave Performance. It's, I think it was Hua Lu, Anakin, was able to say, it's like weightlifting with your brain. You need endurance. You need to be able to outlast all other players. Resilience is key. So if you can breathe, you can reflect, or, I forgot all the awesome. You gotta go see Brave Performance. They're a fantastic thing. It's about how you prepare as a gamer, but you guys gotta prepare for this interview. It's gonna be Stockton coming up. Let's go to Poly Hype.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at HV GamerCon at the Albany Capital Center. I am here with Bussy of Stockton University. Congratulations, you guys just took a 3-1 win right there. What are some of the emotions coming out of that set in the semifinals?
I'm just super excited, man. Happy for my team. Can't wait for the finals. It's a huge moment for us. Huge moment.
Out of the potential 2 teams that can end up in the finals, is there a certain one that you're looking forward to going against, or think you have an easier matchup against other than another?
I'm not too sure who's on the other side of the bracket. But, we're ready for anyone.
Ooh, confident words from a confident man. Bussy, feeling good about it. How does it feel to be here back at a LAN? Is this your first LAN?
This is my first LAN, coming back after Corona. But, no, it's a great event. I'm happy to be here, and I can't wait for more.
Absolutely. That's Bussy from Stockton University. Let's give a round of applause as Stockton has won their semifinal matchup. When we come back, we will have some more Rocket League right here at HV GamerCon 2022. We'll be right back with more.
much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed.
what we could all do with more winning Wednesdays, more first dates with zombie kills, more t-shirts that say winner on the front and winner on the back. You know what we could all do with? Ding, 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 my friend. Ding, ding, ding.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon here at the Albany Capitol Center. Coming up next, we have some more amazing Rocket League on the card with the ECAC Conference. We have Wayne State College going against Boise University, so this is going to be exciting. Another semifinals matchup. Let's make some noise because we got a big boy match coming up next. Let's go. Come on. There it is. Boise State and Wayne State College coming up next. Over to Hail Monkey Man and Orbital Casting. Over to you guys.
Just like Polyhype said, it's the big boys in blue. And of course, we have Wayne State Wildcats. So this is going to be a wild one altogether. And like you guys saw, we have an amazing sponsor that goes with this one. So if you like Dave & Buster's, you also like winning. When your day calls for some winning, it's time for some Dave & Buster's. Eat the latest chef-crafted food, sip on a margarita, or score big on hundreds of arcade games and watch your favorite sports teams win, like these esports teams here today. And now that's what I call a win, Dave & Buster's. Ding, ding, ding. Now you're going to hear that. You're going to hear that because I'm going to dedicate game number 1 to the second semifinal matchup to them as well. So we got the Broncos, we got the Wildcats, we have a couple of squads that can run really fast. What's our expectations here, Orbital?
I'm expecting just craziness, honestly. So these are the two teams. So Boise is the one that I said at the beginning that I was actually very curious to watch because it felt like it was I almost want to say like a caged animal being told don't go too crazy at the start of the event. Now, I could be completely wrong because there is controlled gameplay in Rocket League, and it's very tempered is the best way I can put it. A tempered aggression, and you can play forward. However, this one just felt like they wanted to do more. They wanted to go for that explosive, midfield shot, or they wanted to go for that crazy triple backflip, quadruple, whatever you want to go for. At the same time, I don't think we've seen their full potential. So I'm very, very curious to see if semifinals is where they start breaking it out and really kicking things up. Because against Wayne State, this is a group that we saw specifically that they can play from behind very, very well. This is a team that very specifically, multiple times, they dropped the first 2 goals and then had to kind of revamp themselves and push themselves to a much faster pace. They're also a team that plays off of adrenaline well. When they score, you could hear it on the stage, hooping and hollering, whatever you want to say. They got excited, right? And that, to me, at a LAN experience is very, very important. You need to be able to feed on the energy that's kind of given to you to push yourselves even further. So for a team that plays very standard and a team that plays through adrenaline, very, very excited to see which kind of style comes out on top.
We've seen so many squads with like tempered, controlled anger. We saw before. It was the blue guys that they're always angry and they're always in control. And maybe that's a strategy that comes out into it. Well, they're going to be going against a Wildcat squad that we did see earlier in group stage play. You said they're playing from behind fairly well. That's what you got to do. You got to keep your cool, calm composure like a cool, calm cucumber. We go into game number 1. It's our second semifinal of the day. One of these teams will be going to the grand final. The other, sorry about ya. It's going to be the Boise State Blue Broncos, and that is going to be the Wayne State College Wildcats. Let's get out into it.
Keep in mind, whoever wins this one does get to go up against Stockton in those grand finals, and Stockton's going to be watching real close to make sure they can get every single moment of the action, realize who is currently on top, and the angles that are wanting to be taken. And so far, it is going to be Wayne State, who are currently kind of stuck on that back end. Oh, bouncing straight into the goal. It is going to be Boise kind of fighting at that goal line. It is going to be cleared, though. Boise are right back to the drawing board.
And one change-up that we've seen since group stage play from their very first match to now is bringing in Instinct, who is trying to drive with a killer instinct for the side of Boise State. They have a very tempered way of going for a lot of physical plays to be able to propagate and create more on their offensive half. But the Wildcats have been able to break out through things like this as well. F, he will go to the top shelf, but instead Gil. So, it's letter a few down from F. So just kind of saying, hey, you know what? I come later in the alphabet, but I'm able to get one after you. And Gil actually will be able to find F in space, and Cosmo Buster try to be able to bust their way out of their defensive zone.
Right out the defensive and straight into enemy territory. It is going to be a bounce up. That was an angle that probably didn't want to be taken, but Cosmo Buster sets it up once again. However, Castaneda is going to go ahead and follow through on that angle. Again, this is WSC trying their best to temper out the aggression, get control back, and start aiming for that goal. Capasano, that is going to be Cosmo Buster getting that demo. A great divide here. Pushing back once again. Everyone with 2 minutes past are getting close to it. No goal scored.
That is a center attempt by F, who has been more of the workhorse to try and see if he can get these perimeter connections to go. With no boost, F is going to be able to do this just fine. Drag it over to Captain Insano and Matsugachi, who we saw be a mega striker from the side of the Wildcats. We'll try to move this one to the opposite side of the pitch. A feed to the read in that corner will not connect, and this one is a little bit sloppy. We had game ones that start off a little bit flirtatious, a little bit, all right, touchy-feely. Who's going to be that stud from either side? And right now, this is just kind of a trade of pressure with not a lot of strategy to it. Now it's a 2-on-1. Can they get this done? That was a big flick, and it goes outside.
That dribble in looked actually really good. It was a very nice angle. And again, I haven't seen too much ground game being played so far, so very excited to see those dribbles come through and looking for those tiny flicks, right? Looking for the small angles, and it is going to be Guild. Going ahead, grabbing it right back. Boise going to try and roll it in, but so far it is going to be Cosmo Buster still chasing that ball through. Open goal almost, but that's a great defense once again from Guild. Touchback F to just wide of the goal.
I can't tell if it's because flat cars just seem to move slower, but there definitely seems to be a modicum of patience that is coming out from Boise State. And a lot of that is Cosmo Buster. The man is experienced. There's a bunch of fakes in the midfield. Cosmo Buster is going to send this one away. Just give his teammates some time to recover, and so they do. As Instinct brings it back to this corner. We've seen so much from the edges, so much from the wide angles, and not a lot of that lethal just style passing at the top of the box. That top of the box passing is creating so much more. This is a breakout, but it's a Matsugachi against the world, against two, and again, he's found by Gil.
3.5 minutes have passed so far, and neither team really feels like they're in control of this game. Good attempt from Gil. F is going to pass it back out. Now right back to the center. Cosmo keeping it on enemy sides. However, the team is not able to manage to push forward while hanging in limbo. Minute remaining here in game number 1. They want that win. They're at least challenging for it. Gil going right under the ball, giving it back to Cosmo Buster.
Cosmo Buster was trying to stay within a half rotation to try and keep that one upfield. He's done very good about making sure the Wildcats cannot escape for free or too soon. And, he actually has a very uncharacteristic miss, but Instinct will follow up. That's Gil, who is demoed. That's a freebie. And Matsugachi's down pitch. If they can get that to him, it's a, oh my goodness, they can't do it because Cosmo Buster will climb the ladder. We've had no scoring in 4.5 and more minutes of play in game number 1, showing how close both these teams really are, and the bump attempt will not go through.
That is one of those lucky moments where the ball traversed at a slower pace than necessary, because Wayne State, they could have easily had a drop there. It was a 3v2. It could have been very, very dangerous, but it doesn't happen. Of course, the ball is being bounced up. It is going to be danced a little bit more. And just like some of those other games, we might have a game 1 OT position. Bouncing through, it is going to be a toss-up. Gil is going to keep it in the air, but no one's really around. Yes, it is. That's going to be a shot. Bounce right back the other way, and now it touches down. We are into OT of game number 1 here in our second semifinals of the day.
You know what's going to happen here? They haven't scored in 5 minutes, and so they're going to score in like the first 10 seconds.
That's how it always happens, I swear.
Like, why? Could have done that earlier? Okay. But apparently, I was not a psychic like I thought it was. You will not get the winning lotto numbers from me, but you will see F winning a touch. It's going to go over to Captain Insano, and Captain Insano is going to try and get it over to Matsugachi, but as a freebie, we're looking for the breakaway. That's a big demo. It's a 1-on-1. It's now a 2-on-1. Instinct over to Gil, and it's a little too high.
Gil, that unfortunately I have to say that was one of the best setups, but the rest of the team is there. That's a second shot, and unfortunately that one will be blocked as well. Gil might have given up that opportunity for the rest of the team, and now it's going to be open. A little bounce out. Capizano can't find it, as that's going to be a touchback. F is going to try and bounce it away from the goal, and now you got to jockey for position. Once again, Instinct really wanting to hone in on this opportunity. Back to 100 boost, ready to touch a little bit, but Gil gets another flick up too high off the top. No one can catch it. Cosmo Buster went for it, and that's going to be Capizano bouncing it back out.
This kind of game is going to be built off of who made that last mistake. And then if there's so much good collection, but there's also just not the completion of some of these plays. Who just got beat, outplayed in that final measure? It's going to be a no-touch opportunity. It just feels like, hey, as if you get this one, that's a freebie. Matsugachi, though, rotates, recovers just fine. Coming up on 90 seconds of play into game number 1 of our second semifinal, where no one has got on the scoreboard, but not for a want of trying to get there.
Not for a want of trying is probably the most apt description I have of this game. There have been so many close calls, and that's the opening that you want, but it's off the side. Oh, you got to angle that a bit better. It was so close. Now it's going to be a Matsugachi trying to throw it up into that goal, but it's off the far side. You can't angle it in well, as Boise has played spoiler to so many shot attempts. Capinsano now battling with 2, a nice bump. Everyone's out of position. Ball goes straight up in the air, and it's going to be touched back to the center. Capinsano going to keep it on the blue side. Boise have to be ready for this. Cosmo goes up. A little bit of shot on the angle. Who is going to pick it up? It's going to be dropped to F, who takes a shot. And again, it's a slow one, so easily captured by Boise.
Is anyone going to remind these players it's a best of 5? Because right now it's a best of 1. And that was a top shelf attempt as Instinct went for the play. They turned around, but it's become a 2-on-2. And as they turn around and get that ball in their sights, it will be a great challenge by a defender. Cosmo Buster, he's going to have to rotate that backside corner. He's got not much in the way of boost. No flip reset by Captain Insano. Is going to put it at least as a danger into the box. A wide angle option will actually flop into a pronounced possession play. It goes on target. It goes to the crossbar. And we're now within 3 minutes, but an angle, and it's going to be the Wildcats that put it through.
Wildcats taking it home for game 1. And look at this. This is a side angle shot. Unfortunately, Cosmo Buster could not get there in time. What a well-timed shot. And I mean, it took a while. It took about, I want to say, 7 or 8 minutes. But in those stressful times, it was made to happen. Again, Boise will have a chance in game number 2 now. Well fought overall.
Yeah, that was 8 minutes of Rocket League. Just short, maybe a few seconds. We'll count it, round up. That's what my math teacher taught me. And these guys apparently learned some angles from their math teachers, making sure to not give up on the play. A lot of that from the Wildcats. That's what they had in group stage play. Never giving up on the offensive push. But there was a lot of transitions, and there's a lot of physicality that they had to recover from, especially into a respawn moment in the outside zone. I thought Boise eventually would break through, but great defense to stand up that late in the OT.
It was. The downside is, of course, a lot of those shots that happened at the tail end, about the last 4 minutes or so of the game, it started to get sloppy. And that is really, really scary for both sides, because that means those free shots that we could have seen, the free goals that could have come through, you got to shore those up. Because if you make it to Grand Final, Stockton is not going to allow you to get away with that for free.
No.
Here is now the time to kind of pinpoint your targets, to really hone in on those skills, to lay in and get ready, because, again, you want to be at your peak going into those finals.
Cosmo Buster has had a few looks at this point in time from game 1 to now. We're basically at like game 2.5 to 3 based on having that longer OT. But sometimes that just do be how it is. Oh, Cosmo, he's going to have to half flip across, and still collecting and creating that pressure is the Wildcats as Wayne State College. They'll move their way forward. A bit of a pre-jump from the opposite side of the pitch. Captain Insano looking to do what he can. And, consistent vision by the Wildcats gives them great options for passing back and forth across the midfield.
It's all about trying to find your teammate, and so far, again, it has been the Wildcats that have given us a little bit better showing here, but Boise are still willing to put up their dukes here. You can see it here, Instinct. The player that got swapped in so far, good demo by Cosmo to open up that center field. You're going to try and bounce it in. Can you get more? Nope, it's just a simple bounce. Both slide head on. Gil flicks it up, but it's quickly intercepted. Now it's going to be cleared out as Wildcats are going to try and maintain an air a defensive play, as F is going to collect and try and roll out.
F will be challenged just enough by Instinct as they run out of boost on their offensive up front, but now stealing the back corners. Gil taking his time. He's got to flip out to a bit of mistiming. You see the communication maybe broke out. You had both Cosmo Buster and Instinct on the opposite side, and no one available to do more, but it's going to be going through. That is the first score for the Broncos in 2 games, and they have the lead.
Boise firing back, and that's the one that we were looking at. Instinct saying, let's go. Let's have a good old time now at a 1-0. It's going to be Wildcats going to try their best to come back and really pressure through. A nice challenge at the center. Does give clearance out to the right side of the field. And Sano is going to go for the long angle shot. Instinct is going to come. Almost gets a 2-tap, but can't really get under that ball.
He was looking at the hot dogs that are in that back corner. You want to go and get one of those. They're pretty delicious. Hit that with the turkey sandwich. Oh, that's a good lunch. But, you know, they're not going to be able to snack anytime soon as they have a long, long series to be able to play here. Not best of 7. Might as well be. This best of 5 in game number 2. As the Broncos up 1-0 as we approach the halfway mark. Feels like we're in game 5 already because why not? These guys in the semifinal have been neck and neck with each other. Gil's going to be late to the party, so he's going to rotate back. Very wise decision because Instinct is going to give it to the corner. He's going to look for that corner. Boost. Now F with a challenge. He's going to be given no extra resources as he elongates the pitch. This one is dropped off by Captain Insano as Cosmo Buster is going to sight out where Matsugachi, that lethal striker, will be going full field connections by the Wildcats, and Boise State just seems nonplussed.
They've been in this situation before, I think, and we've seen it before. It's just like a 1-0, okay, now we take it slow. We wait for the opportunities, and that shot again. It's a roller. It's crazy to see how many rollers we had so far. That one potentially might have made it in, but it was just like, I'll teeter off to the side. That's going to be an open, though, as that will be Boise taking a 2-0 lead. They go, and look at Cosmo ready to set it up for Gil.
F was a little bit too far forward, and Captain Sano was a little too far back, and he was the backside postman trying to go up and get that challenge. I don't know if it was a call off or a call up, but regardless, taking advantage of the positioning, Boise State able to make sure that strike will at least have an extra opportunity, and they're almost making it 3. We're coming up on a minute and a half. That one could be on target, and it will be to cut this lead in half.
Oh, that one hurts too. Because the Wildcats, look at this, just a free shot, and then watch both defenders go up. It feels so bad when you sent to, you saw the angle, you saw where it was going to go, and you couldn't get there fast enough. That one will definitely hurt Boise. However, again, still 2-1, still plenty of time to work with, and still plenty of time to extend that lead. It's just a single goal. If you can tell yourself that, you're going to have plenty of opportunity as you get another demo right off the bat to get Boise control of the ball. Off the cross beams as well.
Defense has responded well out of the Wildcats. You said, hey, Boise State, they've been down 1-0 before. They've been able to respond to these kinds of moments. But Wayne State College, they have been able to go down 2-0 before, make a 2-goal run, and then make these kinds of connections. F, a bit of an awkward position because he didn't realize that ball would just stop there. But we're coming up on the last minute of play. If it maintains the same, we'll be tied up into game number 3, but the Wildcats are starting to press and get feisty.
That was a demo by Gil, but unfortunately, I think that sent Gil a little bit out of position, so the retaining possession of the ball goes to Wildcats. They're going to try to bounce it back. Gil now back. Ready to go with the rest of the squad. He's going to bounce it up just too far up. Gil is going to go for the touch, and that's going to be bounced in. Well done by Instinct to hone in on that play. Well played overall. Look at this. It's so delicate.
He's just whoop, little whoop, just across. But also having the vision and awareness that even though you've been able to go up for that challenge, your teammate sees, hey, you're an option. You're next to this offensive box. Try and take a shot. And he's like, all right, cool. That's going to go on my rookie card. So, Wildcats now down by 2. The Broncos primed to be able to get this one tied up going to game number 3. There's still time on the clock. They cannot say it's over yet.
No one can say it's over. Of all Boise, they're going to try and fight it out as, again, the aggression is on their side of the field. However, nice pinch sends it soaring to the other side. That'll put it at a much better look. Again, now at 10 seconds, this one feels a lot better for their side. And Boise is just going to watch the ball kind of get cleared back and forth. Wildcats want to look for maybe just one more goal, make it look kind of pretty at a 3-2, but that should be it. Game 2 will go in favor of Boise State.
Broncos responding well to the Wildcats and their aggression by bringing some of their own. They just congregated around the box, created a lot of traffic, and, they stayed patient with their play. Instinct really going, next level killer instinct to be able to make sure that these extra plays will just push through. We had good rotations out of the Wildcats, but they seemed smothered in that opening half.
They did, and that, I think, comes from being unsettled a bit. Again, Boise is well and truly a team that I think can play at a slow pace comfortably. That is not something that a lot of teams can say because, again, it's Rocket League. You want to go fast. You also want to try and keep moving. And it's also a game that a singular player can really, really stand out. So, like, if you get a good run, if you get a good pass, the aerial goes perfectly, and all of a sudden you're aiming towards that goal. It feels really, really good. Boise feels like they can play at a much slower pace, and that's not a pace that other teams are comfortable with. So very well done to kind of force Wildcats to feel like everything they do is just going to be met with a staunch defense and then roll forward with their own advances, and then also capitalizing on some key mistakes that occurred there.
True, and we are often seeing F in that second to initial man position to try and recenter these shots. I want to see if any of that starts getting fed over to a Matsugachi, because Cabansano, this guy right here that we're going to see, he's been moving forward with some earnest effort to try and dunk, try and get to that second angle and that second attempt at the top of the net. Big bump by Cosmo Buster. It's going to float across, and Cosmo, he just wasn't able to turn that weird Batmobile around. So early and often, no, the save as Cabansano was able to keep that clean.
Oh, I'm so happy Gil went for it, though. I love groundwork. I will always say it. I will say it over and over again. Get a ground goal. I know it sounds weird, but I love it because I feel it's harder to pull off a lot of the time. There are some times where it's just like someone can challenge you at a much quicker pace. You're holding the ball on the ground. Like, it's gonna get challenged very quickly. But it's there.
You could say if you laid proper groundwork, then
No. I'll leave the punch to you. Okay?
Okay, fine, my bad.
But still, so well done again, and I like that Gil's even attempting to execute that. Again, for Boise, I haven't seen any of their aggression. I haven't seen a whole lot of their just like, let's go for it. Let's send that gamble forward. I like that Gil's the one trying that, though, because Gil has also been that all-arounder that we've really liked to watch over and over again. For them to still go for those and have a blast here in the opening stage shows that they are having so much fun.
That redirect, as F will actually jump up to it, is some of that skywork that we're getting out of the Wildcats, as more recently, Broncos have been able to put this pressure on F over G, as Gil will get a demo instead. If he can't get the ball, he'll get the boy on behind him. What a great challenge by Cosmo Buster. And again, you were talking about the overall, just kind of a well-rounded eclecticness of Gil. Instinct is trying to be that secondary striker alongside with Cosmo Buster, who is a little bit more patient and creative with his touches. He's not been given that amount of time that the Wildcats are throwing at him. They've shut him down, so they've had to go to other options that seem to work so far, but we're still scoreless here in game 3. A chance goes away.
Oh, and Instinct actually sets it up perfectly for an attempt by F, I believe, straight there in the midfield. So that one was kind of scary to work with. Instinct losing out on that challenge, but Go coming around the side with a little extra boost. Now we're going to see a flip up as the ball is kind of stalled out in the middle, and Amatsugachi can't close it in. Instinct is going to go up, try and touch it off the back. Almost sent in. Gil went for it again. Gil, this striker out of nowhere. It's so aggressive now.
Every time you see a waterfall about to just come about, you just got to send someone to dive. As long as it's safe, make them dive. Why not? And so, Cosmo Buster, he has a steal. He drops over to Instinct. That's a quick flick, and that's going to be a win. Top 90, and that'll be the Broncos on top.
Look at this, Cosmo. You can't do that. Cosmo is the rudest defensive play right there. Just like, let me just reverse real quick. Set it up for my teammate and then get the goal. So Boise go ahead, take a 1-0 lead with 2.5 minutes left to play, and Wildcats are feeling a tiny bit of the pressure. Again, 1 goal, nothing really to scoff at, and that one came kind of with an opportunity. So hopefully Wildcats are able to play into that as well, find opportunities of their own.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that there's a reverse gear in this game. I thought everyone just kind of tapes down the accelerator. So, you know.
To be fair, Gil tried that as well, almost directly into the goal. That one was a lot more cheeky and would have been a lot more disrespectful.
Well, they're going to have to get even cheekier, but from the side of the Wildcats, if they want to get out, because this is starting to look like deja vu. A chance by Gil. It's going to be followed up by Cosmo, but now they have a breakout. It's a jailbreak. Cabansano seems to round it over. Oh, but Gil again. I didn't mean to say Gilligan, but Gil again. He's making it work.
Oh, man. And I feel Wildcats, if they kept trying to play towards that fast, aggressive pace, that would have worked. Cabansano actually had a really good prep setup right there. Just no one was really ready to follow through, and makes me kind of sad that it didn't go in. But, of course, Wildcats are going to have this extra opportunity as F is going to delay that attempt coming out of Boise. Still going to be off from the end as Cosmo Buster prepping for a touch. And can Gil make it? No. Great setup. Just, again, great defense this time for the Wildcats.
Matsugachi over-committed on Instinct because he thought Instinct had a free touch, which he kind of did, but just couldn't be able to rotate in time. But with a minute remaining, this has been a very low-scoring affair for the most part. based on just better ball control or at least contention at the midfield. But Boise State, great coaching, great resilience so far as they've been able to really just maintain themselves. There's no free space. Amatsugachi's met with 2 defenders. They take their time to get it around the corner. This will be a second man up. Cosmo Buster puts it overhead, and that'll be 2.
Cosmo Buster, beautiful shot, and right here you can see there was a sense of hesitation right there. You could see it, right? Amatsugachi thought that it was going to be a low shot. Unfortunately, it was a higher. That puts it at 2-0. Boise State feeling good in this game number 3. All you need is really one more goal to solidify it. 2's plenty enough, though.
Amatsugachi has been that leader that I need with a little bit more speed, but F has been that workhorse, trying to be able to just clear anything out. Captain Insano will be left by himself, as this one wouldn't be a nice level touch, but it's just getting buried in the corner. This one's circulating. This one is just basically a dead spiral. Instinct will dive his way through, and if there wasn't a sure thing already, it sure as heck is now.
That was probably a very heavy brute force. Look at that. That is a brute force goal if I've ever seen one. What was that? 7 different bounces in that small corner. Instinct's like, I didn't realize I actually made that. I did not realize that went in. So very well done to pick up 3 at this point. It feels like it's kind of locked and loaded for Boise. F is going to watch as the ball kind of rolls around, and with 10 seconds left, it's being pinged out here. Bill is going to go ahead and rotate off the side. Boise State University will go ahead and take a 2-1 lead here in the semifinal series.
You know, I think that Instinct will take credit. He'll be like, that's a set pebble touch. I did that in a competition. Yeah, I'll take that credit. Why not? So the Broncos, they'll find their way to match point first over the Wildcats. Wildcats started strong. We started with a crazy OT to get this entire series going, but now Boise has had, you know, a chance to just take a chill pill to really get more going. And I think we've seen them score, what, 3 goals per game for the last 2?
Just about.
So they're keeping the Wildcats really contained in their cage.
They did it last time, too.
Yeah.
By the way, in their first series of this tournament, they did the exact same thing. They pinched it to 3. It was a 3-1-3-0. Exact same scoreline, except this one I think was flipped. No, it was the exact same.
Yeah.
Game 3, I believe, they came out pretty heavy in their original, so it's going to be very, very fun to watch this one happen. Now that you have that buffer, it's another thing that kind of happens in a best-of-5 series. Once you're up and you're already feeling that winning position, a lot of those restraints that you had on you before tend to fall away to the wayside. You're kind of like, okay, well, we have a little bit of extra wiggle room to play with. Cool, let's go ahead, go for that fancy. I want to see Boise get really fancy, actually. I personally do. I know it sounds really bad, and that is going to potentially be the downfall. This is why you never listen to casters give advice about anything. I want to see him go for the fancy shot because it's just fun. At that point, have a blast because you're feeling real good about your consistent play so far.
I want Cap Insano on the other side for the Wildcats to free the beast, become insane. I believe it's Insano, okay? Because they've been crazy with it. Go up, make the challenges, get to that top vertical spot, and deny anything that's coming out of the Boise half. If it starts getting fancy from Boise, if we get the 3-0, cut the feed, it's done. But if we get to a measure where we are tied late, it's anyone's game. First 10 seconds, first quarter of a minute. You see the Wildcats on offense.
I hard agree with you now looking back. I think it is Cap Insano. Okay. I feel so bad. I do apologize out there. Cap Insano is having a good time, though, once again. Like you said, even though they are down, has had some phenomenal challenges and really good angles to be held. And right now, with the boost control there, as you can see, rolling along the side of the field. An opening, however, just a big demo coming out of Amatsugachi. Trying to clear an opening, and that's still going to be a roll. Boise still keeping very firm control.
You know, I didn't realize Captain Insano changed his name. He had 800-pound life, and now he's best passer in A, which has been true so far. He's been pretty darn good with it. They've been moving between him and F and Amatsugachi really fluidly, but no one's been able to connect Cosmo. He's got a chance. It's Gillet will dive, and Instinct doesn't want to overcommit. He sees all 5 cars in one spot. It is bumper cars at the carnival, and someone didn't have all the raffle tickets, so no prizes will be found. Amatsugachi leads it to F, and it's a one-on-one big flick, but Cosmo sends it to the sidewall, and they will break out again.
That feels so bad, by the way. That was a double demo on the Wildcats, and you couldn't take advantage of that. That one feels kind of bad, but that's going to be another one, and there it is. That'll be the goal for F. Well played up on that rope.
Fantastic demo. And actually, fantastic challenge. The demo was actually in favor of the Broncos, but it's F in the chat the whole way as they just dive forward. That is that midline level that we've not seen them be able to really create their offense from because they've always been pushed back. Now it's Captain Sano trying for the double. He's looking for it. It's a feed. It's a read. It's a beat in. That's Matsugachi with 2.
I am telling you, Wildcats are a team that play off of momentum. I swear, every single time I'm watching them, whenever they start getting goals, it goes at such a quick pace. They start ramping it up over and over again. Boise, it's slow, it's methodical. They get a goal, they go back, kind of reset down to 0. Wildcats are like, no, we're at 100 miles an hour. Let's keep going. Go, over and over again. Once they get one, they're willing to go for another. Are you kidding me? Matsugachi, straight from midfield, off of almost a tip-off, says thank you very much.
From the kickoff, that do be tough. And that's 3-0. And you know what? Feisty felines be fast because they are quick with it. All right, so we were talking about 3-0 for the Broncos. We're at 3-0 now, opposite side. Do we write this off? Do we move on? This feels like a squad that's trying to rebound in a big way. They brought the offense to punish the patience from the Broncos.
Monkey Man, I can't believe this is happening again because I was like, man, I really want to see aggression. I was hoping to see it out of Boise State. Wildcats throwing it on there as hard as they can here. Wayne State really putting on the schmoes. Cosmo Buster says, hey, I want to do the same thing. Tried to prep a topside goal touch. Can't make it happen as Instinct and the rest of the squad are still kind of jockeying for position. Gil going to go up as well as, again, it's still on their side of the field. Wildcats laying it down pretty hard here. And it's going to be an angle back. Captain Sano gonna prep up. Unfortunately, it's a topside touch, so not gonna be in the goal just yet. Oh, third shot, not gonna be the charm. They're still going. Why are they still? It's a juggling act. We're just at the circus now.
I feel like we might be at 7th or 8th shot is the charm inside of this response. F in the chat as well in that instant. Unable to be able to get there as Captain Sano will be responsible for this collection. Cosmo Buster lean back. The length of that Batmobile is unfair because he could either go for the shot and dive in or lean back and go for the defender and make that next attempt count. But coming up to 2 minutes of play, Broncos not been able to do much of anything. They've had better control, but now they're getting dipped and flipped. But look at the rip. It goes from one side to the next, and they can't get it through.
So close. And Boise, you can kind of feel a little bit of that anxiousness starting to build up here. You can see him going for that slight pinch. And Gil actually tried a midfield pinch there. Almost sent it, but it went off on the angle, so can't really make it happen. However, Captain Sano realizes that his ball went up and high. And Instinct is allowed a goal. I don't even think that the rest of Boise were expecting that to go in.
Instinct just from that outside angle. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like that was a very weird angle to have it at.
Yeah, that was quite the angle. What an arch. My man's eating his Wheaties and reading from a calculus book. Actually, maybe from algebra because he's getting that big curvature. It's going to be Gil. Oh, he will be met by F. F has stood up this game, going sky high, able to make sure that all these challenges are just found by a man in space. Captain Sano will rotate out. It's going to be Cosmo Buster goes to that next level. And again, you're getting one after another. The Wildcats answering man-on-man. This could be a redirect opportunity. Oh, not going to be able to secure it. 3-1. This game is anything but done, but the Broncos still have work to do.
They do, but that's going to be a high aerial shot. Prep is there. Gil can't get past Matsugachi and end up with a double attempt once again. Again, as I was saying, Boise State starting to get a bit antsy, sending 3 attackers at one time.
They are definitely, it's not desperation, but you want to secure this series, and you want to secure this match, and which is the same thing. But they're trying to send more, like a surplus of players, win with extra bodies, they say. Well, you got to win with that efficiency, get these strikes on. No one's at that angle. Instinct goes up, nothing else comes down. Captain Sano, see if he can make it at least a fake out read. This will go to the ceiling, come down again. Instinct, he has a secondary option coming up behind him in Cosmo Buster. That's going to be Gil on the outside angle. Half minute to go. We may be prepped for game 5. This one could be alive for the entirety of the series.
Could be. Instinct, though, saying, hey, I really want to keep going. 32 left. Almost tried to roll it in, but F and the rest of the squad were able to trail out. And I got to say, Wildcats firing back with 3 quick goals. Again, I'm loving their aggression. I'm loving their temperament in this situation, the flow that they like to hang on to. And they'll push it to a game 5. So looking at this right now, I got to ask you, Monkey Man, this is a very fun one that I like to pose as we do go ahead and get the game 4 winner screen. I got to ask you, if you are in Stockton's position. If you are in Stockton's position, watching both these teams play, they have shown exceptional strengths and weaknesses. Which one would you rather go up against?
Oh my goodness, you just posed a very tough question. Okay, so patience and being able to break out and control speed of the game is Stockton's way of playing. And so that's where they come from. I believe that Broncos try to slow things down and then get rid of any kind of issues and obstacles in front of them. Whereas if the Wildcats are connecting, it is with that velocity and that kind of speed. Do you answer speed with speed? Does speed kill? I think I would, if I were the Wildcats, I'd want to play Boise State because I think I can take advantage of their patience of play because mine can just speed up a little bit faster. Wildcats right now are showing that they can do that. If they can ramp it up, make those connections, they can take them down. It's going to be a feisty foe no matter who you play. As we go into Game 5, you guys better be live here. This one is for all the marbles. This is semifinal number 2. Winner here is going to go to the grand final. Loser goes home.
Get hype out there, as again, we are having a blast here at this lovely, lovely event, and I'm loving it so far. Again, the Rocket League action has been crazy. We have even more action later as well. After this, we do have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tournament coming up here. That'll be between 8 certain players through a double elimination bracket. So, of course, if you're loving the fighting games here, make sure to tune into that one. However, we still have a lot of cards rolling around here as, of course, the first 30 to 45 seconds has been a very simple exchange of greetings. As that's a high arcing pass straight back to Cosmo Buster.
Cosmo Buster will be left to try and collect, but this is going to roll. You like those rollers.
I do,
yeah,
I do.
It's like
they shouldn't happen. I'm just putting it out there. It shouldn't happen.
It's like the granny rollers when they put up the bumpers on either side. And you're like, yeah, this is going to be a strike. Well, oh no, it's just could be an attempt. F puts it across his own goal line. Very, very errant. Captain Insano gets a quick flip as he lands down, looking for the trap. It's going to be Amatsugachi that climbs the ladder. Captain Insano looking for the putback. He has an option. Oh, it's a big miss. It's going to be Amatsugachi that puts it nearby, and a couple attempts to put a better lethal shot on target will go again by the wayside.
Again, you can feel the tension in the air for both squads, and right now it's feeling like it's given Wildcats a bit better angle to work with. Boise having a little bit of a struggle kind of prepping for a lot of those plays. Nice demo there, does give advantage back to Cosmo and a Boise State. Gonna try and angle in, great topside battle. Amatsugachi gonna lay it out for Wildcats though, as all three are on this left side of the field. Roll around to the back end, can catch a midfield. F, that's a great demo on Instinct.
As soon as I think the Wildcats have maybe congregated too much into single zone play to make this all work, and then they rotate out, the recovery is also looking laterally to try and get a defensive rotation demo. Gill, he lays one up. He's got the double, but he goes wide. This is the center. He goes off the post. Nothing rolling. The physics not playing in favor of the Broncos. They will have to recoup, recover, and retreat, but only for a moment. Gill will win it, but F steals it away, and it is still anyone's guess who's going to take the lead in this Game 5.
Are we going back to Game 1?
We might.
Are we going back to Game 1?
Yes.
If so, I'm okay with it. Now we get the excitement of that OT. Now we get the excitement of whoever scores the next goal goes into the grand finals. But of course, we'll have to wait and see as Gill takes a shot. And once again, I like the fact that Boise is not shying away from taking those opportunities. That is a huge thing that I love seeing here. And once again, it's on Gill. It's this player that we have watched over and over again.
Gill again. And if you want to go on a 3-hour tour, that's the guy.
Oh,
crossbar down ski! It's a backflip! It's a save! Oh, what? That one was 90% of the way, but you need that 100% to make it true. It's going to be a shot, and it goes wide again. Instinct. It's killer instinct. It's Gill. It's a foot race. It's not going through!
Cap Insano is insane on the defense. Are you kidding me? That was a one-car rally against the freaking world. I don't care what happens anymore. Cap Insano has absolutely played a highlight reel defensive posture.
Oh, and he's trying to go on the offensive half, see if he can split the difference, take a shot where no one thought it would go, very close to the bars, and now with a chance, they clear the net, and that's Instinct, able to move through, big time rotations, and Boise State on top.
As soon as Cap Insano leaves that goal, it's an immediate one for Instinct, and Boise feeling real good about that play again. Getting blocked and denied 3 to 4 times in a row by a single player hurts the morale so much. You needed that goal. You absolutely needed that goal to come back in here. Minute and a half left. We know this is Boise's pace. Again, you slow roll it all the way to the last 2 minutes, and then you win that way. However, this is going to be a bowl back. As Wildcats, we know how explosive they can be. They can easily score 2 to 3 goals within this minute 10 left.
Do not lose control, but get faster. You have 1 minute coming up for your tournament livelihood as well as this LAN. F with a drop-off. That's a demo. Matsugachi goes to Captain Insano. And Instinct has to make a choice. He doesn't go forward. That's a shot! And that's Captain Insano! The man's crazy! And we're tied at 1.
At this point, Insano is truly the captain of this team. Are you kidding me? This roll around, an insane shot there. Captain Insano is doing it all. Like, listen, Wildcats, I know we're trying to play as a team right now. Just let me have it. Just give it to me real quick, and I will take us home. That is going to be tied up, and I said it right, Wildcats. They tend to play off of momentum. If there's any time for momentum to go in your favor, it's right now. The challenge on the top side as Gil goes up to try and bump it back to your own pace. That's going to be an opening. It might roll in. No, it bounces towards the outside. Wildcats brushing off a little bit of sweat.
You got to think they want that one back from the side of the Broncos. There was no one available on that near side. Oh, what a drop off. Instinct, he's not going to cut. He's going to make sure this one is kept well on the offensive half. That's a double commit. That's a freebie. It's going to be Gil. I say Gil, but again, that man is nothing but free. And Matsugachi puts it in the back wall. This is a defensive rotation. This could be a miscue. F to the back wall again. It's going to be going up. It's going to be Cosmo Buster that leaves it button nearby. But F will rotate away. It's 8 seconds left. Will we see LT in game number 5? Cosmo Buster with an arch. He goes to the outside angle, to the 90, to the wall. We've got one more. It's an aerial play. Captain Insano.
Is it going to be you?
Oh, man. 2-1-0 second time.
Captain Insano takes it home. Oh, I said it at the beginning. The crowd goes wild. The players knock over chairs, whatever you want to say. That is well worth it. We had the play of the game. We had the game of the series right there. That is absolutely how you put the team on your back and send it. I don't know if you could see us. I'm so sad if you did because we went crazy here on the desk. Captain Insano, I don't care what happens from here on out. You are my fan favorite right now. That was amazing.
You guys got to hear the roar of the crowd. You got to hear the seats getting overturned and the table being flipped because Insano went crazy. The Insane Asylum is out there, and we're going to see this winner's interview down with Polyhype. Soon. Okay, never mind. All right.
Yeah.
It'll be soon.
No. We gotta vamp a little bit more. We gotta vamp a little bit more. It was great.
Okay.
You can see it in our faces. We were like sitting here like, can we hype yet? Can we hype yet? No.
Can we be excited?
But seriously,
Okay,
I have
cool.
to say, from back and forth, it's giant 360 of watching Captain Insano do everything all at once. In the last 3 minutes, I was so excited to talk about it. Now I do a little bit more. It's rare. I want to say how rare that set of circumstances comes into play because it's usually a full team aspect, get the defensive down, rotation, whatever. 3 block shots straight into the rest of the goals was ridiculous to watch over and over again.
The man went ultra instinct, playing against Instinct, Gil, and Cosmo. That was a great Boise State squad, but it'll be the Wildcats that will be taking on the Ospreys over in Stockton, Wayne State College. You did a great job. Guess what? Now you get to have that interview. Polyhype, please take it away.
Welcome back. I think I speak for everyone in here by saying, wow, I mean, what an amazing series that was. Wayne State College winds up defeating Boise State University 3-2 in the final tick down second. Here I'm with, introduce yourself. Your name is pretty wild.
My name's Matsugachi. That's all I got.
All right, take us through that last play, that last second. What was going through your team? What was the comms like in that very last play for the win?
Oh, God, help. We're back foot. I'm scared to death. Cap's going up. He's calling it. I've got this. I'm ending this right here. And oh boy, did he end that. That was wild.
Woo! All right. Let's make some noise for Wayne State College while we have them up here. That was such an amazing game. You guys are headed on to the finals. What's going through your mind? What are you guys going to do to prep for this final match?
Right now, we're just going to keep the same game plan. We're going in with positive vibes. I just learned that my mom's gutting my bathroom right now, and my little brother's watching me. His name's Tucker, and I just want to give him a little shout-out. Love you, little man. Let's go.
All right, shout-out to Tucker at home. Thank you to Wayne State College. They are advancing. When we come back, we will have the finals of Rocket League here at HV GamerCon. Don't go anywhere.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shops. Stock up on Impact Energy. Bold look, pure energy, more fun. Stay energized for a night of gaming with Impact Energy drinks from Stewart's Shops. When hunger hits, it's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky. It's a great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart's Shops.
I ain't feeling lonely, and I wanna admit it's time to end the ride.
Seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Season. Burning down the walls, we let the monsters in, and now we're running down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside that is lurking way down below, and if I can't hold to my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I disappeared?
Ding, 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 winner. You know what we could all do with? Ding, 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 winner. More winning Wednesdays. More first dates with zombie kills. More t-shirts that say winner on the front and winner on the back. You know what we could all do with? Ding, 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 my friend. Ding, ding, ding.
Hello and welcome back to the Albany Cap Center here at HV GamerCon as we are getting ready for our grand finals matchup here in the ECAC Conference of Rocket League. So before we get started, we're going to have Wayne State College taking on Stockton University. So without further ado, let's make a little noise for the grand finals of some Rocket League. All right, so coming up now, we have Wayne State versus Stockton. Over to Hail Monkey Man and Orbital Casting, who have been doing a phenomenal job. Take it away for one final game.
Oh gosh, Polly Hype.
No, 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 no.
We
It's
didn't
for you. It's for
practice.
you.
Oh,
This
okay.
way.
I
This
thought we were doing like a
beautiful
fusion, huh?
hand.
But
Yeah, yeah,
for
here.
you guys out there, there's nothing but been a fusion of talent to join this stage. Of course, I'm Hell Monkey Man. This is Orbital, and you guys have been fantastic for us today. The stage has been set. The Wildcats are here. The Ospreys are waiting to take them down, and you guys get to see some awesome play for Stockton and Wayne State College. But of course, we can only do so much from here in the booth, but so much has been done for us, you guys at home, and of course the people that are here at the Albany Convention Center. The Capitol Center is an amazing historic site, awesome with history, commerce, and culture all around us. Make sure that you guys check it out. It's right next door. Discover Albany and what it has to offer. And of course, our awesome sponsors have been able to help us throughout the entirety of today's event. Stewart's Shops is your ice cream shop. It's been sweet treats for us, so sweet treats today. Experience quality in milkshakes with fresh milk and local farms and any flavor that you might like from the cone counter. It's a real deal. So you got to go to Stewart's Shops. And as well, you just saw the ding, ding, ding of winning. Ding, 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 winner. Because we've seen that all day long. When your day calls for some of that winning, you either come to this land or you go to Dave & Buster's. Make sure you go check out all their chef-crafted food, sip a margarita, have a great time over there, hundreds of arcade games, and of course, watch favorite sports team and maybe esports team be able to get a win. Remember, that's Dave & Buster's. If you want to win, ding, ding, ding. So, ding, 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 everyone in the crowd. You know what, Orbital? We have nothing left but this awesome grand final. What do we think about this one? It's the Wildcats. It's the Ospreys. We've seen some recent drama in the theater of madness. What do we got remaining?
We got to see if Captain Insano can do it again. This is okay. So I'm gonna be honest. I love Rocket League so far, and it has been an amazing time here just watching this invitational pop off. But Captain Insano has taken it to a new level. This is a player that is currently on fire, in the zone, whatever you want to call. If anyone's going to take it to Stockton, who are known as very strong kings here and very, very talented, if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be Captain Insano or the rest of the team stepping up to Captain Insano's side.
If Stockton is the king and they're owning the castle, then the Kingslayer must be the Wildcats from Wayne State College. We start in game number 1. We're still best of 5. We've been doing it all day long. So the format hasn't changed. Do not be confused. Don't change that dial. This is where all of it's going to happen. The first half minute of play. You're going to see how the connection and just patience of those interconnections between players as they pass it down pitch. Will it be challenged by the Wildcats? That is something that has played Stockton to slow down, and that could help the Wildcats speed up.
Could, and we've also seen those very tight corners F still going for some of those moments, but really it has been Wildcats that are just kind of waiting for that opportunity to pounce, and I think that builds right into their core strategy, right? Now, for Stockton, the scary thing is their control is probably even more so than Boise. Instead of just control and just keeping it at a slower pace, it's control without letting you get close. It's complete dedication to the craft.
If you can go out there with confidence to just ruin someone's rotation in that way, then you're able to win the day pretty much. But throughout this rotation so far, the Wildcats have been completely subverting the script. Someone handed me that between matches and they said, hey, this is how it's going to go. And right now, that's not true. The connection will be there. It's another attempt. Third man will go. Bussy gets it nearby, but the focus from the Wildcats has surrendered nothing so far. Same, though, to be said of Stockton.
Gonna be those attempts, and again, Stockton are just kind of taking angles here. They're like, okay, can we attack from this side? Which side is gonna be the easier side to aggress on? Bussy actually takes it slow. You can see the catch and just the stall motion, willing to slow the ball down right at the beginning, just not really go for those one taps or anything of the sort, whereas Wildcats are really hoping for that opening to happen. That's gonna be an open goal. Is that gonna be a roll? I don't think anyone can get close. It bounces off the corner. Matsugashi goes, man, I almost had a Captain Insano moment there.
Hey, you know, he set the groundwork, like you were asking for before, but also the foundation and the baseline of how you have to be able to operate if you're coming out from the Wildcats. Bussy has an option. It's Drip that's playing for the bump, but it's 3-on-1. Top Cheese going top level and able to get this one through at the midpoint of game number 1.
So well played, and again, look at the little couple taps, and Top Cheese said, hey, listen, Bussy, I'm sorry. I don't think you're going to make the goal. I'll help you out. I'll help you out. So well done again by Stockton, 1-0 in the current standing, and they did this actually last time, I believe, as well in their semifinals.
Yep.
Game 1, they were just like, all right, halfway point, exactly, cool, hit that goal.
No, it only irks me that it was 1 second. I'm like, come on, you gotta do what you gotta do. Actually, last time around they did it in the 2:29, so they're trying to flip the script, mess it up at least a little bit. Wildcats taking control, but actually will lose it over to the Ospreys as Stockton looking for these passes. Top Cheese, good connection. It's F that has now really put a lot of these passes on notice as he's trying to speed up just enough. They've left a lot of open space, and Stockton is patient enough to not send the third man as Top Cheese will collect it from the backside corner. That's going to be Captain Insano. We'll leave it off. Amatsugachi goes for the early attempt, and you got to think they're going to try and do that a lot. Try and deny that clearance space, because if they can do that, they can set themselves on offense even better.
It's always about the setup. It's always about the prep that these teams are kind of putting into their play. Stockton are going to slowly manage to roll forward. Double attack coming out here from Wildcats, though, both angling for that ball, but it does leave the side open. Captain Sano is going to pop it out and try and get it past Drip. Looks like it's going to be a bounce back. A little bit of a weird angle that gives a great opportunity, and that is going to be a touch off the back end. Captain Sano still gets to clear off. Stockton are right back to the same spot. Again, slow and steady for the Stockton squad equals a potential easy in the early game.
Wildcats seem to be playing a little passive. That's a great upfield attempt as they put it to the ceiling. See if they can drop down with some pace and speed. That's a huge flick out of Top Cheese. Go to the opposite side post. Captain Sano will put it out, but Drip puts it in the exact same spot. That's a double commit. Bussy to the backboard. He's going to have a read. It will be centered up. Does Top Cheese go? He does, but it's met by Captain Sano, who again, we have to measure the success of the Wildcats by how they are running, and so far it is just 1-0. 40 seconds left.
Just 1-0, and got to find that opening, that opportunity that is abound, and so far, Stockton are doing so good at rotating their aggression. That's just a roll in. That's Top Cheese. Makes it 2 here in game 1.
Drip just outpaces Amatsugashi. Poor F as he flips off from the front face of that crossbar. Can't find that connection. Maybe could have put it at least to a separate side, different angle altogether. And the only thing that was able to really do to kind of slow down Stockton, they expected, because of how consistent F has been, for that one to be a touch. F now floating nearby. That's going to be a touch, and it will bounce nearby. You're kidding me.
F in the chats, everyone.
F
in the chat. That one hurts quite a bit. We've seen so many of those as well, so close to getting in. And yeah, either it gets bumped in by the opponent or not, and that's going to be Top Cheese completing the hat trick right there here in game 1, solidifying the lead for Stockton. Honestly, that one's going to be a little bit difficult to overcome. Feels like game 1's kind of in their bag.
It is, and Top Cheese, he is a very high-skill ones-type mechanics player. You see how many times he stuttered stuff out? If that was ice, I would have slipped and broken my ankles. He's like, no, I'm a skater. I can be able to do this one. And Skater, Skater, see you later will be the name of the game. 3 seconds left. This one is done, and we go through game number 1. The Ospreys have set the tone. Maybe one more to go. Why not? Hey, that's a moral victory right there. That could be a change of momentum later.
Always. And talking about momentum is always really, really fun because, again, Stockton, this felt standard. And, again, it didn't feel explosive. It didn't feel crazy. It was a standard game for Stockton. They took it slow. They took it at their own pace, went for the shots that they felt very confident in. But, again, for Wildcats, this is a team that always, I will say it over and over again, this is a team that rides on momentum, and getting a goal at the very end, yes, it's kind of cheesy. It's kind of just for fun, right? It still feels good. It still feels good at the end of the day to get that goal and say, okay, we know we can do it. Let's try and ride that into the next game, carry it over to the next, and then play from there.
Being able to score on your opponent regardless. I mean, unless they literally all three just turned around and shot at their own net. It's always a great thing. It's a great feeling because you're like, okay, we are here. Now, to do it at the very last second maybe isn't the best, but the Wildcats had great pushes. They just weren't able to find each other in more open space without a defender existing in their way. So maybe a little bit of physicality is going to be able to assist, but they can't overexert a lot of their resources, be it player, be it boost. And talk about getting bumped. Matsugachi will be hit by 2 separate players. F is able to get just enough to pop it from one half to the next. Bussy will have no extra boost. He is still on his defensive rotation, able to put some pressure on. Matsugachi has a demo that's going to be centered up, and no one is able to be there in time.
That honestly looked really good. If F had been able to get under that ball there, that could have been a crazy, crazy goal after that demo. But just a nice attempt so far, and Stockton allowed to get back in control. Drip is going to go ahead, send that one off the off angle, and Captain Insano aims for that goal as well. Can't fully commit to it. That'll be Stockton going ahead, getting clearance and aiming at the goal themselves.
F is just trying not to give it over to Top Cheese for free. He had a great rotation by his teammate. I believe that was Insano, who was coming out from that wall, and now He's taking all the extra stuff out of his name. I kind of miss best passer in A, but whatever. Apparently that's not going to be there anymore. But F will make a big clear. He will be there first. He will be there with a demo, and that's the freest net I've seen Stockton give up after they yeeted and deleted and depleted all the defense. But minute and a half gone, still with zeros on the board.
I think they're keeping with the same standard of as soon as it hits 230, cool, we'll go for it. We'll send it.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. But that's going to be another demo. F, this time picking that one up, and immediately Top G says, no, we're not going to allow you to do it.
So, I guess we're just waiting on what, like 50-ish seconds?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
maybe 40 before?
That's all they want to do. That's all they want to do.
Okay, Wildcats trying to be the first one to be able to do that instead. Bussy will leave it. That's a nice angle shot. Oh! Captain Sango with some speed, and that is quick. They broke the mold.
They did. They did, and I said it again and again. I did say that Captain Sato is currently playing at a higher level than expected, and this is what anyone that has competitive experience, anyone that has played in any sort of competitive setting, whether it be 1v1s, 2v2s, or anything, you know the feeling of being in the zone. You know the feeling of, for some reason, everything that I've been practicing on, everything that I have done feels like I can do it like butter, like it is easy, like it is the most natural thing in the world to me. I feel like Captain Insano is currently at that point. If he can keep playing and if the team can set him up for it, we could see some crazy stuff coming out of the Wildcats.
Matsugachi is trying to put on his Insano jersey, seeing if he can become Insano 2.0, but it's a foot race, and Matsugachi will be left with no one else, as that was a great challenge by Stockton. They are currently behind. That's a rare sentence to say, because especially they've met with this talent to be able to say, all right, we will be in dominance and we will be in control. But so far, so good. Midfield contention. That's a big demo onto Drip. Remember how many goals Drip scored before? The man has been absent.
He has, and again, Top Cheese, that's the one that we were watching from before. Hat trick from before. Now the rest of the team also trying to jockey for position, but it's defensive posturing. Again, the shield of Stockton has really kept them in this momentum base. And of course, it did crack once, of course, in the early stages of this game, but it can still definitely be refined and continue to be repaired here. Let's see, it's going to go up, try and juggle it out to the rest of the team. And immediately they're on the aggression once again. F, unfortunately, is going to watch that ball be pounced around on, as Captain Sano is going to knock it. Oh, very, very close to having some mistakes come out here.
Stockton is trying to rely upon the first man mechanical beat, which is now actually they're sending a second saying, okay, we have to loosen our grip on how far away our rotations are so that they can get the defense to bite. Matsugashi actually loses on the possession, but where's Stockton? They're still on the other side of the half. Drip goes up early. Captain Sano will actually leave it because he has no extra boost to make a next attempt. That's a shot on target. That's a bouncer, and Matsugashi, a great big save. That's going to go the direction. Matsugachi, it's on target. Does he have the way to whittle it in? No, he does not. Minute 15 to go.
Remember, sometimes the greatest defense is an awesome offense, and so far, that is what Wildcats are playing off of. They got the first goal and are consistently putting pressure down on Stockton's side, and that's going to be the second. That is going to be F slapping up a goal there. It is now 2-0 with a minute left. Stockton's slow and steady pace, this consistent kind of, I want to say, I don't even know the words anymore. I've lost it. I'm completely at a loss for words because Stockton are currently down. They have to get a little bit more explosive. They have to start reining in and using those individual skills to really outplay and come back in this game.
It's moderate physicality. It's being able to go up and deny the touches that were left there for free in the early set in the sky. And you know what? They kind of played them like fools a little bit. Just kind of said, hey, you know what? Maybe a little bit of a sandbag. And then suddenly, boom, they step up the pace. And again, Drip denied is bad things for Stockton because he is one of their best level shooters. Of course, Top Cheese turned in 3 before, but they've been, all right, if you're going to isolate us and do like that, we're going to get these transition plays. No extra time for the offense to rock and roll. And Wayne State simply needs to keep this one going. Let nothing through for free.
It feels like they got it, and we were talking about it, right? Some of the teams that could really come out and give us a good showing here of all teams. I love the fact that Wayne State has really come up here and really taken it home. So again, yes, it's only one game. Yes, it is only that singular game. They had to do it 2 more times if they want to take home the series. So far, they've impressed me to the max, and Stockton have got to recognize that this is now a challenge. You cannot take it that slow, angled pace. You can't set up for every perfect shot. You got to start looking for kind of just those open opportunities. And I know they can do it. I know they can do it.
We got to see in game number 1, the Wildcats kind of waited out the Ospreys. When Stockton was going up, they're like, all right, how long will it take for them to come to our side, go to the perimeter, and really make these connections either from our side wall or just be able to center up these passes? And so allowing for that space to come up, then they were like, okay, they're not challenging us. We get to have some freebies. We get to go to that top rope and see what we can bring down. And now they're like, hey, we're going to go see what's up with ya. Then we go to game number 3. Match points available to anyone at this point in time. The center will be there. Big save. Actually, was that a deflection? Did he miss? I didn't get anything on my little scoreboard here.
It was everything. It was everything. And again, we're seeing here, Stockton, I've not seen them go that aggressive in the early stages. That was a 2-man commit so early on and saying we can't take any single chance. You're seeing it over and over again. Stockton really putting it down.
And that's another just drop in. Top Cheese is over-rotating from the back of the net. Drip is left with too much time. They've been able to cut him down, and again they do. They give him 1 touch, but not 2. Bussy with a chance. It's going to drop in and through! And that will be the Ospreys up first.
Just like that, I said I wanted to see the afterburners turn on from the Stockton crew, and they've recognized it. They said, hey, we played it a bit too slow. I think now they just needed that mentality shift. Fresh reset going into this 3rd game. Cool. Do it. Do everything that we were trying to do before, except at a much faster pace. 1 touch it. Go up for the aerial battles. Do everything that you need to get those scores down. It doesn't have to look pretty. It just has to work.
Efficiency and not giving up on the play easy. They've let the Wildcats control in game number 2. And now they're losing kind of these midfield of really having to outlast upon these full team touches, going from one corner to the next, really colliding and creating traffic in the box, but they're great in that acute level passing, good micro ball, if you will, to be able to just control the double commit, a little bit of a hop from Amatsugachi, but he's not punished by it. Bussy trying to be able to keep it nearby, but it's Top Cheese, no boost, trying to be able to find Bussy again as he rotates through. He's looking for this back corner, but it's going to be F that climbs the wall, goes out, and will get at least the clear for the time being, but Drip is starting to come alive, and that is a scary thing for the Wildcats.
Terrifying aspect to have to deal with right now, and with that early goal kind of reigning in the back of your mind, it also means that you do play at a bit more aggravated pace. So we are seeing Stockton pick up the pace. Now it's on Wildcats to pick up their own pace here. Still zeroing out the boost, and I'm not sure if that's going to play into the favor or not, but Top Cheese says, hey, I'm going up to the top side. Go ahead, give me that ball if you can. And Wildcats say, no, we're not going to let you play for free right now. Another hold, and Drip says, cool, I got you.
It feels like Wildcats honestly haven't been able to take a shot in a while. I mean, I don't know if I'm just wrong about that one. That comes out the front face of the crossbar. Top Cheese is not going to leave this possession well enough alone. F will not actually undercuts the run. They'll drop over to Matsugachi, and you know our main man in Captain Sano. He's been really kept down on the ground. Look at how they're early challenging him. He was able to kind of climb the ladder a little bit more often. Whenever this happened the last time around, we put a lot of pressure on F to really start making the workhorse plays. Go through, get a touch, find it at least into the perimeter, and look at that one. It's going to angle over. It will be a save. That's a pass. Oh, but instead, it will go away. A chance, another save, and they will get a clear.
You know what? No matter what, Captain Sano and the rest of the squad is going to make it entertaining, but because they put so much aggression down, it did leave their goal a little bit unattended. You can see it there, Stockton very close to scoring a second. So you can see it. The gamble is being paid. The debt is paid when you go that aggressive, and Wildcats are just very happy. It's still a 1-0, minute 45 left on the clock.
Rip in his own back corner, and everyone with fresh boost tanks to make this one work. As Stockton has played a very strategically minded and very connection-heavy style game. They drop a man into the box, and they just don't cleanly allow the rotation out, and we were able to see them just maintain patience. And with a minute 20 to go, Wildcats are trying to make a little bit of impatience, get that nuance of nuisance style play going. That's going to be another foot race the other direction. Captain Sano will collect, but again, Top Cheese and every player on the Ospreys just will not let a great clear to be able to even manifest.
And I think something that they're really keeping pace of, and this is something that you don't see very often, their passes are a lot more to the outside play right now. And the reason for that is because even though they know they could probably go for the inside and look for those kind of those goal opportunities to set it up, they are worried about Wildcats actually stealing a march back. And that is actually saying we're giving so much respect to our opponents right now that we are willing to sacrifice our own opportunities to ensure you don't get anything. It's basically saying instead of 5%, you get 0 because Drip says cool. That's going to be a second for them. and that'll go ahead and put it at 2-0 with 37 seconds left in the clock.
That is a nice rotation out of Bussy because you had both Drip and Top Cheese in that front zones into the corner. They were both rotated out very close, and Bussy's like, I'm faster from the outside post because I was there as your safety option. When he comes back over, he undercuts it, and he just keeps it in the box. And it's the Wildcats now. Oh, that was a tough angle. I'll give it to him because the ball was to the left. He was to the middle right. That would have been a really rough one, but that opportunity will go away.
Captain Sano as well, being kept to a minimum, and it's very rare to see almost targeting in Rocket League. It's very difficult to pull off with how often you have to rotate, but I will say for Stockton, very well done. Making sure Captain Sano, is always in their line of view. They always know where he is, always able to say, no, we're not going to let you get a great prep. This is going to be game number 3, going the way of Stockton as they prep for a potential 3-1 in the series score.
This is the grand final, everyone. We could be one step away from Stockton taking the championship for the ECAC Mid-Season Invitational. This one has been wild. It's been wacky. We've seen some awesome drama so far. The Wildcats, though, have been proven to try and at least challenge to be the usurper of the throne. Can the Wildcats do that, or will Stockton reign supreme? You better be loud and proud because this could be that championship crown being put on someone's head. And Stockton, they have the first chance to get there. They have at least 2 match points available to themselves. Play their game, play with patience, and play with a strategy to shut down anything the Wildcats bring out. But is Captain Sano our hero?
I mean, considering this is exactly where the Wildcats were against Boise, it's like it is the story writes itself almost. Now, the only thing that could happen later is the plot armor that comes through. Captain Sano pulls off all the weights and is just like, here, let's go ahead and take it home. But still, it is going to be Stockton recognizing that this may or may not be the time for the Wildcats to actually prop up. For Wayne State, basically saying, okay, look, they're momentum-based. If they get a goal here, they will run it up in game 4, potentially push for a game 5. We don't want that to happen. Keep playing our own style at a faster pace, which, again, I love the fact that they did that. Do it again and maintain as Captain Sano! 5 seconds in. All right, Goku. Keep it up here.
The last time I tried weight training like that, I sprained my ankle. This man goes up to Super Saiyan 3 and is able to make the KO Kid happen with a Godzilla mode. Great double. 5 seconds in. The Wildcats doing big things. It's going to be on this man's back. And if you want the Stockton attack to be great, you got to shut him down. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Top Cheese will be able to tie this up. It's just been 11 seconds.
We already have more goals in these 11 seconds than I think we're matching currently, I believe, in game 3. But that is the fastest we've ever had. 11 seconds it took for 2 goals to go down. It's I would laugh so hard if it just became a 1v1. Just straight up, everyone just shooting back and forth, and it was like, all right, now we got like 10-10, and we're like, this is ridiculous. So I'm loving it so far, though. Again, early goals really sets the precedent that now Wildcats have also recognized that they have gone up. Top Cheese, though, slapping down his 5th of the series so far.
This man is made of some Gouda because that one was Gouda to be able to backside angle. He's rotating out. He got the boost. He's at 179 degree. Psh, easy peasy. Let me just lean back and toss that one in. Stockton not afraid of a 1-0 lead. They put 2 on the board in a hurry.
Would that be considered a bicycle kick in Rocket League? I'm curious, like taking a look at the angle and the period again, that was a phenomenal shot. That's all I'm trying to say there. If you can pull off a bicycle kick in soccer, you're crazy. If you can pull that off in Rocket League somehow, I'm even more impressed, so I love it. So far, 2-1 though in the early stages. 4 minutes still left on the clock though. Means Wildcat have plenty of time to work with Stockton at the same time are feeling a lot more proactive now. This is something that we didn't get to see a whole lot of. That's going to be an angle. Great save coming out from Top Cheese there.
Wow. That one in, out, that kind of hurts because that was a great attempt. This one will be on target, and that's 3 in a row. That is a hat trick for Top Cheese. And great carry by Bussy, just giving him a chance, and Amatsugachi just up a little bit too far, undercutting that rotation, getting too aggressive. He and Captain Sano end up in the same zone over the midfield. Oh.
Top Cheese absolutely said there will be no upset to occur here. I'm taking this series into my own hands. 6 goals in this series. To give you an idea, I believe that currently matches the entirety that Wildcats have actually scored. Wildcat over the series has scored a total of 5 goals. Top Cheese has matched that and then some, so very well done. They actually pass it back to him to try and score another one, so really setting up this player.
They're like, we want you to be MVP if it ends up being that way right now. And Wildcats, this is anything but done. And they just have to maintain not giving up more of that territory to the Ospreys. Stockton has done really great about taking these angles and just stealing away what could have been a clearance from Wildcats. You're down 2, but you're down and you're not out. 2 minutes have bled off the clock. We're going to see if they can start working through the third.
Oh, and Bussy actually went for a little bit of a bump on F, which I think we haven't seen too much of, but just angling. It's just trying to force the opponent off on a very sideways angle and just saying, well, you don't get that perfect bounce that you were kind of waiting for. Stockton are going to go ahead and rotate out again. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. There's going to be a shot being made, and Wildcats can't make it happen. Capinsano still hoping to manage it proper. It's not going to happen as Drip goes in for their own little flick. Is this going to be a 4th goal? No, it will not.
Top Cheese nearly made a liar out of you. He was trying to be able to cut over straight through the box. Drip trying to drip this one through. He drips off the backboard, able to undercut that rotation. Remember, this is 2-1 in favor of Stockton. It is 3-1 right now in this game. We're coming up on 120 seconds remaining as they want to end this championship with themselves wearing some gold medals. Get that top level, but it's going to be F that will climb the ladder, go to the top of the mountain, see if he can be able to challenge the Kings. Do they have the sword to slay? Matsugachi brings it right around. We are now on the clock.
Are on the clock. Top Cheese going ahead, getting a save once again. Rotating down, it is going to be F right there in the middle. Matsugachi saying, hey, I'm still lighting it up with a couple of these really nice, well-played saves. Have to go, though. Bussy trying to go for a little bit of a slap, but it will go through as Drip makes it happen.
And that is 4-1. And you were asking for a little bit of a bicycle kick. That's about as close as we're going to get. Maybe not with a score, but with a great pass. I think the one earlier was a redirect header, just because of the tip of the nose. If I'm thinking car anatomy, you know, I watched those movies. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the face is, right? So that's going to be where the header is.
All right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I'm sad that I haven't seen a bicycle kick. That one was as close as we could get, though. But what that also does is solidifies pretty much the 4-1. It is such a powerful score to have 3 goal difference between your opponent. And we're going to have to see some fancy, fast goals coming out of Wildcats if they want to make it happen in the next minute 10. Be a little bit difficult as, of course, Drip goes up. Is going to bounce in. Bussy gets forced out by F. That's a rude way to do it. Long-range goal shot. Not going to land.
It's got to be very fast. We have less than a minute. Speed kills, but it's got to be what Wayne State College and the Wildcats can do together. Bit of a fake out. He's now playing with it. Stutter steps. Can he win the fake out battle? But no one's there as a retention. And so there's no safety net for him to be able to do it again. Drip elongating it. Everyone there. That's a big challenge. 40 seconds left. The Ospreys, Stockton, trying to take home gold if they can at this mid-season point for the ECAC's top 8 in Rocket League. Half minute to go here. Is it all done? We got to see something bigger than the last moments.
I feel this is Stockton putting the final nails in the coffin here, saying, look, nothing fancy, nothing crazy. Make sure we take this one clean. And that's been their name of the game the entire tournament here today. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and do what we do best. 9 seconds on the clock. It is winding down to time. Monkey Man, it has been a phenomenal time here, but the winners have been crowned as that ball will touch down, and Stockton University will take the 3-1 grand finals.
Congratulations to the Ospreys. Give them a round of applause. They did a fantastic job. Wayne State College Wildcats, you're able to go the limits, but just unable to make it over into the top and be those King Slayers. But Stockton, big expectations from them, able to meet that. That's sometimes one of the most difficult things in the world to really set up and do. And when you have that on your shoulders and you come to a LAN environment, especially here at the Albany Civic Center, where it's just really cool. If you haven't been here, come here, because LED is really neat. But if you under these kinds of lights conditions and able to be as good as you are online, it's beautiful. fantastic job.
I have to say everyone that showed up as well.
Yeah.
Every single team that was able to play here today gave us such a great show, and I think that shows the power of the LAN, right? We get to see some awesome games. I mean, again, and it was even Boise looking so strong even into the semifinals. It's just, again, the Wildcats came out with a little better gameplay. It was that close. It was a Game 5 banger. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And that's been happening the entire time, and I think that gives not only the audience such a wide reaction spectrum, but the players themselves get to sit down and go, dang, that was actually what happened. And it's a whole different feeling. You got your teammates beside you, got your opponents right across. All the energy is kind of surging there. The audience reacting to every play that you make. It's a whole different side. And to be able to put this on and to be able to see so many different games come out here, because again, we just finished up Rocket League. There's still the Super Smash Brothers tournament coming up here. It's gonna be a fantastic time. And then tomorrow is even Overwatch. Like, there's so much going on.
Yeah, and you get to have this experience collegiately. A lot of these guys are trying to go pro. They're in that bubble scene. They're already competing there. You have an online tournaments, and then you have this collegiate, this conference that the ECAC has produced so much good talent.
Oh my gosh.
And it's you see that just from the top level on down. And these guys have to go play each other again. There's a whole other half of this awesome this conference to go in this season. So it's like, hey, yeah, I'm glad I got to play against. Oh, I'll see you next week. Okay, so there's a lot for them to have to do, and then we're gonna get to see even more. We're gonna get to see you later when we get to some more games. So that's gonna be really cool to see. And these guys are doing way more than I ever could as a kid. Seeing these programs and the support here, it's phenomenal. It's so good.
And we want to talk about our age, by the way, real quick. This is probably the funniest thing. You and I would have seen competitive Pac-Man or Tetris is actually what would have been. That is how old we are, just for a fair reference to go ahead, try and guess that. But it's awesome, I have to say, because the opportunities are abound. And I want to expand on this a bit more because you don't get to say it very often, and I also don't get a platform too. But the idea that there is so much out there and so much more diversity in terms of opportunities for everyone to also start young, right? Back in the day, you didn't have these. You would have to be able to finally go out into the world. It's like, okay, you go down, you hear about someone hosting a party and be able to do this. To actually have an opportunity like regular sports does and to be able to showcase your own skills in front of so many people and so many different venues of activity, it's awesome. Just the opportunities are abound for these players, and to consistently see this at not only a collegiate, but an open level, maybe even high school level later on as well, I think brings so much credence to whatever is happening here and so much more, even the audience getting into it and all that fun stuff. And of course, the players as well. And I mean, I'm trying to think right now because I've been racking my brain for Stockton. The entire team played so well, but I feel like we know exactly who we want and who really shine for Stockton's side.
Man, you're like leading me to it, and this is that moment. I don't know if you guys know where casters were like, "Are you picking up what I'm putting down?" That's like the okay. So I would say top cheese. Okay, cool. All right, we guessed right. That's right. Or he's just accepting it. But top cheese, man, got hat tricks. You're talking about the goals he's able to score, creating those opportunities. I mean, Drip was able to do a lot in that semifinal. Not going to take away from any of his performances, as well as in the group stage play. But that top cheese has been talked around for the community for the longest time. He's been on his own teams. He's been now on this one collegiately, and I think that you cannot rest upon his name being that like, hey, this is the guy. So why not? Yeah, I would label him as my MVP at least. I don't know if you disagree or not.
I would.
Okay.
100%. Again, there was a point in there where it felt like Goku was getting a little bit too out of control, and there was another powerful force that had come in. Not the evil side, but it's just like another challenger to appear. And honestly, Top Cheese has always been up there. You know, if you're talking about that, right? You mentioned how he was already on teams. He was already everywhere at once, and he really just said, all right, we're done messing around. This is the time. Slammed down the gavel, said, all right, all weights are off. Really showed up here, and it was so much fun to watch. And again, to everyone, I hope we get to see even more fantastic Rocket League action further down the road with all these conferences.
This is collegiately, high school, semi-pro, bubble scene. You have to be able to encourage your players, your kids, your adults, everyone that is in esports, our casters, as we get to like learn about even more about this. You have to support them, and that's what we do for these guys, to be able to experience these events, to see what they can do at that next level for this competition. It has been fantastic. You guys have been awesome. I've been Hell Monkey Man. This is Orbital, and we get to now go to the award ceremony. Polly Hype, please take us out.
Thank you so much, Orbital and Monkey Man. That was a fantastic grand finals, and it was an amazing gameplay. So we do have some trophies here and medals to give our top 1 and 2 colleges. Congratulations to both these teams. They played fantastic. I am accompanied, of course, by Dan Coonan. commissioner here of the ECAC conference. So without further ado, let's bring up the second place team. Put your hands together. They played fantastic. Wayne State College, come on up. Well done. Well done. You guys played great. There you are. Congratulations. Once again, let's make a round of applause for Wayne State College. Second place here at HV GamerCon. Well done. And you guys can exit to the right of the stage once you're done there. And now, the first place winners here at HV GamerCon. Let's make some noise for Stockton University. Let's give it up for them. First place. That's right, touch the trophy. Enjoy. Well done, congratulations, Stockton University. And the MVP also from the casters, I forgot to say, is Top Cheese. So caster MVP pick is Top Cheese. You know what, let's just interview the whole team. Why don't we do that? Interview the whole team. We got Drip, we got Top Cheese up here, and okay, so guys, you guys are the first place team here. You just won HV GamerCon, part of the ECAC conference. What are the emotions right now, Drip?
We're just happy to be here, honestly. Like, we wanted to win this like pretty bad. You know, this is our first land for me and Top Cheese, so we just gave it our all and got the win.
Dob, you guys played great so far. You know, what are some of the emotions that come with the championship win right here?
Just happy to be here and can't wait for CRL.
Excellent, but one more time, let's make some noise for Stockton University. Stockton, congratulations, guys.
Introducing the Claim Your Fame mobile app. Are you looking to start building your brand? Create your profile to get started. Showcase your social media platforms. Have access to eSport recruitment opportunities. Create and highlight live events and live streams. Connect now and start building your brand. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Claim your fame today.
time will heal. Too late to erase the bad we've done. I wanna forget you. Let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me. Giving up this fight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon. We are here for our second session now. Hope everybody had some nice lunch, and we are going to be featuring in this second session Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So let's make some noise. We just came back. Let's get everybody, get a little energy going. Let's get some energy going in the room, you know what I mean? We got to kick it up a notch. We have Madden. We have open play areas for Rocket League and Smash on the ends of the arena as well. So coming up next, we are going to start Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we have two amazing colleges to kick it off. We've got Bay State versus St. Rose. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Catnator and Nuclear for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, this very first match. Over to you guys.
Thank you ever so much, Polyhype. What is going on, everybody? I'm Catnator, as aforementioned. This is Nuclear here with me, and we've got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate here at the Hudson Valley GamerCon in Albany, New York. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. We've got 8 ECA schools that have come through. They've qualified online on Wi-Fi, and now they're doing it on LAN.
Yeah, it's crazy. They had qualifiers that they had to play to get into this stage. So what's awesome is they have a roster of up to 2 people that they could play going into this event. So it's almost a bit of a crew battle in terms of how you're looking at. You could play whoever. It could be whoever coming on. But first off, as Paulie mentioned, we will have Bay State versus St. Rose. We're going to have Sonics up against New Scheme. Looking forward a little bit into the bracket, we're also going to have the NJCU Gothic Knights up against Farmingdale Rams afterwards, and we'll see St. Joseph's take on Wayne State. SAGU will then take on Assumption afterwards. But before I get ahead of myself, you know, we have Sonics, we have New Scheme, they're on stage, they're ready, rearing to go. What are we looking at?
What are we looking at? That's a great question, Nuclear. And you know, you're saying the name to me, Sonics. It sounds familiar. Why does it sound so familiar?
Well, he's the Wi-Fi warrior himself. He's very dominant over the past couple of years, playing online, playing in a lot of the Coinbox and Hungrybox tournaments, and it seems as though we're getting right into game immediately, and it looks like Scheme actually going to be popping out the Sora, playing some Sora gameplay, trying to get a couple of combos off, but immediately, I mean, looking at it, we're 20 seconds in, New Scheme's already accumulated up to 41%.
Well, right back the other way, eh?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's going back and forth. Sonic's trying to get back up to stage. Reset here a little bit, pushing New Scheme off. New Scheme just going to go for the quick recovery, coming back. We're just seeing a lot of early back and forth. There's no true dominance right now.
Yeah, and as we start to really sink into things, we got best of 5s going all the way through the bracket here.
True.
And that will remain true for both, or all 3 finals as well, winners, losers, and grands. So best of 5s, plenty of time to feel out your opponent, plenty of time to think about even switching characters. So there's plenty of opportunity for teams going forward here into this one. And walk me through just a little bit of this matchup here. Coming through Sonic, a character who, true to his name, canonically speaking, is very quick.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Sonic is opening the fridge and showing the sauce, trying to do everything to keep New Scheme off stage, doesn't want the Sora getting out, saying, I am the true protagonist.
And New Scheme will reset himself to center stage now, and doing his best thus far to try to space out a little bit, get hits and damage where he can, so that Sonic does get up close and personal. But I mean, you just can't stop a guy like this. He's got the confidence coming through onto Wi-Fi, but I mean, you do come back, you play on LAN. Are there jitters there? Are there jitters coming through and now playing in person? The opponent, they're right next to you.
Well, I would say that there are jitters, but I mean, Sonic's, while played dominantly online and is a dominant online player, has played a lot in person as well. I mean, that's the story of the game, right? Playing and now being on the LAN setting and being part of a Smash team, you're going to travel. And you're going to travel off stage, out of the blast zone, as New Scheme will hit that forward smash. Resetting the stocks now, 2-2, but sitting at 87%. Not looking very good for New Scheme. He's going to want to hold on to the stock as long as possible. Sonic accumulating up to 1.
I love that.
22, and that back air is going to hit it.
I love it. He gives him the roll option to let himself come back to center stage, and then catches him center stage, says, psych, boy, I'll let you in, but it's just damage to come forward. You thought it was safe, but nah, you're dying all the same, and already up to 50 on this next stock, this last stock for New Scheme here in set number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the beautiful thing about watching Sonic is he's very slow and meticulous about his play. But you wouldn't be able to tell by watching the game, right? You're sitting here and you're like, man, he's fast. Sonic go burr, right? But that back air also go burr. Ooh, and catching him with the ledge trap. Spring will reset Scheme now stuck at ledge. This is his stock for the first game. Sonic sitting comfortable at 50%. That Nair will take it. Killing New Scheme off the top.
Yeah, beautiful. Rolling him on up into a ball and then sending it home with a nice little kiss to wrap up game number 1 of this first set. And I mean, It just looked good.
Oh,
Really,
yeah.
it just looked good. We talked about it. We were kind of having fun yesterday in the hotel about Sonic's a player that's going to be fun to watch.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
Very, very impressively played. I mean, we talked about he's come through. He's played some pretty big names, the Ultimate scene, and has had success. And then, well, we just saw why.
Yeah, I mean, not even in the ultimate, just the ultimate scene, but I mean, winning multiple of Hungry Box's online events,
Right.
Coinbox and the box, that is no small feat. Those are 1,000 person brackets.
Right.
That's huge. So New Scheme definitely has a little bit of a mountain to climb,
Mm-hmm.
but I think from what we saw in that game, it's not a complete blowout by any means.
No,
It is very,
no.
very close. And I imagine he's scheming right now.
Oh, true to the name. True to the name, 100%. And, well, scheming, he could be. We saw it a little bit in the game, right? He's showing us new options. He's not just getting out that ledge, and he's getting consistently ledge guarded by that spring, but still finding ways back in, using his roll option to get center stage. The only issue is Sonic's, he knows all the options, man. It's one of those things where he's playing multiple choice.
That's about playing patiently. You're watching what your opponent is doing and reacting in the moment. And when you have a fast character like Sonic, you're able to capitalize on that much faster. But we're going straight into game 2. Sonic's now up 1-0. This is a best of 5 throughout. This is winners round 1. We're going to see how they do moving forward.
And we'll move forward into the set to go with it. New scheme will hold him up. Stars a little bit of a juggle, but it's more of a string than anything else. It's certainly not a true combo. He comes through, will grab 2 up airs, and that's about it there. But he gets to the side of the ledge. He's got him off stage now, and Sonic's, he's been loving himself on stage, quite frankly. He's been grabbing every sort of setup. So if Scheme can keep him off, keep him towards the ledge, I think that's where he really does start to see this set turn around.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the neutral with both of these characters. They need to be comfortable because while they both have amazing aerial game, both Sonic and Sora, it's one of those situations where it's going to come down to neutral and who's able to capitalize and put the other player in disadvantage longer. And what we saw from that last game is if Sonic takes this first stock, New Scheme is going to be in a very comparable position. And we're seeing a reverse. Flipping the script, New Scheme will take the first stock of the series, or game.
Yeah, electrifying start, if you will. And he'll keep the combo rolling as well. Back off stage he goes. Tons of damage done early. Starts to see things get turned back around. If you can take the stack out quickly, which, well, you can.
Caught with
things
forward
start
air.
to get reset once more.
Yeah, I caught him with the forward air. And it's if you're watching very closely, both of these players are trying to keep each other in disadvantage off stage and capitalizing when they're trying to recover. I mean, we're seeing Sonic do it, obviously, with the spring. We just saw Sora do it with the back air, first stock of the game. Speaking of back airs, 2 for the tank.
Oh, good projectile to get himself back onto the stage. He breaks the combo for just a minute. Center stage control to be gained once again, but New Scheme, he looks so much for that center stage control. He lost time to get back in, and he's right back off nonetheless.
Yeah, charging that rollout, super smart from Sonic's. Just trying to bait out an option from New Scheme, trying to get something there. And that's what I love about the rollout. You have so many combo opportunities out of it. Sonic's recognizes that. And I imagine it's like we're talking about playing difference on Wi-Fi and LAN. You don't have that 8 to 10 frame lag that you do playing on Wi-Fi. I imagine this is just a good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing better than looking to cover your option and knowing that you actually can for once. So, most definitely. And options covered all across the stage here. A much closer set coming through right now in game number 2. Much, much closer. It's another stock grabbed by Sonic. And right back. Talk about close. We'll trade it right back the other way. It's 0-0. We go in here into the final stocks of game number 2.
Wow. And what a clapback from New Scheme. New Scheme doing a great job of just playing off of the combos. And both characters catching each other with these aerial options. This Nair coming out from New Scheme is just keeping Sonic at bay at this ledge.
That's a very clean mix-up for his ledge guard as well. We don't see any sort of spam anymore. He's showing the mix-up. He's not allowing Sonic to get the read. It looks like Sonic's game 1 had the download, but not the same case as all. New Scheme, he's got him back off once more. Looking to finish it off the stage. He'll let him back in for just a moment, but still looking pretty dang. Oh my goodness.
That down air almost killed him off the top. 96% now, Sonic in a comparable position. We're now seeing New Scheme with the ledge control, using that neutral beam, trying to get something with the Thundaga. Using that fireball to the advantage. The back air is going to come out 69% now. 79, evening this up. Bay State Sonic's trying to get a lot of these forward airs. Taken 2 already so far in this game. Looking for a third.
And that spring to give him only one option to the ledge. He steps back, though. I like the pace from Sonic, trying to wrap things up early. New Scheme will take full advantage. Not getting crossed up one bit. He takes him back to the ledge. Looking to wrap things up. A good shield from Sonic to get himself in. And once again, we reset at center stage.
Yeah, Sonic, once again, just trying to bait out these options with the rollout. But New Scheme, notice the positioning, primarily staying mid-stage, waiting for an option, because if he was on left or right side of the stage, that back air could have very easily killed. But Gonna come back with 109. Man, Sora recovery is something else.
This is scary. Sometimes he's just sneaking these back airs in, and you get such a high percent. That back air sends you to the moon.
Yeah.
You got to be so careful with where you're giving those away at. Roll himself back in once more. Still so evenly matched. Taking these stocks to the distance here. Both players up to 110% now.
Oh, the down tilt. Gonna knock him up. Thundaga trying to keep him off stage. Sonic's now at 130 is gonna die to a sneeze. I guess I could say the same thing about New Scheme though. He's gonna need New Scheme. No, he's gonna make it back. He's gonna make it back. He's not gonna make it back. He's not gonna make it back.
The spring to send him off. We see Sonic continuously setting that up on the ledge guard. This time around, it finally hits, and dang, does it look nice.
Wow. It seemed like it was so back and forth there at the end. And Sora recovery is just so forgivable. I mean, you're down. It's like, oh, cool, I'm going to up E, and then I'm just going to doot, straight back to stage. No. Not if you have Sonic's edge guarding and stopping you from doing so. That back air into stage, beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Sonic's early. But hey, Scheme.
He's
game one to game two.
Listen, I'm telling you right now,
difference.
I had to keep him outside because I told him it wasn't time, right?
Okay.
But the janitors are here, and the sweeps are coming either way. I'm telling you right now, Sonics, yeah, there's movement. Yeah, Sonics could either take this in a 3-0 sweep, or will we see New Scheme with the clap back reverse sweep? Only time will tell as we head into game 3.
Only time will tell. I mean, who's got their remote in their hand? Do they pull the reverse out, or do we keep moving forward? Do we keep press and play?
Well, I hope the latter. I hope we keep press and play.
For sure.
But these up airs, catching New Scheme off guard, now sitting at 96%, could lose this first stock quite early.
Oh, that combo comes up yet again. He immediately has himself off of the stage here in Scheme. Come on, brother. Oh, that spring almost lands too.
Yeah, that was good. The up air catching it catching the jump at ledge. Great play from Sonics. And studying behavior, I feel like that's a big part of being a Smash player. You got to watch and wait and react for what they're going to do at ledge and what options they have when you put them in disadvantage. And Sonics just has the character to do that. But New Scheme doing a great job of just stopping all of this movement from Sonic.
Oh, he lands on second.
Up being again, trying to get
exact
back.
Same thing that ended
we'll
last
get the tech,
set.
but it won't matter. The back air comes through.
Come through.
I'm telling you. Yeah, pull
and
up.
the stock comes out.
Pull up.
It's just Scheme is trying to get back to stage, right?
Yeah.
It's the same consistent moves. We talked about the fact that you got to mix up, you got to bring yourself back in your recovery, but it's been the same recovery, and Sonic, he's got the download.
Yep.
He really does, and he's reading it perfectly.
Well, that's the thing with Sora recovery, right? It's if you're stuck in so far in disadvantage, it is hard to not read that recovery. So I think that's what New Scheme has to look at when returning back to stage is how he's mixing up that recovery.
He'll take his time on the ledge. He'll reset just a little bit. Stock percentage pretty dang high, but
yeah,
he'll send Scheme right back in that set direction. It's once again looking to string moves together to get his opponent back off the stage. Spring not to land this go around. Scheme's able to grab himself the ledge. Looking to turn it around there, but it's a great shield from Sonic. A kick back up, and massive damage done.
That Nair may have killed off top. New Scheme now at 113. Needing to solidify a stock here as Sonics has managed to maintain and hold all 3 of those.
Projectile damage from New Scheme off of the ledge, looking to hold it this time around. Good jab from him to go through as well.
Forward smash attempt on both sides with the down smash coming through. New Scheme will take it with a jab.
All right, for Scheme here, you want to get this stock just a little bit further. On that 130% now, you just got to get damage down. Or a 2-1 against Sonics early, already looking at the 2-0 is going to be tough.
Well, you know what to say about March, right? It's springtime, baby. That's what we're seeing from Sonics constantly at this ledge. Thundaga's coming out, trying to get something with the ice. Firaga, maybe something. New Scheme still sitting at 132. Does have the opportunity. And man, I love watching the movement from both of these players. They're doing a great job of just keeping it unreadable. Oh! Back throw, almost gonna take the stock. Sitting at 151 now. Trying to get something with the Blizzaga, not gonna find it. Getting back to stage, but once again, there's Spring.
You know what they say, spring showers, they bring May flowers, and Sonic's looking to blossom himself forward into the playoff bracket quickly as ever here. But this Scheme's stock went pretty far.
It went pretty far. I mean, it did get Sonics up to 94%, and that's a lot of value out of that stock. But now stuck in a massive disadvantage. The conversions are coming out from Sonics. New Scheme trying to go with an up smash, not going to find it on platform. Ooh, it's almost something. Now sitting at 38%. accumulating that pretty quickly and using that neutral B tool to just keep Sonics off of him. That's great play from New Scheme.
You keep him off, but he just comes back.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like my dog, man. like my
Always
dog, like,
comes back.
bro, listen, it's hot. Like, it's 70 degrees. I'm trying to sleep, brother. My dog jumps on top of me. He just can't help himself. It's just like that. It's not like he's back once more. Oh, good option from Scheme.
Yeah, that Thundaga almost killed Sonics there. Down, or was that down?
Nice.
Down
Dark
tilt?
here to come through.
That was definitely down tilt. That took. It's now
100%.
reset, but look at New Scheme. I mean, those are 3 digits, and that's a forward air, which will take the set. Wow, wow, wow. That's a 3-0 sweep. I'm telling you, I told you the janitor was in the house. And Bay State Sonics taking the very first game of the Super Smash Bros. Bracket here at the ECAC HV GamerCon Invitational.
Yeah, you said 3 digits.
3 digits.
On the percentage, I said 3-0 on the score
3-0, 3-0
It's
on
clean
the-
for
yeah,
Sonics.
yeah,
A player that
yeah.
we knew, I think, coming in was going to be a menace in the bracket.
Mhm.
Was going to be an absolute menace. I mean, he plays Sonic for a reason, man. He's here to speed run today. But plenty of games to go.
Speed running it.
Brackets come back through. And there's lowers as well. There's lowers as well. It's all good. It's all good. And Scheme did start to look pretty dang solid.
And
towards the
it's
end of the set.
double elimination. So Scheme by any means is not out of the bracket quite yet. Going to move down to loser side, but Sonic will advance onto the bracket. So I think next we definitely have the NJCU Gothic Knights versus the Farmingdale Rams. So looking at both of these teams, we could see either Hydra from NJCU or Game Boy Play. And looking at specifically... Oh, it is Hydra and Soul Arts will be playing. And Soul Arts will be representing Farmingdale State College. Soul Arts...
Yeah, 100%. And before we get into this next set, we got to take a quick second and shout out the people that got us here in the first place. Because, you know what, an event ain't nothing without a couple of sponsors. So, for anyone going up against Sonics later in the bracket, they're going to need some endurance at the sticks.
They will.
Let's be honest. They're going to need some Jedi-like focus, if you will.
Hunted.
And, you know, gamers, they need endurance to manage long bouts of intense composition. And that wasn't a long bout, but good hopes for the future. That'll be a little bit longer. And Brave Performance's training methods are perfect for gamers to build that mental endurance and advance their play to the next level. In the words of How Annika Lu, pro gamer, it's like weightlifting for your brain. Now, I mean, I've been trying to get a little buff, but like my brain is weak.
Listen,
it's weak.
I'm telling you too. Anakin knows what he's saying. Anakin, professional Tekken player, definitely up there in the world of the FGC. Listen to those words, because I mean that's a top 3 player in Tekken.
Yeah, listen to those words and type these ones into your browser. BravePerformance.com if you want to go check it out.
Once again, that is BravePerformance.com. No, where's your home? Where's home?
Are you doxing me on the
Hometown.
stream?
No, I'm not. No.
What?
I don't know.
It's interesting question. I'm from Missouri. That's all the information I give you at this time.
Okay, yeah. So he's from Missouri, right?
Yeah.
But little do you know is that New Street is your home to learn about, research, and discover collectibles. Like sneakers, trading cards,
like sneakers?
And NFTs. Yeah, like the kicks.
NFTs.
Yeah, NFTs.
You know you can make those your profile, your Twitter
You
profile
can?
picture?
You can?
I got Twitter Blue. I could do that.
Ooh.
I could do that.
You pay for Twitter?
Like $2.
Is it?
You can undo your tweets.
Is it?
It's like $5.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what I
Come on.
thought. That's what I thought.
Come on.
But either way, you can visit newstreet.com to learn more and follow us on Twitter at newstreet. Do it. I mean, do it. Why not? You have the time right now. We're in between games. Pull out your phone. Check it out. What more is there to say?
Try to dox me on stream.
I mean, listen, man.
Yeah. No,
Listen, man.
I'm listening. Don't worry. I'm listening for sure.
I'm just trying to pull up in a friendly way and play some
you
card games,
trying to pull
bro.
up?
Hang out.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we can trade NFTs. That'd be cool.
Trade
It's like
NFTs.
blockchain, but in person. Like I don't really know how that translates.
It doesn't. It doesn't
Okay,
translate.
My bad.
But you know what does translate?
What's up?
I'll tell you what. Shulk translates.
Okay.
Shulk has the arts, right? I'm ready to see all of the arts
combination.
come out.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hunted.
Okay, I like that. Actually, one of the best shulkmates in the Northeast. You know that?
Yeah.
Regarded at this time. At you know, I'm comfortable enough. Those are my words. I'll say it. I think he's one of the best shulkmates in the Northeast, and we'll see if that's the case. You know, was that in the crowd? If you're a Shulk fan, make some noise. Make some noise right now.
And if you're a Hydra fan, make some noise. Make some noise right now. Let's hear it for the Palu, rocking the 999 tag. And Soul Arts definitely with a shameless plug on the Metafy. I'm sure
I like that.
You could go on Metafy, find some Soul Arts, and learn what crafts and is needed to make the sauce that you're about to see.
And as for your sauce, Hydra was once formerly ranked 42 on Wi-Fi during V4 era, so there's potential here. This should be a good matchup. This should be a good matchup.
It definitely will. I mean, it is the number 6 seed versus the number 15 seed, but I mean, St. Rose definitely outplaying the seed for sure from what we've seen so far, right? Or sorry, Farmingdale State. That is mighty. That is 6 and 7 seed actually.
All right, so we got the Palu coming in. Walk me through the matchup initially as we start to get underway.
Yeah, so I mean, once again, it comes down to neutral with both these players. The thing is, like, Paolu is very steamrolly. You got a lot of conversions at your disposal, but Shulk, you cannot sleep on it, right? Shulk has a lot of capabilities, a lot of adaptability with the Monado arts. Being able to use those. Up B coming out of shield, one of the fastest options out of shield for sure. Switching to the smash Monado, trying to finish out this first stock, almost doing it with a grab. Palu now sitting at 130, trying to get back to stage, resetting this neutral.
A good reset, back to their own to come forward. We'll get it back off stage once more. Good ledge guard initially. We'll place him up in the air, but to come back once more is going to be that Shulk, and he'll send him just a little bit further. Palu now to come off stage on the other end of things. Center stage control has been very, very nice for the Shulk early here. Palu has so much control in her matchup. She mentioned has so many options, and oh, well, they start to get expended right there.
Oh my gosh, that's a great recovery tool, especially when you're high because you're not expecting it. It's so fast. It comes down, and it definitely caught Hydra off guard there. Hydra with the back air, going to solidify something with an explosive light. Oh, I'm going to find it. I'm surprised that down tilt did not hit. We saw Soul Arts coming back with the up B, using it again out of shield. It's pretty consistent with a lot of characters in Ultimate using up B out of shield. It's one of the fastest options, and that stays true with Shulk.
Shulk looking to start with the carry here. Short hops to send off stage. And the combo up for shield damage on both sides of the coin here. We'll send off stage yet again. This Palu just can't really get footing into the matchup right now.
Holding this neutral stage as well. We see Soul Arts making their way back in slowly but surely. The up air is coming out from Hydra. Trying to solidify something here. Palu is a scary character, but I tell you, if you're facing a good Shulk that has great knowledge of frame data and the Monado arts, then it's going to be a pretty even matchup, and that's pretty much what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, this is a Shulk that has been to Collision, placed 30th. And that's
33rd.
Yeah, and that's massive.
That is
a massive tournament, a tournament that Leo won.
Yeah.
So the fact that you're able to have such successes there really does speak to your matchup. Star KO to come through, and that's going to be a stock advantage right now early for Soul Arts.
Yeah, that's a super major. No small feat there.
Yeah.
Trying to come back. Soul Arts making it back to center stage. Hydra. Ooh, with the parry. Dash attack sending Soul Arts up, almost taking the second stock, and Hydra's able to take it now. With 0%, this is going to pretty much reset on both sides heading into this last stock of game 1. The back air will take that. Only accumulating 5% as well. It's pretty good coming out from NJCU's Hydra.
So after that reset, we'll immediately come back to stage. No meditation time at all. We'll jump straight back in the pits of things. Grab will get missed, but immediately into the up tilt. We'll grab damage off the top in the air as well. Going to turn things right back the other way, though. Throw of their own, and a very close matchup going into these last stocks.
Yeah, Farmingdale State's Soul Arts definitely wanting to take this first game. Sitting now, collecting what was under 30%, now pretty even with Hydra. It's all about who's able to get this neutral game more. They're coming out, forward air as well with that. Like, want some fries with that?
Get some cuts up. Fries. Little anti-air action.
Down air into forward air.
Oh,
explosive light catches.
Great ledge guarding to come through. We'll give him the room to come back to stage, but it's just for free jab damage, free extra percentage count. And that's going to kill now. Massive to wrap things up as Hydra will grab that first game. Game 1 of set 1.
Yeah, game 1 of set 2, I think. Second set.
Well,
technically.
Different players.
Yeah, different players, but second set.
Set
in
2 of the
bracket.
day.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Set
But
1 of
game
this
1, definitely
round.
going to Hydra. And honestly, that's pretty surprising. Soul Arts was coming out on top pretty heavily in the first part of that game, but Hydra was able to even it out. And that's Palutena, man. Once you get a footing, once you're able to get those conversions online, like we saw, the nairs into the dash attacks, or the dash attacks into the nairs, into the forward airs, back airs, and the stage control from Hydra on this latter half of that game really solidified it.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about the fact Palutena has good anti-air options, constantly is able to take you in that air if you want to go there. You see these short hops continually coming forward. If you're going to short hop, brother, I'll stop you.
Yeah.
I'll play a game with you. It's like he's holding the jump rope and he put it up a little too high. He said, "You're getting tripped." I'm sorry, like teacher. He jumped, not me. He jumped.
Not my fault. Not my fault. It's also not Solar's fault either. I mean, definitely playing that game exceptionally well.
Sure.
Using the Monado arts. I think we saw every single art come through at some point in that game. So the versatility of knowing when and where to use that, the adaptation coming from Soul Arts, I feel like if the download comes online now, Soul Art could take this entire set. Run away with it.
Well, that's the question, right? It is a LAN event, so a lot of people on the Wi-Fi at once. The question of what's your download speed? And that is the question. It is the best of 5, so there's plenty of time. If you're only getting like 1 or 2 megabits per second, there's time to catch things back up. But it's a question of when that download does indeed come through. And so far, not just yet, but we're very early. We're very early into the second game.
Yeah, I mean, the second game just started with a raw forward smash center stage
There
and
it is.
conversions
Beautiful.
to match. Soul Arts taking Hydra all the way from left to right side of the stage with those nairs and forward airs.
You see Hydra immediately go back to that comfort zone, tries to get back to center stage to set things up, and Soul Arts is there, ready to parry, ready to set things back up the other way. Good shield to come straight out of the shield for options as well. Air dodge to come through for Hydra to make some space, but Soul Arts more than willing to take that space right back away.
We were talking about Collision earlier. Hydra definitely placed 97th at Collision earlier this year. But, you know, I'm from the Midwest. I rep the GRV in Illinois and Iowa, and Hydra does have an official win on Atata, which is one of the best in our region. So this is one of the players that I've definitely been looking forward to watching. Forward air coming out from Palutena, left of stage, trying to get them in a tech situation. Soul Arts not going to allow that to happen, though. Coming back, ooh, the counter will not find anything, unfortunately. Trying to reset now in stage. You see the back air. Palutena back air so strong.
I mean, I feel like we're seeing significantly more combo game from Soul Arts here, but still, percentage is same nonetheless.
Ooh,
but,
what was that? Trying to get the up B straight up, gonna find an explosion instead. Sending him right into the blast zone.
Man, it's to my point. I feel like we've hardly seen Hydra actually throw combos together. But in the moments we've seen them, they've been so high percentage.
Oh, there it is. Caster's Curse coming through.
Okay, listen,
double
man,
nair,
it's not my fault.
grab, down air, jab. Knocking Soul Arts off the side with another explosive art. Trying to go for a back air. Gonna find one at stage. Backslash to recover. Explosive light once more, keeping Soul Arts at bay. Hydra definitely with the advantage going into this game too. There it is one more time. Caster's Curse. I am.
Hey, better you than me.
I am going to lose $1 million today.
Oh, is it fine?
No, it's Caster's Curse. I'm just hoping it's the opposite, right?
Oh, wait, that's smart. That's smart. Wait, I'm gonna have to get the read onto that. I like that. I like that.
Just like you like to read onto that, just like Soul Arts got that read out of shield with the up B one more time.
Yeah, he's been clean.
Every time, man.
Covering options pretty clean now as well. Like, recognize the fact that Hydra likes to consistently go for that air dodge to move stage controls around, and then just grabbing the back air right off. Catching it almost immediately after it comes through.
Yeah, going for the nair off the side. Man, that could be very dangerous. Soul Arts opting to air dodge to the ledge a lot, which could be easily caught. Switching to Buster, trying to accumulate some percent onto Hydra. Now playing around this mid stage, allowing Hydra some breath to get in. It's like we was talking about the previous set. It's all about the patience, all about reading your opponent for the right moment. Yeah. Ooh, that explosive light coming through, using the up B one too many times. Soul Arts will fall to Hydra. Now, last stock of game 2.
I like how you mentioned that patience. I feel like we've seen this set really slow down here in game 2. I feel like definitely both players have got that feeling out of game number 1. Solar's been playing such a slower game. They're looking for big damage hits, big damage opportunity. He's got it once again. Just Kali off the stage. He'll come back. Good shield as well. And out of the shield for options as well at the top of the platform. Will start a bit of a carry, but not much damage to be had off of it.
Nope. Oh, the grab, though. Will just kind of pushing off stage, putting them in a
He catches
situation.
him.
That down air will take it. That was a very smart down air coming out from Solarts. Hydra coming back with the clapback though. Solarts now at 50%. Trying to play this mid stage. Ooh, running for a dash back grab. Can't quite find it though. Switching to the shield and immediately switching over to speed. I think that was a bit of a... Oh, now switching to Buster. I think trying to just keep Hydra on their toes. Solarts going for a numerous amount of options here.
Yeah, I mean, the mix-ups are great, but if your opponent's a blender, it don't matter. He makes a smoothie out of him to wrap up the game.
Oh my gosh. You could say he winged it.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, you winged that joke.
You could say he winged it, yeah.
It flew right over my head. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'm an angel. So that was a beautiful play we just saw from Hydra. Taking game 2, and by no small feat at all. I mean, Solarts is moving out there. Left and right, back and forth, using all the Monados at the disposal. But when you come from a higher plane, I guess it doesn't matter.
It don't matter. Yeah, use Gigabrain. Honestly, use Gigabrain to come through. And we see mix-ups. We see options for Solarts. I just feel like Hydra's got him covered, man. He's got him covered.
I mean, definitely a lot of these positions that Solarts has found themselves in and disadvantage has been from Solarts. The up Bs have not been perfectly spaced to hit ledge. They've been above ledge, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Sure, you take advantage when you get that space.
Yep, exactly. And the air dodging in a lot. I mean, we're just seeing a couple of misplays come out from Solarts, which is very much rapidly snowballing this game, as we're seeing this first stock snowballing a little bit, and Solarts accumulating now 73%. Hydra coming out on top so far.
Yeah, we talked about towards the end of game number 2, we felt like the pacing really started to slow down.
Yeah.
Solarts took a lot more time. But once you got towards that last stock for Solarts, I feel like that was a totally different story. We saw him switch to speed, and we saw the exact same thing with his gameplay.
Yeah.
He played a lot faster, and I feel like he come out that stock the same way. And when you're not being able to take advantage, you get a little bit into your own head, things start to get very difficult for you in a game that you need the patience for.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just throw out options, especially at this tier of play.
Especially if your opponent's reading all those options.
Going for an air mid-stage, finding it. Up air, going for a back air as well. Pushing him off, switching to the Smash Monado, wanting to solidify the stock, but the mix-up recovery to get Hydra back on stage. Hydra pushing back one more time. The explosive light, close. Will catch Solarts slipping.
Slip off the stage. That's the third Star KO of the show. We've seen Hydra be able to convert now. Keep themselves off stage. The recovery to come up back to the ledge and caught by Solarts. He's got him off stage. Looking to ledge guard this go around. Now they're not going to catch what it's looking for, so back to the stage they go yet again.
That was a great switch to shield. It made his knockback less, and Palu was not able to continue that conversion. Beautiful play from Solarts. Trying to get back and solidify the stock. Oh, going for a jab reset. Man, Hydra with the sauce and burying all of the fangs of the head.
During the fangs, Solar's the one right now looking to bite down, and he is good to grab themselves that first stock of the series. Only 60% right now, so plenty of time as well for Solar's to grab damage out and get things evened up.
Well, how do you kill a Hydra? You cut off all the heads at the same time, right? That's what Solarts has in front of them. They have to take all of these stocks with finesse, because Hydra is getting these conversions and catching Solarts slipping.
100% in. The percent still continues to go for Solarts here, about a 50% difference between the two, but Solarts will carry to stage yet again, or off stage, I should say.
That's what I love about PS2. You can get a lot of conversions and combos from platform 1 to 2. Oh, raw forward smash, the spacing coming out from Hydra, sending Solarts flying right of stage.
Solarts will touch the light. Nice little step back jumper, looking to hit the shots off of it though, and nothing quite there. Hydra's just able to find the spacing yet again, not giving Solarts the opportunity to get in. Clean throw off the stage. Switching options as well with that projectile.
Yeah, switching levels as well, playing around this platform. Down tilt. But, once again,
this explosive light has been crazy.
The explosive lights and the forward smash, I feel like that's like the third or fourth stock we've seen so far in the series where Solarts has died just trying to recover, trying to get back. Gotta mix that up.
That's looking like, you ever gone out to dinner and had somebody eat nothing but the bread? eating nothing but the rolls.
Yeah.
That's what it's looking
Texas
like.
Roadhouse.
Hydra is just is bread and butter right now. But able to put things back around it, the knife to come through. I mean, how you get the butter in? You gotta open the roll. You gotta take a knife through it. So it's done just that, looking to get things back here. And well, if there's a set you're gonna do it, it's got to be this one.
I mean, this is huge. This could carry a lot of momentum for the rest of the bracket. I think both of these players definitely realize that. Trying to go for an up out of shield now. Switching over to the speed Monado, going right of stage. Getting Solar's bad situation. Catching the recovery. Oh! On the right side of stage! Oh my god, I need my glasses on and situated because that was the read of the set.
My goodness. That's the first instance we get to see it as well. It's a massive mix-up. You never see it coming. I didn't see it coming.
I definitely didn't see it. Well, I was sitting there, I was like, well, he's holding up smash, right? There's no way he's going to, okay, yeah, neutral got up into that, straight into that.
That's crazy.
It'd be like that.
That's crazy.
And it will not be a sweep thus far.
Nope.
So far, 2-1 in the set. And Solar's bringing it back, starting that momentum back a little bit, and getting the download right now on Hydra.
Yeah, we talked about it. Is it convention Wi-Fi? It got the hotspot.
Yeah.
Download came through a little bit faster.
Yep.
Just the nick of time, too, as well. That could have been the 3-0, but, I mean, the budget's kind of low, man. Like, it was expensive to get the one and only nuclear out here. So, you know how it goes. The janitors, we can only pay them for one set. So they've done their job. They split the first, and we'll come through. We got to do the rest manually by hand.
Oh, you want me to take this off then? Oh, okay.
No, please.
Well, I can't take off quite yet because this.
You're worth it.
Well, I'm telling you right now, the excitement is through the roof. This is exhilarating Smash play from both of these players. I mean, it's just an all-out brawl. I mean, we're playing Ultimate, but this is an all-out brawl from both sides.
Where you say that one at? Where's the bag? Where's the bag of the jokes? Pull that up.
I mean, I have no bag. I just got a big old brain.
Oh, I like that. I do like that. And we get big grand plays from Hydra yet again. Another explosive light to land. I mean, Floyd, please, man. Please, man. It's the same move, man.
Stop with the explosive light.
It's just so good. The spacing is so phenomenal. So hard, he has nowhere to go.
And I mean, it's so hard to get past that, right? Because there's differing ways you can use explosive light to keep them at bay. That's exactly what we're seeing Hydra do. Solar's now with the stage control. Hydra's trying to regain. We'll switch over to speed. Trying to get a couple of conversions. Going for a grab. Going to whiff a little bit. That forward air. Another explosive like a Melzu. It's every time he catches up with the explosive light when he's recovering. Got to be very careful. That back air is coming through.
It's this mix of the fact that Hydra explosive light placement is really good, and the thing is so dang thick. That's like 7 Cs.
Yeah.
Like, where do you go? It takes up half the stage. Like, there's so limited options, and every time someone's been able to tuck it, he's walking straight into a forward air, he's walking straight into a back air. Hydra's got something on the other end of it. So it's pick your poison. What do you want to get hit by?
Yeah, I mean, that's where you have to read and understand what they're going to do in varying situations that you're putting them in, right? Because that's how you get the behaviors, that's how you get the download online. And it's just like we're seeing the same thing from Solar's, using that up B out of shield a lot. Sure, Hydra can look at it and say that's what he's using, but can't really react because that's just faster than anything else Hydra can do.
Sure.
Sitting mid-stage.
Hydra at the end of the stock is looking to sneak in for a little bit of extra bits of damage here. He's also doing a good job reading it out of shield options to give himself a little bit of extra percentage, but he still has not been able to take the stock just yet. And speak about out of shield, it's Hydra.
I love that, man. I love watching Solar switch to the shield and not allowing Hydra any movement whatsoever with these combos.
Green option to get back off the ledge.
Jumps around the explosive light like the Demolition Man and taking out Hydra. That was beautiful spacing, and you're going to expect to see that from this level of play.
Yeah, we got to see more of it, too. So that's really the win con here, is the ability to space it out and to dodge it and to get damage onto the board. The switch to the Buster here, trying to find a ledge guard and caught yet again. It's Hydra, he just can't stop the man from getting the stage. If he wants it, he's going to take it.
Yeah, that back air into parry was pretty saucy.
Oh my god!
Read the read. I mean, either way, that explosive light covers a lot of that platform.
It's the whole platform, man. It lives there.
And this was a smart stage choice, definitely from Hydra, recognizing catching Solarts off stage a lot. And it's pretty easy to read on Kalos where they're coming up, right? Because the stage goes completely down.
Oh my goodness.
Following suit. If Solarts is able to take the stock early, could flip this game on its head. That's what you need when you're fighting a Hydra.
from Hydra for a little bit of free damage on the front side of the stage. Solar's going to be able to push forward for tons off the ledge here, and not quite expect to come through. Does have all the control of the ledge. Clean shots to come through as well. We'll shoot for the smash, bring the extra damage, and there it is. Clean.
Gotta be careful of those re-grabs, right? If you re-grab constantly, you're gonna get punished for it. That's exactly what we just saw. Now sitting at 62%. Soul Arts able to bring us back, but I don't know if Hydra has anything to say about it. Those nairs coming through. Grab, down throw, going for that back air. And now for a forward smash read. Not gonna quite find it. Switching over to the Buster to bust out some percent.
I'll be honest, Hydra came by that side was kind of mad. Clean string to get tons of damage up early. Solar's already on that 90% right now.
Wow.
Oh, whiff.
Went for the uppy out of shield, drifted back. Hydra going for a forward smash, and Soul Arts punishing heavily with a forward smash of their own.
Still, out of shield into the grab as Hydra to find damage once more.
That wind box.
All good. All good.
That wind box would be wild. And now they're just fighting over neutral control. Last stock. And it could go either way. I mean, both players sitting above 80%. Soul Arts gets hit by something hard. That may be it, but now at 95%. Ooh, that back air, if it would have caught, that would have been detrimental to Hydra. The parry coming through. Dash attack. Up there trying to catch something. Switching to the jump Monado. Not going to quite finish it out.
What are the switch-ups that we got here from the Soul Arts? I think he's much more willing to go for this close range. Much more willing to take Hydra here in the center of the stage, but it don't matter. End of the day, what other move? The explosive light to wrap things up.
Yeah, of course. And I love to see the fist bump afterwards. I mean, that was a great play from both sides, and it could have gone either way, especially in that game 4.
For sure. And I mean, those last stocks, I thought we started to set of the chaos a little bit. Hydra said, okay, he's want to take me close now. I mean, I can't really hit the projectiles a little too far away. I don't want him up close to me, but it don't matter. End of the day, still gets done.
Yeah, and I mean, the back and forth action, especially towards that last stock in that game, was wild. Just so much, like I said earlier, brawling from both sides. It was beautiful. Congratulations. We're going to see them move on in the bracket.
Yeah, move on the bracket, and I do believe we got an interesting opponent to come through next. We know the winner of that game goes takes Sonics and winners moving forward, but we've got more games to go. Plenty of more games. Two more here in this round number 1 before we get into rest of the winners bracket, and of course, losers bracket as well. So things not wrapped up just yet, and I'd still be scared of that Shulk down there in losers because not a bad showing by any means.
Oh, I mean, it was. I think it was last stock every single game. Yeah, very much back and forth. But next, we are going to be seeing St. Joseph's take on Wayne State. Yep, we're going to see from Wayne State, Chef Billy. Chef Billy take on. Who's over at St. Joseph's?
Bryce.
The DDD. But before we get there, we got to rest our voices a little bit. We got to sit down. We got to calm down. Yeah. We got to do one of these. And I guess there's also a panel going on. There's a panel on stage. But don't go anywhere. We got concessions out here. Go get some food. Watch the panel, and we'll be back very shortly. All right.
Hello, everyone, and that's pretty loud. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to HV GamerCon. We are up here at the Albany Capitol Center. It's great to be up here. So this next 45 minutes is going to be dedicated to how to be recruited as an esports athlete here in this collegiate space. I am joined, my name is Paul Santoro, Paulie Hype, 15 years as a professional gamer and now host, MC, commentator. I've worked with companies like the NBA 2K League, Alienware, Hi-Res Studios, you can name it up and down. I'm joined here by 4 other collegiate directors as well as coaches here, some of them multi-job, which is amazing. So we'll just go around and start it off here, and everyone, please, starting out to my left, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Michael Lazinski. I'm a professor of practice at the University at Albany and the head coach and director of UAlbany Esports right here in Albany, New York.
Beautiful, welcome.
My name is Joshua Case. I'm the director of esports at New Jersey City University. Also, in my free time, I'm a middle school science teacher.
Welcome, welcome, Josh.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Koliakmo. I'm the assistant director at Bay State College up in Boston. And yeah, glad to be here.
Nice, welcome.
And hello, my name is John McDermott. I am the head coach and director of Long Island University in Brooklyn, New York, and Greenvale, New York. And in my spare time, I am the director of college recruitment for the New York Patriots, a post-grad football team.
Welcome, John. Great to have you all here. So let's kick it off right off the rip. We'll get into some questions here. These are just general questions that have kind of been asked a lot throughout the collegiate space, of course. So let's start it out. Does a player's social media presence affect their recruitment, or is it something that kind of weighs in on your mind when recruiting students? We'll start it right here to my left with Michael.
So I think social media is important not only for esports, but for your professional life as well. So students who are in high school are starting to think about college. If you think about collegiate esports, the first portion of that is college, right? Collegiate. So I think that factors into collegiate admissions in the sense that, you want to be putting your best foot forward. So if you have an opportunity to look at some of your volunteer work or your work on an esports team, a traditional sports team, your personal interests, but as you think about your career in general, you once again want to put your best foot forward professionally. So, in terms of our esports, we look for students who are dedicated to doing well in the games, but also at school. Right. They have jobs, they work, they volunteer. So I think social media is like a platform for showing your best work. And if that's esports, that's esports, but it's also like the other things you do as a person, as a student. So.
Fair enough. Thanks, Michael. Josh, how about you?
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. I also think that it's really important to note that you are a representation of whatever you're a part of. So if you are a part of our esports program, we want to trust that you'll put out good social media content, or at least appropriate social media content. And that's something we'll be looking for, as well as in the real world. So as a teacher, one of the first things that my principal looked at when they hired me was my Twitter account. So if you can't do it in the real world, you cannot do it in esports.
Fair enough. All right, Aaron, how about you? What do you think about social media presence in terms of looking at new student recruits?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a lot of different types of social media out there. Most of the time, I'm going to find people on Twitter. You have to go where the games are going to be most popular. Call of Duty, Smash, they're really big, heavy Twitter users, right? So a lot of the times, I'm going to look at your Twitter results. I'm going to end up, looking at any sort of side tournament results. Always looking at those top 8 graphics, looking at any of those LAN event graphics, right, on the side. But more specifically, again, Discord is a type of social media that we kind of see. And we do see people in those servers. There's dedicated servers for like Rocket League six-mans. There's dedicated servers for Overwatch, right? Looking at like the 1.5 server, looking at the like tier 3 servers, everything along those. So when we're trying to find those new students and looking for places, we're not just looking at your high schools, because a lot of the time these high schools, they may have programs, they may not have programs. It just kind of depends. So yeah, just having that presence, having something out there, I'm going to be looking at that, and you're going to get a message from me, and you're on Discord.
Right. Beautiful. And to finish it off, John, what's your opinion on social media presence
affecting
recruitment?
Yeah, I think obviously social media just in general is incredibly important to have. But I think not only as we've talked about with the idea of having a professional social media and having, a way to talk to us outside of those. I think it's important as well for students to have, prospective students to have social media, because it gives them access to us, because, all of us have in some way, shape, or form a social media, whether it be our own personal social media accounts where we're all representing, our schools as labels of, directors or head coaches, but our school programs have social medias as well. And with my work in football and with my work in esports, a lot of the times like the first step a student athlete can take to come to a college or to get recruited is to reach out via social media and say like, hey, have you seen my highlight tape? Have you seen this? Can we sit down and talk? And being proactive in that first step is awesome, and you can use that through social media.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point. You're kind of talking about how it's not just about social media numbers. Sure, it is an outside brand of yourself, and you want to build that, but you were saying just the outreach alone, using the platform, is something that kind of gets your eye at least interested in someone. So those were all great answers, commonly sensed. It seems like it is important to everybody here. Obviously, it is a representation of yourself. That was well put. Outside of game performance, outside of just physical playing attributes, what do you look at in what would be a follow-up for each, and this will be for each of you here, what's a follow-up attribute that really stands out to you? Michael?
So I think good teamwork, good communication, respect. I think the things that happen on any team that happen in our professional world. So, the gameplay is important, of course, but you want to be a good person that people like to be around. You want to be supportive. You want to just, be someone, as I said, with a team. You've got their back, they've got your back. That's one of the beautiful things about esports, I think, is that we have these friendships and these relationships and the opportunity to, compete together. I think esports, there are solo aspects to esports, but I think one of the really cool things is being on a team. So anything that comes along with that, is something that we look for students who want to be there.
All right, so you Albany, if you're a team member, that's going to stand out over there. Well put. Josh, over to you. What would you say is the second best attribute outside of gameplay skill?
I think I definitely agree. I think I'd sum it up in just a very simple way. Be a good person. Be someone that that people can get along with, because you can be your best on your own, but what about when we put you into a crew? How are you going to work with your other teammates? I think that's extremely important, just to be a good person.
All right, well said by Josh. How about you, Aaron? What would you say is the best attribute outside of gameplay?
Yeah, it kind of comes down to a tie between, we're going to look at leadership skills for a lot of these students. Esports is still a thriving and up-and-coming industry. A lot of students, especially in high school, their programs are put on their back, right? They're typically the ones that have to go find that teacher, advisor that's going to look over the club. They're the ones that are going to have to vouch against their principals or any of the administration. So showing those skills, and I mean that goes along with also initiative, right? I used to work in a career center when I was a graduate assistant, and the biggest thing that we always looked at was the athletes at the school, right? I was a big D1 school, specifically for basketball, and they always kept saying how the athletes were the ones that always ended up having glowing reviews from their jobs post-education. And the big thing that they pointed to was the fact that they know what it's like to be on a team. They know what it's like to have these practices. They know what it's like, to have that organization skills. And so by showing us that, that helps and go a long way.
All right, so leadership over there for Aaron. Over to you, John. John, what's the second best attribute outside of game playing that you look for at your college?
Yeah, no. So I think obviously all these are great answers. For me though, it's very different. For me, what I do when I'm recruiting someone is a lot of those skills can be taught. What I want to make sure when I'm recruiting someone is that we have an opportunity for them to last at the school. So whether it's their GPA, that they can physically, compete with the school's GPA and keep up, and they're not going to fall behind. And then most importantly, are they a fit for us major-wise, right, in terms of that education? So if I'm going to recruit someone, I want to make sure that they're coming here for something they want to do. I don't want to recruit a student athlete that's going to be, hey, I'm undecided for 2.5 years, and then I'm going to transfer because I found out that, I really just want to do, engineering or something like that, and it's a program I don't have. So recruiting the students and understanding, what the strengths of the school are is probably my second most important thing to have, so they can stay here and they can learn and they can grow, not just as an athlete, but as a future professional as well.
All right, wow, great answer. So the right placement is very important to you. Well said, well said. So a lot of attributes outside of really just game playing skill. It's just like traditional sports. Game playing skill or on the field skill is one aspect of it, but if you're not that teamwork, if you're not that leader, if you don't have that right placement, if you're not enjoying yourself, then obviously it's probably not going to be the right fit. This one's a little bit interesting. It's a little bit more in depth, but we'll get through this one. So your high school or your college does not have an esports program. What's the best way? How do you go about getting recruited? Now they had put specifically here for high school, but I think it applies to college as well, where if you do not have a program, how can you get placed into a program? And this time, let's actually start with John. We'll go the other way around.
Yeah, no. So I think obviously, the cool thing about esports for the most part is it's a lot of student driven, and so you have the opportunities to go out and compete. And then also there's a very close tie-in between collegiate, amateur, and high school. So being active in amateur scenes and amateur things like that, you're gonna run into a lot of opportunities for collegiate, and then using those opportunities, whether it be like, for a League of Legends player to play in a solo queue ladder and record your videos. I think that's the most important thing. And I tell that to anyone, whether it be a football player, Madden player, and League of Legends player, Overwatch player, record your videos and make sure you're able to show us something at the end of the day.
Sure.
Because we want to be able to see your talents and not just see a result of, hey, I placed third in UPL or first in UPL. I want to be able to say like, hey, this is what actually I was doing in the lanes and in the abilities, and now this is what I can bring to your team. And having that video to send to us is amount, and you can do that through going through the amateur scene right now.
All right, so community-based is a way you can get involved if your high school doesn't have any community-based, and then your own outreach. Aaron, what do you think is a way that people can get involved in high school or collegiate esports if their local doesn't have one?
Do your research, right? That's going to be kind of the overarching term. There's a ton of schools here. There's like 15 different schools that are here, maybe even more, currently competing today, right? They all have esports programs, and we know that. That doesn't include all the schools that tried to qualify to get here, right? There's plenty of schools. You can go the ECAC's website. There's a ton of different leagues that are out there as well. They're all going to be able to have recruits. They're all going to be schools that are looking for more students. Reach out to them. Their contacts are easily findable, right? You can find our contact on our website, and I'm sure you can find everyone up here and their contacts on their website as I move the mic away. And so, yeah, just looking at the schools, just typing in the school's name, type in esports, see what's come up, see if you can find that person's contact, and just reach out.
All right, outreach, doing the right outreach. Joshua, what's the way that you can get recruited if you do not have an active esports local college or high school team?
So I have a very interesting way that I actually got into esports myself. I was, as I mentioned before a couple times, I'm a teacher. And at a high school I was teaching at the time, two students actually approached me asking to start an esports team. Wow. They took the initiative to say, hey, you're the nerdiest teacher in this school. Can you help us do this? And I was like, yes. And the rest is history. So I would say my answer is very unique in that it takes a lot of what actually an esport athlete needs to have in the first place, that drive, that initiative. If you don't have a program, start one. Doesn't even have to be a school program. It can be like an amateur team.
Right, so you can do a lot on your own is basically what you're saying. Your own diligence carries a long way. Michael, what do you think is a way someone can start?
I would say that's a great point. If your school doesn't have a program, you can be the student that starts the program, and what a great thing for your resume. Somebody who sees that you can work with administrators, fellow students, work with the campus, you're going to be positioned to demonstrate that leadership and all of those skills. Not every school has it. We started our program essentially when we came here 3 years ago at HV GamerCon with the ECAC. We have amazing student clubs on campus, so student clubs are also a great part of the experience. But when we came here 3 years ago, we carried that momentum forward, and now we have an esports team. So even just a couple years ago, we didn't have a team, and not every school does. So I think collegiate esports is going to continue to grow, and for a student to have that opportunity, to be a part of that process, it's going to enhance the school. It's going to be a great opportunity for a student for their resume, and so I would say, go out and start that team.
Yeah. I also want to add on to my answer a little bit. I forgot to mention, a lot of the programs in ECAC are student-run, student-founded. So are some of the programs that aren't here. I think in New Jersey, where NJCU is from, we're one of the only coached programs. A lot of other schools, NJIT, Ramapo, they are run by students, founded by students, for students. So again, if you don't have a program, what's stopping you?
Well, those are all great answers. And one of the things that has commonly come up in terms of collegiate esports is scholastic based, where it's more about scholarship potential or physical degree inside production or specifically esports directed categories. What do you think is going to be the key to get more of these programs started?
Well, the interesting thing about our team, we have 140 students. We're all class years, all majors. Everybody's welcome. So I think gaming should be welcome to everybody to have the opportunity. And now we're starting to see more classes in esports. So we have a class in esports. We have game design and development. So there's a lot of interesting broadcasting is another area, commentary, communications. I mean, the number of skills that go into esports and gaming, I think it's one of the most interdisciplinary fields that there is in technology. So I think that as administration and schools start to understand the career pathways, the job potential, the internships, we're going to see even more coursework. And then there's some schools who have full programs in esports and degrees in it. So it's going to be interesting to see.
All right, just so everyone knows, you can get a degree for esports in here. Thank you. We're moving. Came a long way since 2002 when I started. So we're moving. Josh, over to you. What do you think is going to be a key way to get more scholarships into programs?
Honestly, I don't have a perfect answer for that. My school does not offer scholarships yet. But I think one thing that's really important is to get sponsorships from organizations. So my athletic director has actually told me we can get sponsors for our program that can give scholarships. We're still working on that at the moment, but it is one option to get that support from outside.
Great answer. Aaron, what do you think is maybe an idea or a fact around scholarships, the potential growing in collegiate esports in particular?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the scholarships that we offer to our students is from in-house. However, we do have a couple of partnerships just with the different organizations. Some of them are local, some of them are international, right? So it's mostly finding those types of sponsorships for the schools, but also the schools need to have that type of buy-in. You need to have an administrator that's going to vouch for you, and it needs to go up that ladder. We're really fortunate with Bay State that, the president is really on board with everything that we're doing, and yeah, he's been super supportive of the program, super supportive of the school. Pretty much any time that we need something, that we just kind of have to go to him and put in our RFPs for it, and we can get it going. So I mean, it really comes down to finding those individuals at your school and trying to get them on board. And as they kind of look into it and they see this, I mean, most of our schools, they're probably happy that the four of us are up here, right? Our schools are all very happy to hear, Bay State, UAlbany, NJCU, LIU, right? So they're going to be supportive of your program if you can have something like this that's going to be live on Twitch, and that these students are going to see, and you can use it for marketing.
John, how about you? What do you think is a way people we can grow scholarships here in collegiate esports?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the biggest ways that you really can help and grow is sort of like for me anyway, my thought is to take the next step within the field, right? So you have a lot of, especially for us, in the next year, I'm going to be graduating my first class that I've been in contact with. And, not just having those students who've come in and been recruited by me, but making sure that they're now graduating and they're now getting jobs. Because once the colleges and generally see that there are opportunities for these students to work, and to see that not just opportunities out in a business sector or a teaching sector or a psychology sector, whatever the student's degree is, but for them to then be able to take their passion of esports and move it forward. Right, so I'll always talk about, in this sort of idea of one of my students that I just recently had graduate back in May, so almost a year ago now. He was a video game design student that loved esports, and through working with my program, had the ability to actually accept back in August another job at another college to be a head coach of esports. And to use that and to show that as a way of growth, that hey, not only are these students graduating, but they're working, and we're filling this brand new field of college and professional and amateur play with our students that are graduating. It creates, as you said, buy-in from administration, and it creates goodwill within the communities, and that in turn will eventually lead to the ability to have more resources available. Now, you have the opportunity with those resources to put it towards scholarships, or to then turn that resources then back into a bigger arena, a bigger facility, that then you can start creating a cycle of developing players, developing students, developing personalities like casters or streamers or things like that, and that way you're starting your cycle over and over again.
Very true. Well, as we move along here, I'd like to get to an interesting topic here in collegiate esports. Collegiate esports has really bloomed. It's been the positive lights of COVID a little bit, right? Because collegiate esports has really boomed, and it has shown that it's pretty pandemic-proof, because it is something that has not only, it didn't regress, right? And it was in its infancy when COVID had really first hit. It was just starting, a couple years in, not many programs. And once so many colleges had seen that this is something that is engaging students, it's keeping them competitive, it's getting them involved, even through a pandemic from the comfort of their own home, it was able to kind of open up a lot of avenues for collegiate esports. Where do you see collegiate esports growing even in the next 5 to 10 years? Michael?
So I think, as you said, it's one of the silver linings. It's been obviously a very difficult time, and
Right.
we had not only our esports, but we had a social game night as well. And I know the ECAC's done social game nights, just for something to do. Our students are at home, they're isolated, and so every Thursday night you can go online and play a game. It could be Overwatch, or it could be Among Us, or it could be, whatever sort of social game. I think collegiate esports is going to continue an absolutely exponential growth curve. I mean, it's an amazing opportunity, and with groups like the ECAC, bring everything they bring with traditional sports, all of the opportunities for students to be able to come and compete, not only online, but at an in-person event with amazing production and broadcasting. How could it not continue to grow? So I think providing students with opportunities, students are naturally interested in esports. They're already playing games. We're not forcing anybody. Thousands of students are playing games in the dorms.
Right.
I mean, this is what many people are interested in. And so to have that platform as a way to professionalize and develop this idea of organized play and championships, and it's just awesome. So I see it continuing to grow.
Excellent. Josh, how about you? Where do you see esports in 10 or even 20 years?
Well, one thing that's already happening right now is that it's trickling down to the elementary and middle and high schools.
Right.
As I mentioned before, I got my start in esports teaching at high school. Garden State Esports is something that I'm part of right now, which is a K through 12 esports league that over 120 school districts in New Jersey are now part of, and it's growing literally every week. I'm seeing 5 new schools join. In fact, as a coach at NJCU, I got a guest coaching request from the middle school I went to.
Wow,
which was really amazing to see. And they said the reason that they did it was because during COVID, their basketball team couldn't compete, so they wanted to do something else.
Wow. So not only did COVID take away physical sports during at least the height of it, it actually opened the avenue to a lot of collegiate esport and high school programs, because that was the only avenue that was viable at the time.
There's a silver lining to everything.
Absolutely, no question about it. Aaron, how about you? Where do you see esports going?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think back 5 years ago, right? I was working as a graduate assistant at another school, and there was like 28 schools in the ECAC at that point. Now we're over 100 schools in the program, right? There's plenty of other leagues that are also out there, and they have a ton of schools with them as well. So it's just going to keep growing. We're seeing new and new programs start up every single year. We're seeing new and new colleges that are getting on board. And a lot of them, as soon as they have good results, that's when we really start to see that buy-in. Look at Michigan at Route 66. They came in 3rd during that tournament. And now, as soon as they did that, there was all of a sudden an esports director position that was ready at Michigan, right? One of the largest schools in terms of sports, or traditional sports, I should say. And one of the schools that's going to really have that buy-in. So I mean, within the next 5 years, we already have students that are on pretty high scholarships. There's a bunch of schools here. I know that there's a bunch of students out in the audience even here now. They're on like $5,000 scholarships all the way up to full tuition, right? And there's only going to get more and more schools that are going to be offering those type of amenities, and more schools that are going to be offering more and more.
John, how about you? Where's collegiate esports going?
Yeah, so I think in the next 5 years, obviously, we're going to see more and more growth of, colleges that are just dipping their toe in, right? And they're going to take the full step. And I think as a result of that, we're going to see in the next 5 years a lot more organization of programs, right? I know some of the big talking points we've had are, like divisions and brackets and things of that nature, and starting to see that, because once those things start to happen, there's going to have to be discussions of what constitutes, for us at UAlbany and LIU, we're both Division I schools, but what's going to qualify an esport to be a Division I school compared to a Division III or an NAIA school or a Division II school or anything like that? So how are we going to break that? And that's going to obviously need a discussion from a governing body. So what are we going to see in the next 5 years that's going to form a governing body? Is it going to be ECAC? Is it going to be NACE? Is it going to be someone else that's completely new that's going to be able to really take that step and sort of solidify a group of organization? Is it going to be more as a joke? Like, is it going to be someone like Plays TV? Is it going to be someone who's going to be able to, get exclusive contracts with them, and they're going to use that as an ability to leverage out control of certain certain games to other conferences and things like that? So that's where I think in the next 5-year esports is really going to go.
All right, now we have about 10 minutes left, and what do you guys think? Should we open up questions to the crowd at all, or does anybody have any questions here? Anybody at all? Questions about how to get recruited in collegiate esports? And if there's no questions, that's fine. We'll just continue here for the next 10 minutes as well. It's totally fine. Okay, all right, well, that's fine. Excellent. All right, excellent. So here, this is an interesting one. With now the NCAA opening up NIL to traditional sports, and this also now being totally cracked open into esports, something that has not been done yet, to be honest. There hasn't been any collegiate esports athletes that are being represented in an NIL deal for the most part that are getting notoriety from it, but all the brands want to do it. All the brands are talking about looking for people to promote. How is NIL going to evolve this collegiate storyline and bring more traction to the entire space? And again, we'll start with John.
Yeah. So I think the first thing that should be said is NIL, for those of you who don't know, is name and likeness. So this is a movement within athletics at this point where now traditional sports athletes are able to sign sponsorship or agency deals with everyone from Gatorade to a local gym. So like you can now start earning money for playing in college outside of your traditional tuition and room and board scholarships if you're in Division I. And I think this also then applies down all the way to Division III. So I think one of the cool things is without having the ability for us in esports to have these controls, right? Because we don't have an overall governing body. A lot of name and likeness stuff is already here, right? The person to my right has, a person competing right now that's signed with a professional organization, right? And I think Hydra himself has won money at Smash tournaments and things like that. So we've never really had to worry about that. So we actually, in the esports field, are a leg up because our athletes we've already been working in that type of environment. So we actually have the opportunity for the NCAA to really lead the way and control the conversation because we've been dealing with this since we've got here, right? We've had the opportunity to have our players be making money on the side with sponsorships or agreements in any sort of field that they have.
Aaron, over to you.
And even to kind of go off of that too, I mean, with RSAA, the League of Legends governing body for CLOL, right, their first year that they had tournaments, they had a $380,000 prize pool for the first year in collegiate, right? It's still up there now. It's at like 190 or something along those lines. They say that it's, for the like scholarship money and everything, but realistically, the students can use it for anything that's school related. Okay, what does that actually constitute? And then we get into the whole situation there. But they're still earning $10,000, right, for the people who win CLOL. So, we're in an interesting situation too, where even tomorrow, right, for the Smash singles tournament, there's a $500 prize pool. If you were a signed traditional athlete at any of these other schools and it was a one-on-one basketball game, you would not be allowed to participate in that. So we do have a lot of these questions that are coming up, but it's because there's been, so much money that's been thrown around within the esports industry since the very beginning. When you look at some of those leagues, Compete League, I'm aging myself there. I played in Compete League, and it was $5 to sign up, and first prize was like $200, right? They had different tiers of organizations, they had different leagues and everything else that you could sign up in, but you're still earning money to play those games, right? So again, without having that single governing body, a lot of these students are expecting to win money if they're at that high level of competition, or they're expecting to earn something as they're in college, and so we kind of have to still progress with that, and as just time moves on, we'll kind of see where that evolves.
All right, fair enough. So NIL is interesting. Not only can your collegiate esport or college student get a scholarship, but they can also make money. See, esports is a little different, like you were saying. We were already able to compete in tournaments because we were not sanctioned officially. We were only student-ran clubs for so long. Now that schools are starting to pick it up, we can also get NIL deals. So, Josh, what do you think if a student was able to pick up a separate sponsorship now that they can, in addition to being a signed collegiate esports student, you can not only make money in college while also being on scholarship. How does that grow the future of esports? The importance there.
So I think it opens up. I think it opens up a lot of doors for a lot of diversity in esports. For example, one of the reasons that we don't offer scholarships at NJCU is because we're a Division III school.
Sure.
So one of the arguments that I have with my athletic director is, well, if the basketball team can't make any money, why would we give any money to the esports team? So I think that's definitely important for our growth because that's how our players are going to get money.
That's right.
And because we don't participate in the NCAA, because NIL isn't really something that we've had to worry about. For example, the $500 prize pool tomorrow. If one of our players wins that tournament, they get the money.
Sure.
It doesn't go to the university, they get to keep it. So I think that's extremely important, not only for the schools that are offering scholarships, but especially for the schools that aren't.
Right. Imagine being 18, 500 on a weekend for playing Smash, not bad. Michael, how do you feel NIL or the ability for collegiate students to accept NIL deals benefits and grows the entire space?
Yeah, I think ultimately it's a new area, right? It's a new industry, it's a new opportunity, and so we'll look to provide opportunities for our students, and we'll support them in any way we can. It's a really interesting discussion, and I don't have all of the answers,
That's
absolutely for sure. I mean, one of the things money brings into, esports is also, it's pretty expensive to run. I mean, the computers are expensive. The personnel, the coaching staff, the support, the transportation. I mean, we were lucky we're right here in Albany, but I know everyone, traveled quite a ways to get here. The jerseys.
Right.
So there's a lot of interesting, opportunities for discussion. I think one of the things that's the other side of that, all the students on my team and most of our teams, I mean, they're there because they love esports. They want to meet people. They want to compete. They're proud about the opportunity to represent their school. And so, once again, it'd be really interesting to see how things progress. I know when I played sports in school, I didn't make any money, but I enjoyed being a part of the team and going to official events and maybe winning a medal or a trophy or something. So I think it's going to be something to follow and keep an eye on. And once again, I mean, if a student is successful, we want to provide them with opportunities, help them be successful, and it's kind of take it from there.
Yeah, overall summary, opportunities bring more opportunities, right? The greens keep growing as long as the money's coming in. So these are all just interesting ideas, and we'll finish it out with this last question. We'll do a brief answer here for everybody. But, one of the interesting parts of collegiate esports is where does a pro become a pro and no longer become a collegiate esports athlete? Now, I know we don't have to get too long on this. Just kind of keep it generalized. But do you feel that once a player, because right now in collegiate esports, you can become a professional in a game and also still be signed to a school, which is something that we know that does not happen in traditional sports. Once you go into pros, for the most part, you're no longer competing in college. So we'll start here with Michael. What do you think? Should there be a cutoff, or should there be any sort of cutoff between going pro and not? Or do you think that the lopside of that is being a pro actually brings more attention to the collegiate school or space?
So I think I don't ever want to limit my students. So if they take a class with me and they want to start a company because they're interested in entrepreneurship, then I think they should start that company.
Sure.
It might be the next Google. It might be the next startup, whatever it is. So I think diversity is important. We have adult learners. We have non-traditional students. We also have part-time students. During COVID, not everybody was able to continue full-time. Some had to be remote. A student might need only a certain number of classes. So I think ultimately, any opportunity, I think everybody should have an opportunity to compete and be a part of esports. And any way we can provide that to our students, I think that's the name of the game. So that's for me.
Yeah, so if you're a pro, you're good, join up. Josh, over to you. What do you think? Do they get this continued from the collegiate space once they go pro or no?
Absolutely not. And I have a perfect example of this. If anyone's been paying attention to the Smash community lately, which I'm sure you all are, the current top player in the world right now is still in high school, 16 years old.
Wow.
Spargo. So if Spargo approaches one of us up here and says, hey, I want to get a college degree, are we going to tell him no? Are we going to tell him that he can't join our team?
Right.
Absolutely not.
Right. So that's actually kind of fun. It's a little different before we get to the other two answers. I just find it funny that esports is shaping up like that to where actually being a pro is warranted and wanted because of all the answers you guys have said. Aaron, what do you think on the subject?
Yeah, I had this conversation a while ago with someone as well, where esports and some of the games that you actually play, you can earn in-game currency, which can be constituted as real currency or traded in for a type of real currency.
Sure.
Technically, you're playing this game and you're earning money while playing this game. Therefore, you should be considered a professional at that point, right? By a definition of a professional, you're being paid to play this game. So just by naturally playing these games, a lot of our players are already earning money, and they may not look at it that way. That some like people were talking about Hearthstone and where it pays like 10 cents an hour, right, by just playing the game, but you're still making that 10 cents in terms of content. And when you look at a school, even like Bay State, we do have a ton of ex-professionals. We have current professionals that are playing for our leagues and everything. And I mean, they didn't get this opportunity. This opportunity wasn't around 5 years ago. This opportunity wasn't around, any time a while ago. So, giving people opportunities to go back to school and trying to bar them from getting their education doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do that for any other program.
Right.
Why esports?
John, over to you. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so I'm kind of smiling because I think I come from an athletic background, so
Sure.
I'm very much, like pro amateurism type of person. So for me, when it comes into if I had a player decide to make the leap from from amateurism, right, college to professional, I'm all for that, and I'm all for the ability for my athletes, and I push them to chase that dream, right? Because it's a dream that, like, I think every for me it was football. So like at 10, 9 years old, you're in the backyard, you're playing, and you're thinking about winning, making the winning pass for the Super Bowl or making the game-saving tackle. And so I've always been someone that you want to push them to be that level. But I think there is eventually a time that comes where it's like, okay, you've grown beyond the collegiate level, and you're on that professional pathway, and you're making that decision of going professional, right? So there should, I think anyway, at least for me, there should be, and there needs to be, and we're talking about calling back to that next 5 year, what is in the 5 years, that there should be, at least we're looking at some level of eligibility, whether it be like, hey, you were a professional player, like, last year, like maybe you should take a season of a cool down period, or we should have an opportunity to maybe move you into not being a coach, right, or not being a player, but you have invaluable experience, right, that you're going to take to one of our schools if you want to come here, that you could be a coach or a player while you're earning those degrees and have those opportunities to continue that degree progression and so forth. There's a lot of times, as I say, with college, like, you think about like Greg Oden, for example, I'll think about from OSU.
Right.
He was, a player, one and done player for basketball, kind of burned out, unfortunately, due to injuries in the NBA, but he ended up going back and taking like a grad assistant role at Ohio while he earned his bachelor's. Giving students opportunities like that to forward that knowledge that they've learned and they've developed, I think is very important. But at the same time, we have to make sure we're using our platform as a college to continue to develop people in both in-game and out of game.
Lovely. All right, well, that's all the time we have here. Thank you so much for enjoying how to, what did we walked over so many topics, but this was how to be recruited in esports. And from everybody up here, I'm Paul Santoro, Aaron Kalakamo, John McDermott, Mike Lazinski, and Joshua Case, your directors. Thank you all so much. Let's get right back to some Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. That was fantastic. Thank you all so much. Amazing answers. Very smart.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. I gave you everything, held you close by the stormy point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Give you everything, held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Welcome back, one and all, here at the Hudson Valley Gamer Con. It's the ECAC, and we've got the top 8 coming through in this bracket. It's been a big heater so far around. The lowers bracket is running in tandem along with this broadcast. And speaking of that bracket, how's it going?
There is so much action currently going on in the lower bracket. We saw, or you didn't see, but we saw SolarArts take on Scheme. SolarArts did take that 3-0 in round 1, and you caught us halfway through winner's side. We still have 2 more matches in round 1 of winner's side to go through. We got St. Joseph's versus Wayne State up next.
Yeah, and if you're here in person, the Albany Convention Center Authority wants to welcome you here to the Albany Capital Center and New York's capital region, an American crossroads of history, commerce, and culture. From our many historic sites, modern amenities, and top-notch food and dining. Now, I've been here for a night. It's top-notch. I'm not going to lie. It ain't too bad. There's something for everyone. So come discover what Albany has to offer, because it's right next door. You're there.
Yeah.
Right now.
Go outside. Experience the wonderfulness of Albany, New York.
Yes, please. And speaking of wonderfulness, speaking of experiences, we've got a match to experience right here. Who's playing?
Man, we have Bryce representing St. Joseph's University up against Chef Louis with Wayne State. That's going to be a DDD up against the Terry. Maybe see a Me Brawlers. Now, the interesting thing here is Sac State dropped.
Yeah.
And Chef Louis originally placed 9th coming into this qualifier. So, because Sac State dropped, he was allotted in as the 8th seed.
Yes, he was. And Bryce is ranked 6th in Philadelphia right now. So a man who is pretty cold with it. Very cold with it. Signed by Illusion Gaming, in fact. So a professional player, if you will, and plays 7th to Glitch. So a player who is quite phenomenal on the character. Plays pretty much exclusively DDD. Has Luigi in the bag, but something, if the set goes well, I'm not going to expect to see.
Well, it's time to go because they're going right now. Terry's got that meter on line 64 to 122. Now, that's the thing about playing Terry, right? You don't want to just rack up percent and then just try to outspace him. You want to get that percent up, and you want to kill Terry as soon as possible because this go meter is going to be unforgiving. Bryce trying to throw out the Gordos to get some spacing, but that Geyser is looking real scary.
What's interesting here, there's a history between this matchup for these two players in specific. So, maybe Bryce get extra damage back to the ledge as well, and off of the ledge to find additional damage to go with it. I'll wait for this last stock to run out before I start giving you that info. And reversals coming out from the Terry.
That was a great power dunk. That was a pretty close. Throwing the Gordo now, actually going too low. Bryce will lose that first stock, but that is a 156, now 168 Terry, and that's pretty scary, Terry. You can run, but you can't hide with the up tilt.
I can't hide at all. Stock to get reset here, and it's a 2-on-2, tied things up. As that DDD gets the frag to come forward, and yeah, these teams have it before. ECAC plays exclusively crew battles coming through in the regular season, and 2 seasons ago, these squads were in the finals together. Wayne State and SJU, and that was a Wayne State 3-1 dub. So technically, technically in history, Chef Louis, historically the winner.
Yeah,
Historically the winner.
historically. And showing it in this match right now, Chef Louis currently winning this, which is crazy to think, because Bryce is the second seed in this bracket, right? So Chef Louis is currently sitting at 8th. This could be a massive upset if Bryce is not on point, but the DDD up there is coming out. The Gordo to follow suit, trying to space him out and hitting it! Ooh! That lag hitting the Gordo. He tried to reverse it back, but down B will take it, and that hammer hits hard.
Yeah, that hammer hits hard indeed, and second seed for a reason, most definitely. As we're on those final stocks now, 90% already accrued here for Bryce on this last stock, but he's definitely coming back with a vengeance. Tons of percentage. He'll land the projectiles as well. So up there, and he'll wrap things up. Oh, not quite. Won't kill just yet. DI's out into the blast zone. Blast his face back to ledge as well. Oh my God!
The uppie's gonna take it! What a play coming out from Bryce. The quick Uno reverse card, smacking him with it and taking game 1.
Are you kidding me?
That was insane. Because he thought he was going for ledge, right?
Right.
He thought he was going for ledge.
Right.
Like, I'm cool. Nope. That ain't happening. Came right back on stage. And like you said, this is a historic match between these two players. Because technically, Chef Louis has already won in the crew battle setting.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Sure.
But now,
I was all alone. No friends.
Yeah.
No,
1v1,
two,
baby.
No 2 or 3 players. Just step back in.
Mono action. And what I loved from that game was there was so much back and forth with the Gordo. Like, he was trying to space out with the Gordo, and we saw a lot of the Terry also trying to space out. But it massively came down to who was able to take those stocks sooner. Bryce looked at a very comparable position for a minute there. Louis looking really strong in this match.
Yeah, we have to Louis a bit in the pit before they got going here today. And Louis is a player who hasn't played a ton of tournaments. Ultimate on Wi-Fi is always interesting, and he's been kind of avoiding it, but hasn't really had the means to travel to lands as well. Bryce, on the other hand, has.
That's a wombo combo.
Yeah, exactly. And Bryce, in the alternative, has been to lands, consistently places pretty decently in the events that he goes to. So there's that natural experience that comes with it as well.
And natural experience also comes with those smashes and those parries. Ooh, looking clean. Call him Katie because he's parrying. Trying to get those forward airs. Now the go meter is online. Will it matter? It will not.
Call him Katie because he's parrying, but my boy, he's went up like a firework.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag?
Driven through the wind? Getting thrown off stage? Caught on the ledge?
Yeah. You know, coming back and wanting to start again in this neutral. Ooh, that grab whip was paper thin. The House of Cards. One blow from caving in.
Oh, or not quite. I think if you cave in a bottle, it comes straight back out with the air comes back through. And he's done just that.
That's
more than 60 control.
That's the volatile thing about throwing out Gordo. That power wave is going to throw it back every time. You got to be very careful. Bryce recognizing that. And I love the movement that we're seeing from this DDD. Jab, jab, power down. Going to take that first stock. Chef Louis now at 96%. Go meter will be online from that grab. Chef Louis has to make this count and get a bunch of percent out of Bryce with his Go meter.
Cuts additional damage here, trying to limit the options to get back to stage. Some free damage to be found as well. He'll make it back, but do you really want to be there?
Up tilt. No, you do not. That DDD
he lets him know. He lets him know.
I love the down tilt from DDD. Absolutely one of my favorite characters. This is probably my favorite casual character. So I have a lot of love for DDD. And DDD showing love. Bryce definitely hitting these where needed. Going for the up tilt again. Could have got a pretty good conversion there had he hit it. Maybe into an up air or a nair. Now trying to space out with back air, but
nice.
Chef coming back. Everything possible. Jab, jab, power dunk. Gonna miss. That was great SDI from Bryce getting out of the jab, jab. Jab, jab, power dunk.
Very nice from Chef so far. He switched things up, and he's making that spacing. He's not allowing Bryce to get in. Okay, well, that's my fault. I'll curse it just a little bit as Bryce takes back all that stage control.
Oh, he was reading the roll. He didn't quite roll, though. Grab into the back row, taking him off stage. Once more, but that go meter's online. Unfortunately, it's not looking very good for Chef Louis. Still has, Bryce still has 2 stocks. Trying to get something with the geyser, and he's going to find it.
So scary for Louis. He is able to take a stock, but he's no recovery. There's nothing left for him, and still, that's another game in the set. that's going to go the way here for that DDD.
What's interesting is I think that's the second time now Bryce has gone so low to the blast zone that they've died, which is really ironic to look at because you've taken both games. It's now 2-0 against Chef Louis, right?
Yeah. What do you do?
I mean, what
you got to cook something up, right?
Right, exactly. I think what we need to see more from Chef Louis is actually utilizing this go meter, right? He gets up to that 100%, but every time waiting around the corner is that DDD down tilt, waiting for it to happen and hitting him every time and going for those up air conversions. It's working.
Yep, that it is. And now, well, Chef's in the name. Let's see if he can cook himself up a game win because he's going to need it right now.
Let's see if he has the sauce against Bryce. He's going to need it. Down throw into nair, trying to go for a forward air, but shield will stop it.
Oh.
As is spot dodge.
I'm going to talk to Louis. He's a player who does play exclusively brawlers, so he does have the information on the spacing in regards to being able to get in, being able to find quick jabs and quick combinations. It's a matter of if he's allowed to use set options.
To get in, yeah. And Bryce is doing a great job of utilizing these corridors in a lot of multiple ways, both trying to space out Chef and trying to get a bit of percentage when possible and eat him, put him into the go meter. Hey, that dash attack hurts. That dash attack hit would hurt, but that geyser hurts even more. Yosemite's calling, and Chef is answering.
Yeah, answering indeed, and right back the other way. So there's someone on both sides of the phone lines there, and they both are good to dial up stocks. So right now, looking at 2-2 on that scoreline. Early stage control to be gained by nobody just yet. Down tilt not killing him for Bryce, and he's caught up in the combos yet again.
He's getting caught up indeed as they're now playing mid-stage. Grab will hit, forward throw, and I love at this level of play, you just see the neutral control a lot more. Going for a forward air, maybe an up air would have worked there. Ooh, trying to block that Gordo will hit twice. Super unfortunate. That's a big boy hitbox. Ooh, and Chef Louis says that's not going to hit again. But this SDI coming out from Bryce is not allowing Louis to get what they need out of these jab power dunks. The Buster's going to take it. And now Chef sitting at 110%. Still with the go online. Bryce needs to take this stock now.
Clean on the ledge right now for Louis, looking to hold on to this set. To take the stock just a little bit further, really solidifies himself into what could be that final stock. But right now, looking so very confident that he's not even going to need to use that last stock, or maybe not. Bryce looking stairs from center stage. Once again, they're looking to bring him off, but he's turned right back.
Yeah, that power geyser is going to hurt every time. Just as that back air will. Bryce sitting in mid-stage, trying to rack up this percent. Up throw into up air conversions. Now throwing out the Gordo. Trying to do what he can. Ooh, baiting it out. Hitting the shield. Forward air conversion. Stop going for those dash attacks. They're not going to hit. They're too slow. And as I say that, he says, I'm going to prove you right.
That's the way it goes. That's the way it always goes. Bryce will charge up.
Oh, no! He hit the roll!
That's it. That's wraps. GG's. GG's.
Ooh, and what? You love to see the fist bump come through. You know, hit me with one. There we go. Yeah, you love to see the fist bumps. I just love fist bumps, man. Yeah.
I was waiting. The camera wasn't on yet. You were. I didn't want you. I want the audience to know. You know?
I get it.
It would feel disingenuous if the audience didn't see. I'm sorry.
But what a great play from Bryce. I mean, definitely had the read and the download on Chef Louis both of those games. I mean, all three of those games.
Absolutely.
And I loved holding the down B, waiting, and just knowing that roll was coming through and just waiting for it to pitch, knocks it out of the park.
Now, the moment you start strolling around with it, you know. You know. It's that simple.
Yeah.
You know. You can tell.
He was hitting flow state.
Look, he's behind a curtain. I can't see him. But on the stage, I know.
You know.
I know he was scheming.
And I know you know he knows.
Yeah, and you know what? I know that don't do a quick break, and then we've got another set on the way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here from Hudson Valley.
bring it to me whenever you want to.
Welcome back, one and all, to the ECAC SSBU Top 8 bracket here at the Hudson Valley Gamer Con. We just saw a pretty clean 3-0 on our last set, but we got the last matchup of round 1. Who is it?
Man, we got Halo going up against Penta. So, we're going to see the swords flying today. It will be Smee Sword Fighter versus, not the Marth. We thought it would be Marth, but instead, it's going to be the Hero. That is declined Penta to the left, over on the Sword Fighter and Halo. On the right, I believe.
All right, well, out early Nuclear. A little bit of switch up, but you know, how it goes. How do you feel about the matchup, just in general?
Yeah, I mean, it all comes out to spacing with both of these characters. You cannot allow the space to come out of this Hero because they're going to make full use of it. You got to get in, and you got to get in now. Using all of the MP, though, wasting it on a snooze. Sitting with 0 MP. Not looking in a good situation.
I think Hero walking through with this many options gives you such micromanagement to do as a player. Because all you got to worry about spacing, you just have to worry about what the heck you're using and when you're using it.
So correction, Halo will be on the knee sword fighter. Penta will be on the Hero. And that Hero making good use of all of the tools in this disposal. I love throwing on bounce. That limits a lot of options from Halo in terms of utilizing the neutral. Hitting with lightning. Now coming back mid stage, going for a down smash. Will hit on a shield. Ooh, trying to get the lead out. Halo unfortunately unable to find it. We'll see the first stock taken on the side of Penta.
Penta looking confident right now, willing to just eat damage off the shield early, and then come out of shield and start to make options happen. I love it when players willing to just sit there and take the damage because they want to be up close. They want to be able to start combos as close as they can. The fact that you're willing to literally sit there and eat moves, it just speaks of confidence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The crit coming through. Fully charged forward smash will kill exceptionally early. And that's the thing about Hero. Often called one of the cheesiest characters in Ultimate because you can kill with crits, you can kill with anything at the disposal. The MP's online, but Halo also coming online, taking the first stock.
Yeah, the first stock, and we'll be at zeros for everybody here as we jump into what is a 1-stock lead for Penta, who's been having pretty much full control over this game.
Yeah, Penta making assumptions is Halo probably assumed you're fighting a Marth, and this is a much different matchup. Much different matchup.
That is the thing, though, playing collegiate events, because we talked about it, we have some crazy names as events, but if you've got a college, like newer, underclassmen players, you just don't know. You don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
And so it allows that underdog story to get written up when you haven't seen the files to look at. You don't have that smash data information to actually look forward onto your opponent. It allows them to start to look for opportunities early. If you can segment yourself in the series, get yourself confident, get that boost, you start rolling. You really can.
Speaking of rolling, kills. Halo gonna find themselves rolling out of the blast zone for the end of game 1. That first game will go to Penta.
Yeah, first game to go to Penta. It's the Hero to come out instead of the Marth, and hey, good choice because it worked.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great choice. It's also harder to get in as Marth on that Mii Sword Fighter, so maybe it was a matchup sort of decision from Penta going into Halo.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think on Smash Data there is a couple sets played, but it's limited.
Yeah,
it's very, very limited. So after you can come in, play a fighter you don't typically play, and have that level of success.
Well, now you're also playing mind games, right? You're getting into the mental, so maybe next time they will be expecting the Mii Sword or be expecting the Hero, but instead get the Marth, the other Hero instead. But we will see Hero yet again coming out from Penta, representing Assumption University, and Halo will remain on the Hero, coming out for SAGU.
Same sort of early mid-stage presence we'll get from Penta. Look at the damage of that Mii Sword Fighter early, though. Looking to bring that spacing. Look at how dangerous Penta is when he does get the opportunity to play center stage and get close and personal.
Yeah,
Taylor will take early damage.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about Penta utilizing all of the MP so early, because that's exactly what's going to happen. If you just sit mid-stage and just throw out all of these moves, all of your down beats, like we're seeing, it may work out in your favor, or you could find yourself off stage with no MP to get back.
That's fair. I love that. I love that timing for you. You bring it up just as it happens.
And look, once again, utilizing all of the MP, but man, Halo is doing just such a better job of outspacing Penta so far in this game.
Yeah, Taylor's realized pretty quickly that Penta's willing to throw the MP out so early that if I just wait,
let him use the resources.
If I dodge it, then I get in. And what are you going to do about it? Well, not that.
Yeah, you're going to get up smashed. But once again, now sitting at 5 MP, right? Kind of banking, I'm guessing, on utilizing the oomph and trying to get a crit off of it. Dying very, very, very early. An exceptional play from Halo now. Man, I feel like Penta has gotten lucky with that bounce almost every stock. Penta's had that bounce online, ready to go, and that limits Halo's opportunities to get in.
Well, I mean, if you were lucky every stock, I mean, at what point is it just, are you just good?
I mean, yes, definitely, but there's an argument to be had, I guess, with Euro players, right?
Sure.
Back air, mid-stage, down throw, up air, coming out from Halo. Throwing out the tornado, not finding a conversion off of it, and instead, Penta finding the oomph now, 100% last stock. Halo sits comfortably with 2 stocks. Now 1 stock, but all he has to do is realistically just sneeze, right?
Yeah, 100%. Taylor knows how fragile Penta is right now. You know Penta knows too. Back to that mid-stage maneuvers. MP's already pretty much expended, and Halo now the chance to strike, the jump in center stage.
Getting the bounce, not allowing Halo to utilize anything. And man, that's what's scary about this character. And realistically, this hero could find a forward smash and end this second game.
You can get back to stage, and
but with
got
no
on your own. It's the Emperor with no clothes. Can they find a groove? They cannot.
That tornado will connect. He will find the conversion in the up air, and now we have a very close set, 1-1 on both sides.
1-1 early, and yeah, you talked about it. Penta throws the MP out from center stage, gets a lot done in game number 1. But game 2, Taylor says, well, hold on a minute. You want to use it, you can use it, but if you abuse it, now suddenly I'm going to reuse it and start making things happen.
And that's exactly what we're seeing. I mean, we saw Halo sit back and allow Penta to just throw things out, right? Just throw it out, utilize your MP, and then I'm coming for you. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So this set could go back and forth. I'm interested to see if we're going to see a switch, and we won't. Penta will remain on the hero.
All right, so I guess that makes the new question. Does Penta switch up the playstyle? Do you start to conserve? Do you recognize?
I think you have to. Or you just play to your own style. You just lock it in and you switch up what you're doing, right? Sure. You play to a different play style.
Sure, we'll get some differences already. Penta willing to miss the platform, willing to move away from that center stage to give Halo just a little bit of space to work with. Halo looking pretty happy to have the space to work with in the first place. Start the options, to put the options out early to go to the backside of the stage, use projectiles, and then we'll start to look to get in once again. Just clean strings early. Overcheck that down wants to go with it as well.
Yeah, we're seeing constantly Penta looking for 3 options every time. And that, or I guess 4 now that we're seeing a lot of snooze. So that's snooze, that's that's psych up, and that's bounce every time. We're seeing Penta go for those 4 moves because it's working exceptionally well. Except
there's one more option.
Yeah, there's one more option.
It's the get carried up smash the stock option.
I see. Well, that's not a very good stock
You like that one?
Right?
Okay.
I would not invest there.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Not in the Robin Hood portfolio?
No, not in the Robin Hood portfolio. Not one bit. But then again, I don't have either of these characters in my Robin Hood portfolio.
Okay, no, that's fair. I like that.
Grab, forward throw off stage.
Is the psych up yet again?
Yep. Going for those psych ups, man. I feel like he's just going for the crits, trying to get this early damage off on Halo. Halo doing a great job, sitting back, allowing it to happen, and just shielding every time it comes through that. Wow. So we'll take it.
Start to charge.
And look at that MP again, though. Oh, 1, 2, MP slowly coming back, utilizing it as it comes up.
Ooh, we'll tuck under that tornado, get up close for another hit, but it's tried to get again by Halo, pick it center stage. And I like the spacing difference between Halo. They recognize, like, I can look for it early. If I don't land them, I gotta back up. I gotta get the space. It's respecting the character.
Yeah, and you have to. I mean, if you don't respect this hero, it will come back to bite you. Almost getting a star KO, almost dying off the top, but instead going to find a nymph, which will fall, actually. Bounce not coming through in time. Flame Slash to get off. Halo needing to reset, get back to stage. Bounce now online from Penta. Back air will connect, but not seal the deal.
Yeah, you're getting that double knockback as well, so you can't actually make a combo off of it.
Right. Going to Kaboom, hoping to catch Penta off guard. Not gonna find it. So coming through again. Almost hovering over Kamikaze. And honestly, should have used it. Halo now taking that stock. Up 1, sitting at 109.
Again, you can see that as he's coming out this from the stage, Halo will take things forward. Even against the FP option, the confidence coming through the character, and maybe overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, he went for an option that was not going to work. He tried to throw out the ring. It's not going to connect when bounce is online.
Clear out. The force tended to get close and take advantage of Halo. To now look to play forward, but oh my goodness, Penta looking angry, looking mad right now on this final stop.
Mad saucy, hitting those forward airs one after another, not allowing the stock to be done quite yet. I see Penta try to get the psych up, not gonna find it, getting back to stage. Halo backing up, throwing the ring out, recognizing that hitbox will hit late.
Coverage.
Oh, and he down B's instead of up B's because he didn't have the MP. He was looking to recover, and unfortunately will find himself in the blast zone and now down a game.
Yeah, great ledge coverage all the way around the ring. You can get up, but hey, you get up, you go straight back down, brother. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, I mean, he could have waited for the ring to come back and then jump or neutral get up, but it didn't quite work. The weight was a little bit too short.
Way the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Way the road. The weight of the road.
The weight of the road. Indeed. Now we're heading into game 4. We're going to see Assumption University down 1. Find Penta, trying to do everything possible on this hero, looking to be the hero of the story. And maybe opening the fridge, not necessarily looking for the sauce, but for the cheese instead.
Ooh, for the cheese. Let me give you one better. You melt that cheese, what you got?
What?
You melt the cheese, what do you have? What do you,
queso?
Yeah, and you got the cheese sauce.
The cheese sauce.
Why not both?
The cheese sauce, why not both? Okay, so what are we seeing so far?
What we see so far? See, it is hella even stocks what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we are. It is very even thus far. I mean, Halo sitting at 126, but securing that first stock against Penta. Penta getting psyched up. The energy's coming through. 81% MP, resetting neutral, throwing out the snooze, and it's gonna get reversed, but immediately gonna recover. Ooh, that up smash. We'll take it. Yeah,
that was good. To go with it. 1-1, only 12% as well. The second stop for Penta, so there's plenty of time here in this game number 4. Big touch from both players. We'll go projectiles a little bit. Ironic to see melee projectile damage coming out of 2 sword fighters as they're trying to still close those gaps.
So looking for more, but the MP is low. Instead, opting to get up, get a grab, which will actually give Penta a lot of MP. That grab conversion. Even a little bit too fast for the footsies. Looking for a back air. Gonna get returned by a recovery option straight back mid-stage. Accelerate coming online. Recognizing he has Accelerate, Halo waiting out an option from Penta, just going on the platform. And we're just seeing a lot of patience from both of these players in this game 4.
Yeah, both really committing to move. Very, very much committing to those options early. It allows those opportunities. You see Penta come back through. Catches it so quickly. If you don't have anything to do with Halo and you get caught up. Look how slow Halo was playing, was letting Penta use the MP. Now it's just trying to get in. And Penta's happy to have that.
Yeah, I mean, Penta is now utilizing options hasn't before, getting recovery off on stage, allowing that tornado to back off Halo. Ooh, trying to go for Crackle Slash. quite going to get it. Now at 122%. And getting the accelerate to get back. That is a quick 89% on Halo Halo.
Yeah, that's the call for Penta to throw out that Psych Up once more. You need an energy drink sponsor on this event at this point.
Yeah, no joke. 5 MP, Halo Halo finds themselves in a comparable position. They need to end the stock now, but the forward air will catch the roll. And we are now. It is a situation retcon game 5.
Well, the stock got ended. Not the one that you maybe would hope for, but
it got ended. Yeah.
And that takes us to the end of what's going to be this set, game number 5. The first one today that's gone the distance. Well, who better than 2 sword fighters?
Exactly. We're seeing a massive sword fight between these two. Maybe a fight on who is the true protagonist here.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, they're both heroes in my book, right? Both of these players, but only one of them is playing hero. Well, what'd you see?
Say that?
What'd you see there? Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure, you know, I was capping on it.
Oh, I'll never be capping. But it's looking like Penta, looking like Cap and Crunch. Oh, for the crackle, slash, and pop mid-stage. Oh, down tilt. Trying to get this ring online. And I love that we're at Final Destination. What a pick. It's truly
poetic. It's poetic.
Poetic, fitting.
No, absolutely. And Taylor playing a lot faster paced game. A lot faster paced game. And I do like this mix-up to come through because you've been playing so patient.
Oh, it won't quite kill!
The DI does come out, able to get away from that smash attack, but that's a lot of damage to go forward. And Taylor Halo, look, I love the confidence, but you gotta let some of these moves come through before you start to get in. We've talked about it all the way through this set. You start allowing those empty power-ups to start happening, I mean, you're gonna take damage.
It's a hard juggle, right? Because you need to allow him to use MP so that he doesn't have as many options, but you can't let him get Psycho. You can't let him get bounce. Otherwise, you're having a much harder time keeping him off stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see it right there. Allowed to get back up stage, get to center stage, and instantly will take the stock away. So right now, going to be a stock advantage for Penta. It is 100% on this stock, though, so it shouldn't last too much longer. But it's getting the potential it needs right here. This first stock, Penta taking it more than the distance here, up to 50% on the Halo Halo.
Talking about the cheese sauce earlier, this is looking pretty Gouda. This is coming out mid-stage. Bounce almost coming online, but MP is low.
The shield for tornado to get up close and personal with Halo Halo. Neither player to land just yet. Talking about pussy center stage, you're getting them all right here. It's the salsa dance, trying to take that stage control back because we're entirely neutral. Penta will grab a couple bits of damage and still on that first stock. Look at it taking 2-stock lead.
Looking very close, trying to get back. Gonna fall short, unfortunately not making it back. Now, that's Penta with never mind, 2 stocks. 1 stock ahead, 0-0, but we need to see a comeback from Halo Halo. Forward air, down tilt, once more. Throwing the ring, the tornado, the up air.
Oh my goodness.
Accelerate now online though. Penta gonna be sliding in and out, not allowing Halo Halo any of these combos.
Okay, beginning that combo, I was getting nervous. I thought we were gonna get the 0 to death coming through.
Yeah.
You said comeback. Halo Halo said, I've been here for years. But there is a slight turn to come back to you the other way. See that crowd start to get loud and loving this last stop.
Yeah, the crowd definitely popping off. I'm excited. It's gonna come out on top. Either of these players, I mean, this is game 5. That's what you love to see in these situations. Wax almost popping out.
Anything right now.
Yeah, and now low MP, but he's going to get the recovery option right into a forward tilt. Trying to get back once more, but the bounce will push it back. Psych Up now online with low MP, but it won't matter. The forward smash will take it. Penta takes the set.
3-2. Penta will bring it back home, and oh my goodness, it's chips and dip coming through. It is the absolute cheese sauce from the hero.
It was beautiful too. Very, like you said, poetic earlier. We saw a lot of back and forth in Halo Halo. It looked for a minute there was almost going to take that stock away from Penta, but Penta got back on stage quickly. Had Penta not gotten that recovery option to get back on stage though, they only had 8 MP. They would have died, and that could have been a completely different game 5. But alas, Penta will take the game 5 and move on for Assumption University.
Yet they will. They move on to take on St. Joseph. Coming through in the winner's bracket still, of course. The reminder is a loser bracket does exist.
It does.
Loser bracket, no one out of this tournament just yet except for, one player.
One player.
Because one loser's round has gone through.
Yes.
But other than that, Still 7 players in this composition. Still plenty of time here through this bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to be playing a lot of the losers sets off stage.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going back into winners. More than likely, this will be semifinals that we'll be heading into, and we'll be seeing Sonics take on Hydra. Sonics originally took out New Scheme in first round, and then Hydra took out Soul Arts 3-1.
Yeah, so both those players looked incredibly dominant, had very, very good games, and that's a matchup to 1,000% look forward to, whether you're at home or right here in the venue.
Yeah, and if you're in the venue, I just need you to give me the energy I'm giving you. I want to hear the hype coming out for these players. Reciprocate a little. Because I'm back here dancing. That F-Zero theme came on, and I was watching, and I was grooving. I was hype. I was bopping. But, I mean, what more to bop for than a Sonic versus a Palu, right? That's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object.
It is. The Palu is the immovable object there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, Sonic moves. He kind of
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
Like, he kind of move a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But first, what's happening first?
What's happening first? We got a little break to throw to. And when we come back, we got winner semis on the way.
Too generous.
Well, welcome back, one and all, to the Hudson Valley GamerCon coverage here from the ECAC Esports. I'm Catnator 3K. It's the ever so lovely Nuclear, and we're here in the winter semifinals.
Yeah, it's been a day so far for sure. 8 schools are brawling it out in the playoffs of the ECAC bracket, and they had to qualify to get here, as you know if you've been tuning in. And all the losers matches will be played off stream. There may be another stream that's picking that up. We may tell you a little bit what that's going to look like. But before we get into that, we have action ahead of us. We got a Hydra versus Sonics, and we're going right into the game.
That we are. Sonic on Sonics. Who better?
Yeah, Sonic on Sonics.
It's one letter difference.
With a shout out for Angie. Angie, if you're watching from home, shout out Angie. Let's go, Angie.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that. We're talking here about this matchup. We know Hydra, a player that used the light like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Faces as an option, but Sonic is faster, has more options, and can get through it quicker.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, Hydra out at 97th at Collision 2022. Beat Tata, Illinois Wesleyan, Nest player. And Sonics, obviously, pro-level player. You've probably seen the name before, whether it be on Wi-Fi or LAN, here to make a name. And as I said right before we cut to break, we kind of have an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. Dear Lord, it looking like Sonics is a little bit of both.
He got a spring and a step coming in here into this winter semifinal set. My goodness, we talked about it. We got to see a little bit in round number 1, but I mean, it's the same sauce coming through from Sonics early. Looking very down on the stage. Hydra, a player that was able to get a lot of set control, a lot of stage control into last set, but nothing early just yet.
No, I mean, Sonic's doing a great job of just baiting out options so far from Hydra on the other side of the stage. One of the few characters who's able to do that, just sit, roll out, wait for an option, came up, down aired straight at the ground, and then went once more. It actually got a conversion off of it. This is working really well for Sonics thus far.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the patience, the way they made out to just play rollouts. Ooh, clean damage early. Rollout off stage, trying to catch Hydra, who is able to get back to ledge with Eyes of Spring as well. Just some spacing to be gained. Tuck on the stage for now. We get some damage onto the Sonic as well. As they look to take the Sonic to the edge, but once again, the rollout back through. So early for Hydra to be able to space the Sonic out. He's just willing to get right back into things. Nothing stopping it. Okay, Hydra's got the spring. He's got the spring down, at least twice now.
Oh, yeah. The spring has been hitting a few times. Hydra is doing their best to avoid it. Explosive lights now coming out as well. For a downer on stage into a down tilt. Rollout coming through. Trying to bait out an option. Going to down air. Go back down. Hydra trying to hold the center stage and maintain the force.
Yeah. Parry to come through. Second catch him. Nonetheless, goes to Sonic. Finally hits nothing.
Just hex that at 190%.
Kind of crazy. And the percent just goes up 200 now. Yeah, eventually you gotta die.
I mean, that up throw is gonna kill.
You can only live so long.
Yeah. I mean, PS2 blast zones as well. I mean, it's now playing with the neutral. We're seeing Sonics reset a little bit. Some plays going on left side, trying to carry Hydra to right. Hydra needing to solidify the stock here pretty soon, or this game will get away from them. Oh! No, the air dodge came through, but was able to up B, get back to ledge. No worries.
100% now on to Sonics. Does roll out back onto that center stage, and now we're going to get this Palu out into the ledge. Those are the platforms for now, and Sonic once again on that rollout. He's comboing it all day into aerial moves, and same pace here in the second set.
Yeah, I feel like Sonic character has much better combos, but Palu has much better conversions showing through. Going for the downer on the side, down tilt coming through. And just like that, Sonics is reset neutral and now put back off again. That's what's gonna happen when you're at 120%.
And Hydra's starting to look a lot more confident. Is willing to now to throw out the light, to limit space, to limit options, and start to get the read on the Sonic. And we saw a lot of that into their first set of the day. And now the fact that they've come through, they're starting down just a little bit, and it only took them a stop to do so. So very, very quick in doing such a thing. Sonic still, though, such a phenomenal player, able to find damage, a grab. We'll grab a bit of a pummel as well. We'll start to force this Palu right back into the ledge.
Seeing Hydra trying to reset. Getting this neutral up smash coming out from Sonics, and the back air will land. Yeah, these rollouts are just
That roll in the back air combo is so good for Sonic. He's so consistent as well. Hydra's able to get out of it briefly, very briefly in this set, but Sonic, he's going to find it.
Holding it as well, just waiting, you know, I can buy my time.
You want the smoke or not? What's the word?
Literally, Sonic's quite literally trying to pull up air, going into a back air, not going to quite find it yet, though. Explosive light come out mid-stage, and they're just kind of dancing around. Sonic's trying to dance around Hydra, and Hydra getting percent in when possible.
Oh, no, neither grab to connect. Hydra hit the dive as well to that middle of the stage. Hydra find nothing as Sonic will cross it over, and now we'll come back in looking for damage up in the air.
Forward air, right side of stage. That's a comparable position. You do not want to teleport there. Forward smash almost taking it.
Still, nothing for Sonic on these grabs. Hydra's doing a good job of spacing out just a bit here on the ledge, though. Great recovery options.
The up air almost took it there. Getting these up air conversions exceptionally well. Sonic trying to space out Hydra. Hydra doing a great job of using the wind box off that forward smash, pushing Sonic's off stage. Now Sonic's on their last stock, but Hydra sitting at 122, and Sonic's being exceptionally patient. Up air coming out not once, but twice. Yeah, Hydra reset.
Knows how quickly how you into this stuff. 122%. You gotta get damage out early. Does just that as Sonic takes a second to meditate before coming back to the stage, but still looking pretty dang good. Out yet again. Hydra tucking the grabs, not allowing Sonic any sort of early potential. Parry to come through as well. Kick him off stage. Down the edge of it.
Ooh, but that Nair doing a job. Twice now, 69 almost hitting with the explosive light, and that forward smash almost connecting. That is a scary forward smash, one of the longest in the game from a brawler perspective for sure. Back sitting at 151. Hydra's got to be really careful about these next few options.
He's back here pushing for Sonic right now. Just getting Hydra off stage, the bubbles to come through. Looking for the spring early, will dodge the light as well. Not trying to let him touch the ledge, but just barely. Hydra will get there, we'll tuck the spring, we'll get some damage back. It's going to get Sonic's up to 80% here, but it's going to need more.
Oh, the back throw. Now getting him off stage. Explosive light coming through. Trying to get the spring back up. Oh! The back air will secure it on right side of stage. Sonic's finally securing that, but allowed Hydra to reconnect those heads and get back in that game ferociously. I mean, coming from a 2-stock deficit all the way back to almost last hit, last stock, that was a great comeback from Hydra, but Sonic's will take that game 1.
Yeah, a good run from Hydra. We talked about Hydra recalibrated so quickly. Like, after stock 1 wipes for both players, I feel like Hydra already has the read on the matchup, has an idea of it. And Sonic's was quickly getting that spacing to take that first set, grabs it grabs it pretty early, and then from there, I feel like those combos, they just start to get red. I mean, the roll option into that back air is still pretty consistent from Sonic, because, I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah.
He's doing it all day. But Hydra's had the read pretty quickly, is spacing it right back the other way. I think we got a dang good matchup on our hands.
I think so as well. It's so back and forth between these two characters, and they're both snowballing exceptionally well. Once you find yourself in a Palu combo, you're checking your watch for a minute, and vice versa. You know, once you find yourself in a Sonic combo, it's coming out clean from both of these players, and that's why they're on winner's side, right?
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. And going into game 2, I'd like to see a little bit more finesse coming out from Hydra. I think that if Hydra's able to get at these forward smashes and up smashes online a little bit faster, keep Sonic at bay, find those conversions as that blue hedgehog is running through, they may find a little bit more stock. And that's exactly what we're seeing, the investment coming through.
Is that what you want?
Exactly.
Now, he wishes my command said Hydra, so take him immediately off stage to the ledge early here in game number 2. Get back once again. He's tucked the light and he'll get damage. Initial roll up, not going to find the aerial options off of it, but things start to change as Hydra's going to be camping that big platform.
Yeah, Sonic's going for a lot of these up airs into back air conversions as well. Ooh, look at that reset to neutral too. That was super clean. Not even looking at that ledge, completely avoiding it. There's a lot of platform.
Neutral's getting nothing.
Yeah. You'll notice as well, you'll see a lot of platform shenanigans come out from Hydra on this Palu, playing around this platform mid-stage. It's going to be a rollout into a back air. Explosive light will hit as Sonic's tries to drag down with the Nair.
Right now, Sonic's on a road trip in this game, quite frankly. The amount of roll he's looking for, He's just not quite finding the combinations. Hydra's doing a really good job of spacing them. Has had the download on so quickly. Well, eventually he's got a hit.
Oh no.
On the ledge, will charge the smash, and Hydra is going to be able to get back off the ledge. Will turn the options as well. Light early to force Sonic to come play down. He'll get himself back up the ledge though. Easy recovery from him as well. Not looking too much there. Back throw to come forward. Looking forward in the air.
These grab options from Sonic's has been insane. Literally just running up and grabbing, because that's what Sonic can do. I mean, you're moving so fast. That's exactly what we're seeing. Forward tilt not going to quite kill. Hydra making it back. Both players sitting at 110. That was a definite misplay from Hydra, not meaning to up B right there. Now trying to keep Sonic at the same stock count. Sonic sitting at 134.
Oh, he's starting to catch him now. Slowly but surely starting to catch the rollout. 2 to connect early into the stock is probably going to be on there. Second. 34%. Sonic's pretty close to death here, but has taken it all the way up to 50% already. So, you know, a little bit more damage. Well, you sort of can. You can, but still pretty dang solid.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely solid. That's what we're seeing from the Hedgehog. Oh, Nair loops coming through. 26, 38 into the back air to finish it off. That's a quick 52 for Hydra.
That's supposed to be 2 things even up already. Look at stock count of penalties as well. Sonic got a rollout. Look at taking it into the air. Beautiful combo coming forward, and Hydra all the way off the ledge.
Hydra finding themselves on the other end of a footsie tootsie. Hitting them every time. Sonic's is clean with these back airs, and the movement coming out is insane. Like I said, unstoppable force, an immovable object. We're seeing a lot. I think we need to see a lot more of Hydra catching this movement coming out from Sonic, which is not an easy feat, exceptionally hard to read.
Yeah, Hydra's got to dance, and it's a difficult dance to do. Very limited space, but hasn't been doing the dance too shabby. Has had good success this year, but Sonic's he's smooth. He's just smooth. It's that simple.
Back throw. Exceptionally smooth, honestly. I mean, smooth moves coming out from Sonic's. Hit with the rollout, trying to hit again, looking for the back air option. Instead, we're going to find an up air, soft spot back there, not going to quite kill.
The recovery option is great. We'll recover early to do additional damage. The Hydra to force him to grab off of that ledge. Damage to be done to Hydra. Explosive light to limit. Sonic's recovering still. Get himself back up, and the lights found nothing. Sonic has to dodge. The rollout to come back through, trying to find it back there in the air. Nothing quite going to be there. Hydra once again back to those platforms, back to those keys, trying to get around, trying to dodge the grab, but still, it's right there. The run of the grab, that's simple to throw off stage and again.
A little bit of a dash dance into a back air, but the air dodge will connect.
Another one.
Another one. The forward air. I mean, he could commit there. I mean, they had nothing to lose. Another stock was on the line. Sonic's now up 2-0 against Hydra so far in the series, but this is a best of 5 all throughout. Even winners, losers, and grands will be a best of 5, which is pretty cohesive with the format that they had to play to get to these playoffs.
Yeah, like identical, I do believe. I think all those sets were best of 5, so yeah, absolutely. All right, Sonic, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 here.
Already grabbed a 3-0. That was round 1. Now into round 2. Little bit of a heightened matchup, and still just moving, cruising. It was a 3-1 that we saw Hydra come through last set, so definitely fantastic gameplay from them as well. Sonic, I mean, just making it look easy.
Sonic's is insane out there right now. The movement coming out from Sonic's is not just very linear, right? He's trying to mask a lot of his options, trying to get through. And hopefully in this game 3, we'll see the download come through for Hydra so that we can have a much closer set coming through. We are going to see the swap as well. Very true. Hydra switching over to the Roy, maybe looking for better options mid-stage, but instead going to die very early. First stock falling at 0%. You hate to see the SDs.
Sonic, how you feeling good here? You've got Hydra to swap. That's big. That's big for you up in general.
Yeah.
We'll see if Hydra's able to make moves happen off the swap, because right now it's a stock to fall very, very early. We're even here in that second stock, but I mean, that's a whole stock advantage. Sonic.
Yeah.
He recognizes. He knows the spacing. Look how patient he's being with it now. He knows, I got the lead. I don't need to do much. Good recovery.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, the air dodge definitely was going to get Sonic's backside of their way, but Hydra was looking to hopefully even up this game a little bit more. That recovery is huge as well. Going to hurt quite a bit. So will that forward air. And there, and up air.
Beautiful spraying to meet Hydra in the air there to guarantee that he's not easily getting himself back to stage, or at least not without taking some damage first. Hey man, I don't care if you go over to their house, but take your phone charger with you.
Exactly. You need to. Remain that charge, keep it up. Forward smash mid stage will secure it. And you know, I hate to say
it's not looking charged up.
Yeah, I hate to say it's over when it's not. But I mean, 1 to 3 stocks, that is a hard mountain to climb, especially against Sonics.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Sonics, you can tell knowing about it too. Still gonna play off those more or less. Gonna save some time. Can't poorly. Good damage. Up in the air yet again goes Hydra. Is able to get back to that stage, but caught yet again. Jabs the complete for Sonics to force him all the way to the side of the ledge.
That was a good air dodge recovery, getting onto that top platform. Common City's great for that. Trying to keep Sonics at bay, looking for these up airs. Sonics moving once again. And Hydra trying to catch something. Sonics just sitting in shield, looking very comfortable with their play. That back air will take it. Now it's 1 to 2. 67% says Hydra. Ooh, forward air, knocking him off. Trying to bait an option out of Sonics. Hydra's not having any of it.
Almost feeling unbaitable.
Yeah.
Taking a sweet time, roll out for free damage, 100% onto Hydra. You gotta be so careful. You gotta take 2 stocks away from Sonic. We'll have stage control for the moment being, but the stage control feels so unsolidified when Sonic is continually rolling out.
Sonics dancing around Hydra. Hydra just stuck in shield, very close to losing. That may be it. That's gonna be it. Unfortunately, Sonics will take that 3-0 over Hydra.
You know, Sonic the character is a hedgehog, but Sonic's the player is a dog out here on the stage. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's barking at him. I'm scared. You have to sit next to him on the stage. I'm scared.
Yeah,
I'm terrified.
Shaking in your boots, if you will. Yeah, he's all bite, no bark. Truthfully, honestly,
yeah.
That's what we've seen. And now that set is concluded, Sonics. I think that means Sonics has now not dropped a single game at all this entire set or this entire bracket.
Yeah,
6-0 so far in the bracket, and we'll be moving on to winners finals. That's got to be some tough competition coming up. So. Looking at the bracket now on the other side, right? We have some other players that are going to be making their way downtown walking fast.
What do you want me to do with that? what do you want me to do with that? No, please tell me. What do you want me to do?
I want you to go homebound.
Okay, man. Okay, man.
We have a little bit too much fun.
Where I want to go?
Where do you want to go?
To break. And we'll
break.
get back.
Okay.
We'll throw the second winners final. We'll see in a minute.
turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me.
What's up, everyone? We are back from Albany, New York, as the ECAC continues onward in the SSBU Top 8 bracket. I'm counting to 3K. That's nuclear.
Yeah, we're excited to be here, and we know that you love to be here. We know that you're loving chatting with us. But please, please check out the side stream if you haven't already. Claim to Fame Entertainment. They're streaming Losers Bracket, so you know what action is going on there. But while you're here, we have the next set coming up, and that is Penta versus Bryce.
Yeah, Penta versus Bryce. Bryce took a clean 3-0 in his last setup against the Terry, and Penta, that was that first game that we got to see go the distance. That was the game that went all the way to that best of 5, and Penta took it 3-2.
Sword Fighter versus the Hero.
Yes.
Sword bout. Now we have Sword v Hammer and Gordo. Down throw will connect. Forward air. Bryce looking real comfortable. Ready for all of the options. Penta's about to throw out. Ooh! Down air into back air will put Bryce at 112. Pretty much even up this first stock as I say that. Penta taking the first stock.
Opening up the early lead here. Louisiana Peak will cover as well quite swiftly from the top of the platform and out to the bottom side of the stage. Bryce just looking to find info early. We talked about before, right? New players, underdogs going through the bracket, you haven't seen, you don't have the info, it takes a second to learn. That's why it's great to have best of 5 all the way forward. There's plenty of time to gather set info. Bryce looks to discover, as they reset the stop count, 2-2 going forward, but a lot of damage coming out from the Hero right now.
Crack the slash, trying to find something to snooze, or instead choosing the cocoon. And grab it, looking for them so much. Yeah. Psych up coming through, back air. Now it's 6 MP, now getting stuck off stage. Goes but to air dodge in. Gordo not gonna hit, but the dash attack will.
I love that, right? Get Gordo to cover that option if you want to step off the ledge, but if you want to come into me, dash attack, you're coming straight to something.
Yeah.
There's nothing you're gonna do about it. Bryce, such a good player, able to cover all those options at one time, and now looking for up air, looking for damage.
Wow.
Stock it is, stock KO.
Some sus DI coming out from Penta. Bryce will take that exceptionally early. That was like 90%.
Yeah, Bryce happy to have that one. And that allows him to get a little bit of advantage here going into this stock. Good DI from him as well to stay alive here, dodge that blast zone.
Yeah, if that whack would have hit, that would have been crazy. But looks like the fire will connect. Penta now evening up this game for the most part. Bryce looking for a forward tilt, down throw, forward air. Trying to catch Penta off guard. Penta just trying to reset this neutral. Use as much MP as possible. Accelerate will come online. Surprised Bryce got that grab after the accelerate.
Bryce getting the beat down here in this last set. Looking like a schoolyard bully. Where's your lunch money at? Hand it over. I need some milk. He's gone.
Bryce
He's
with the
there.
recovery kill. Saying, I don't need that ledge. Get it out of here. I'm jumping, souping, and coming down right on your head.
For that last stock, he picked him up by his pants. He said, you got loose change? You got loose change in there? Hand it over. A very, very clean final stock coming out of Bryce.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce doing a great job of just keeping the distance close between him and the Hero.
Yep.
And every time I felt like it looked like Penta was going to approach, Bryce was there waiting. Got a grab, down throw, quick up air conversion.
Yep.
And we just have to see a little bit more coming from Penta if they want to secure these games. And I don't think the strategy that they used in the last set will work here.
Yeah, that's true. Bryce definitely is able to capitalize completely off it. Low MP, I'm coming.
Yeah.
High MP, I'm coming anyway. I don't care.
Look at that. Even beginning of the game, throwing out the bang, and Bryce, ready for it, sucks it in, spits it right back out.
Absolutely. Shots up not to connect. And a bit of advantage taken by Penta. That's will bring himself to the ledge. We're going to guard just a bit here. Good damage done. He's an MP as well, looking for ledge guard.
Accelerate coming through. Ooh.
Oh, nothing.
Could have been a detrimental dash attack. Psych up. Bryce likes to throw this Gordo and then create an option for Penta, whether or not they're going to recover high or low. Throwing out that dash attack, recognizing it will kill at this percent.
Yeah, it's good mix-ups from Penta to recognize the fact that Bryce is looking for that dash attack. Well, Penta looking for the stock.
And looking for the spacing. Looking like Fox out here with the spacies. Couple of forward air conversions will put Bryce at 56. Now Penta sitting comfortably at 90 on this first stock. Reading the roll, Bryce will hit that up tilt. Sending Penta flying, not quite confirming the stock.
Not quite a deep grab, nothing like for Bryce. He kind of will take that advantage. The FP expended here. So he looks for the up air. Trying to get that stock away from Bryce. Both so high percentage here, and there it is. Picked up. It's a 2-stock advantage going forward right now for Penta.
What was that?
It's a 1-stock advantage going forward here for Penta.
Bryce with the movement too. I love this character. This character is just so goofy. Psych up. Bryce was waiting for Penta to throw something. Penta said, if you're just going to stand there and hold B, I'm just going to stand
be there. I mean, like, I'll hit you. I don't mind. Not do anything else.
Bounce will come through, which is huge against DDD, especially Bryce's DDD using this Gordo, trying to space out Penta. Penta no longer has to worry about that Gordo while this is online.
Penta looking scary right now. They have Bryce all the way up to 90%.
And the bounce is going to reflect the Gordo and break his shield. Penta just charging that forward smash and saying, get out of here. We don't need you.
Batter up right there. Pitches the strike, and yeah, he's good. He's going to send that one for the home run. That's us. One stock lead as well going forward. So, nonetheless, would have had time. I mean, the reversal comes through so quickly. About Bryce in the last stock was looking like a bit of a bully, but I mean, like, eventually, zero tolerance policy or not, you had enough.
I mean, it all what comes around goes around, right? And that's exactly what we saw, especially poetically with that last game being the shield break. Going around, coming around, throwing the Gordo. Gordo coming back, breaking shield, then the forward smash hitting. Great play from Penta, and I think we're seeing that transition that we talked about a little bit ago where they need to switch up their gameplay if they're going to take this series.
Yeah, and it's definitely, it feels much more calculated, right, coming out of Penta and the hero. The MP not expended early. Use where it needs to be.
Yes.
Actually bringing moves together to set up to bring combos. It's nice to see.
Wow.
It's good. It's very good.
Bounce coming out immediately, Cat. That is going to be detrimental for Bryce starting out this game 2-3.
Looks like he's game 3. We'll get damage right back to the way for Bryce here. Great grab combination. Got to send off ledge. To the back air, not quite. So back to stage goes Penta, able to tuck the DDD for now.
Crackle slash into a forward air will put Bryce at 65, and that bounce coming online again. Bryce cannot allow Penta to get this bounce. Almost close. I mean, there's only a couple of locations that Hero can recover using that recovery, right? Bryce trying to read it, but just a tad off. Oh my God, that almost broke shield.
Still almost going to have to stock away. Gordo out. Early recovery options be limited. Bryce in, and well, he's off the stage now, so 130% is for both. It's just, here the reads haven't quite come through for the DDD. Looking for up air. Ooh, Penta not going to give it to him.
That was a very clean recovery to get back to ledge. Bryce just waiting out an option from Penta. Penta does have the oomph online to up the grab up throw. This is just dirty. That's a little grimy. Speaking of dirty and garlic. Yeah. Speaking of which.
That's why we need those janitors back.
Yeah.
Good joke for those who've been here all day.
Online heal, almost option for the heal, which would have been weird as well.
Good Gordo damage. Bryce spacing quite nicely here. Back throw the other way for Penta.
Penta's hit a few parries so far in this game 3, and that is looking pretty scary for Bryce.
That is. That would have stack up his own though. We'll give him the ledge space over, we'll give the stage space over, and Penta said, if you go give it to me, I want to have it. He'll take him off ledge here. Immediately caught though, grab sent away. I like this from Bryce. You saw him initially playing pretty heavily off the ledge, willing to look for those opportunities, but he's given that respect to Penta to say, okay, you can kind of make things happen there. I'll let you have it. I'll come back in. I'll come to stage. I'm not going to look for as much because I know that you're going to punish me.
Yeah, every time, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Penta, though, at 140. Oh, very low forward
deep
air.
For that.
Yeah. He had to go deep for that. I mean, he had to secure that stock.
Yeah, as long as you can recover, you can dive as deep as you want. Bryce knows.
That was silly. Penta going for 2 sizzles in a row, and that's just the kind of gameplay you expect when you're watching Hero. Ooh, nice. Recognizing going to have a lot of in-lag. Opting for dash attack. There's going to be a lot of percentage early for Penta.
I like the change from Bryce here. We saw him looking for that up air on the recovery, now looking for the quarter to do damage instead to do stuns and then to take the space off of it. So he's read the fact that if I can't get that read, I can at least get the projectile damage and then start to make my way forward. But now he's read it! Eventually it's going to come through. Nice up air, good DI though from Penta to keep the stock alive. A very, very high percentage. We're up back in match here as Bryce will hit another, and that one is going to kill.
That was crazy from Bryce, especially the read. Recognizing the zoom, he said, nah, you're zooming straight back up there. And I don't know where you think you're going, but it ain't down here. And Bryce doing a great job of exactly what you're talking about. Is that you stirring up the sauce?
Sure.
Because he's got it ready, and he's got it on par. Now, I know you're spinning the hammer, but alas, this is a best of 5. Bryce isn't done yet. Bryce has another game, and if you look over, still cooking.
I'm just adding ingredients.
Still cooking. And adding ingredients every time. Yeah, I mean, Penta definitely has to play like they did that past game, but has to get in faster. Has to use the oomph to their advantage. Bryce also looking like they're switching up their play style a little bit and getting the hero read online. Hero, very hard character to read, but Bryce adapting very fast to the situation, and it seems like it's a steel trap mental coming from this player.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bryce constantly up airing to the zoom early and start to switch it up and send the Gordo out for it instead. And finally, when he sees the zooms close enough, he has the opportunity, then he looks for the up air. So the recognition's coming through. Bryce is getting a bit of a download as well, and my man's moving back here to the music.
Oh my gosh, the music choices are just top tier. I don't know who is choosing this music, but it is immaculate. We got the training, the target training from Melee going on right now. And I'm telling you what, it's appropriate considering Bryce is trying to get these targets with these Gordos.
One other target forward air, and he's got the kill.
That will kill, but Bryce now sitting at 93, out 128. Penta has to secure the stock early. Gonna use the accelerate, get in early. Gotta find that Bryce, waiting out the option, turning the stage. How does that not kill? He's at 194 killer. Gordo hit him back. I think it was because of reverse.
There we go.
Reverse the rest of it. Now sitting even 2-2 stock. That accelerate is online, but it won't matter. You got the hammer in your face.
Bryce coming to me. He was getting so much spacing last game. Now recognizing this is the space I can make. The dash attack to come with it. And that's going to be a stock lead now for Bryce. Both his zeros as well. So there's plenty of space for this DDD to work with. He's looking to wrap up the set.
Ooh, trying to get the forward tilt on ledge. Bryce going to go for the recovery.
Catch.
Full catch, yep, full catch. Back air, going through. Bryce waiting a second. Down tilt coming through. Going up to Gordo, waiting out the option. Beautiful. Forward tilt. Down throw, forward air again. And is this deja vu? Penta finds himself in the similar situation as earlier. Bryce will take it 3-1.
Bryce, he just started to realize when that zoom's coming in, and he said, hey, you can come in all you want, but you're getting caught. You're getting caught.
I got deja vu in the booth watching that happen. I was like, okay, he's using zoom. Okay, he's positioning. The up air's coming out. And out of here, Bryce will now move on to play Sonics in Winners Finals.
That's a game.
And that's going to be a DDD versus a Sonic, which is a pretty tough matchup.
That's an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Interesting matchup for sure. And speaking of matchups, there are more on the lowers bracket right now. Claim to Fame Entertainment on Twitch if you're trying to check it out. But we've got a break to check out here for just a minute. We're back with the Winners Finals. Do not go anywhere except over there.
Yeah, except over there. Yeah, you can go check that out.
It's going to be lit.
And we'll be back.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet you keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world. The things that fade away, yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. I've been dreaming, 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 I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming, we're dreaming, we're dreaming, we're dreaming. I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming, I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. Dreaming. You and me are bored.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon here at the Albany Cap Center. We have some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Winners Finals. So I know we're rounding down day one here, but let's make a little bit of noise. We got some Winners Finals for Smash Bros. Coming up next. We got Bryce as well as Sonics from Bay State, Bryce from St. Joseph's. That's going to be the Winners Finals. So we have some excellent matches coming up next. Without further ado, let's throw it back to Catnator and Nuclear for the call.
Man, oh man, are we eager, Pauly, to see this match coming up ahead of us. Like you said, we got Sonics, we got Bryce, we got the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Like we said earlier, we got the Sonic versus the King DDD, and it could go either way with this set. Bryce has been showing all day, competent player, able to stand on side, recognizing exactly what need to do. And Sonic, exactly pushing in when the time is necessary and getting those kills and staying on top pretty much this whole competition, not drawing a single game.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And as we jump into the game, I gotta give a shout out to the sponsors. Just real quick. Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to Seward Shop. They're ice cream shop here locally in Albany, and pretty dang good cream. And we'll see if these guys, if they've got some of that themselves here, if they got the flavor, what kind of toppings they're throwing forward. Because my personal favorite is that cookie dough, and Sonic's will. He's been showing us that cookie dough chocolate chip all day, bringing that rollout up into that back end.
Exactly. I mean, and what was that place again? What was that called? Stewart Shop. The Stewart Shop. Ooh, I might have to try that.
Yes, sir.
The cream of the crop.
I'll take the
which is exactly what we're seeing right now. The cream of the crop.
I like that. I like that. I'll take
oh no, Bryce!
There, my treat. Bryce.
Oh no, Bryce! Oh no, Bryce! Oh no, Bryce! Oh no, Bryce!
Unlucky. Wash it off. Wash it off. That's a 5. That's a 5. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Forget it happened.
Hitting the parry immediately as well. Bryce coming back from this first stock. Aggressive. Paying for it, honestly. Sonic. Everything. Sonic's probably been watching these sets all day.
Sure.
And that trick is not going to work any longer.
But here's the thing, eventually, you get some downtime, you start getting in the crowd, you start seeing how they're playing, you start to learn a thing or two. Same story doesn't, of course, go to the other side of the coin, but Sonic just has so many mix-ups, he kind of gets away with it. Bring that roll up into the up air, get some key damage down, and that's large percentages for both players. You gotta remember, Sonic's, he's sitting there on that stock advantage right now, so he's more than willing to go toe-to-toe percent-wise, and he'll get a 2 stock advantage to go with it as Bryce gonna get caught.
Laying the spring down, so Bryce falls onto this. As soon as he drops from the stock, kind of a cheeky play. Seems to be working. Ooh, is that the nair coming out from Bryce, trying to get Sonics off of them? And the up air recovery. Great DI from Sonics, though. Ooh, and Bryce said if you're going to dash, you can dash right into his mouth.
This man getting carried. Sonic's got a backpack up there on the stage. He carries him across the board. Bryce will get some damage back the other way, and it's 154% eventually. That kill is going to come through, especially with DDD.
Oh, yeah, and that forward air will definitely take it, especially at 150. Rollout, sending Gordo right back at Bryce. Bryce accumulating a lot of percent, now sitting at 114. This is looking detrimental. Almost uncoverable. Hitting the spring, popping back up will be Sonics, taking this first game very quickly.
Yeah, clean 2-stock advantage to go with it as he takes it. I mean, this guy comes out the gate fast. He plays Sonic for a reason. And Sonic, he kind of cold. So cold, in fact, he got a second movie on the way. You know that?
Yeah.
The second Sonic movie coming.
Yeah, but right on his tails is King DDD, ready to take the crown and do whatever necessary to take this series. I mean, I don't feel like you can get a good measure of how the set's going to go off of that first game just because of the SD, right? And, and Bryce was kind of caught on the back foot that whole game.
Yeah, Bryce, you got to think about it. He comes in bare knuckles, right? So that makes things just all that much harder. But, I mean, Bryce, we've seen him walk out of his shadow multiple times here. So there's definitely going to be opportunity.
Oh, I mean, we're definitely going to see the opportunity as we head back into the action for Game 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry to egg you on, man, but we'll jump now into game number 2 here of this winner's final set. Bryce already going to come out swinging, literally with the hammer, but he's caught immediately just like that. Sonic starting the combos early.
Yeah, hitting both of those back airs, sending Bryce straight up to 88%. Bryce trying to get a suck, not going to quite find it. Instead, doing that nair, Gordo conversion. We'll get some spacing out on Sonic's. That's the thing. DDD needs a little bit of setup, and Sonic does not. That forward smash will take that first stock.
And he's a little bit of setup, and Sonic is playing so fast right now that there's no chance to get the setup. Absolutely zero. He's going to try to read the rollout. He'll do so right there. But Bryce is running again. Very clean and into the up air to go with it. Good DI from Sonic to stay alive, but the Gordo going to catch him once more. We're going to catch him off stage. Good reversal to come through for Sonic. He's caught the ledge yet again. Great recovery option as well, guys. The projectiles again, once again a rollout to carry.
We are seeing a lot more reactive play coming out from Bryce. Doing a great job of reading these options and putting them back at Sonic, saying, okay, yeah, throw it out. I dare you. I have something to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Very quickly coming out for Bryce. And going to pick up a very, very nice combo yet again as Sonic's. Pick the rollout up early. Aerial not connect. The spacing game for Bryce yet again. Very high percentage, though 150% onto this DDD. Dash attack shielded.
Yep.
Oh, and you're paying for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much in lag on that dash attack. Probably not the best option, especially on Sonic, who's just able to shield an up smash like we saw up there coming through. Trying to get a roll read, not going to quite find it. Bryce going to find a roll read of their own. The down tilt. Fishing at ledge up there. Instead, popping up, getting that suck out, saying, come on, dare you. Come on, I dare you.
Come on, get close. Get close to me.
Yeah,
come on. I'm a nice guy at the end of the day.
Then he does it again. Oh, no. Sonic has to recognize that, though, right? Sonic has to have another answer. Bryce, nice. Kind of playing this 4D chess, understanding he's going to have another answer. Gordo. Oh, and the clean parry into grab.
Ledge guard yet again for Bryce. The Gordo to connect. Looking for it in the air once more, and he'll bring it. He'll bring that heat yet again. The hammer down onto him. We're set up here, 1-1. 60% onto Bryce early, but you've seen his ability to bring percentages back. He does get carried. He is able to air dodge, though, to get himself back to stage.
Now, this is for Grand Finals.
Wow. Air dodge the first, get caught by the second.
Oh, my gosh. That almost seemed like a little bit of a mix-up of DI that was forced onto Bryce by Sonics. Bryce, unfortunately, dying to that back air pretty early at ledge.
Yeah, and that's just crazy. The first back air to come for Sonics, it gets air dodged. Straight back with another one. He said, okay, man, I get it. You know, like the first print,
I'll do it again.
Reprint. I'll make the edits. I'll come back with a new clean copy, and that he did.
That's what I love about fighting games, and especially Smash. Once an option has been used, your brain immediately tells you, you know, they're not going to
do it again.
They're not going to do it again. Surely not. Well,
no, I'll do it again.
What if?
And I'll take it. And Sonic's yet again looking for another clean 3-0. He has yet to drop a game.
Yep. Yet. The entirety of this bracket now sitting in winners finals. I mean, like I was saying right before Bryce got vehemently tossed out of the blast zone, this is for grands.
Throw. Sonic's off stage. He just came right back. Once again, the rollouts to connect. Bryce looking for someone at the center of stage. Looking in the wrong direction, though. He's going to get pummeled by Sonic, who was just doing massive amounts of damage early in this first stock.
But, I mean, that's the thing about heavies, right? You can keep the damage. The thing is whether or not Bryce can keep the stock alive, and he will die to a forward smash.
Quick answer. Very quick answer to that question. Bryce will get Sonic off stage. He is returning more damage to this game, at least early.
Oh, very much.
You got to take the stock.
Exactly. That's the thing. You have to take the stock. You do not want Sonics to fall out of combo range for anything that Bryce has. Up air, nair. Spawning with an air of his own. Down tilt on platform. Roll out into forward air. Ooh, and the spring will hurt a little bit. And Bryce caught him with the quick one. Said, were you reading this one? Were you expecting that?
Yeah, we saw that in game one. We saw Sonic get the read, and we talked about it. You don't expect it again. Well, there it is. There it is again. Perfectly timed for Bryce. Able to pick it up, and he's able to even out the stock count. He's going to be looking at 100%, though. He's a heavy. He can tank it. But still, Sonic's able to get the combination together. He's able to get that bear a little bit farther. That's all he needs.
Yeah. Needs to bear witness to the king. Bryce trying to get a little bit more percent for the second stock. Includes at 148. Ooh, throwing Gordo off the stage, almost hitting
nice little
Sonics.
recovery. Nice little recovery to force Bryce off the stage yet again. Spring to land yet again. So you can get back in and take a little bit of percent in doing so, and then the combo to come forward. He'll throw him up back air off the stage.
Yeah, that was a beautiful rollout into forward air. Definitely going to take Bryce down to his final stock. Potentially set stock. Two up airs. Nair to follow suit. Grab, up throw, Nair. Bryce is just being stuck by Sonic. Sonics is all over Bryce currently in this game. sitting at 54%, only lost one stock so far. Bryce sitting at 80% with the roll in, almost gets caught by a forward smash.
Took a look before. Community has those fast options, but against a Sonic, you still look slow. You still feel slow.
Return something with an air, going for the pummel into the back throw. This could be it, depending on what Sonics decides here. Allow a bit of a reset. Oh no, that's going to be a re-grab for Bryce. Bryce getting back on stage. Gordo will connect not once but twice. It's a Gordo!
Beautiful connection in the aerial there to take the stock. Now he's looking at 130%, and he's got to take this stock off if he wants to continue here forward into the grand finals. He doesn't want to avoid having to play through lowers to come back into the grand.
Absolutely, and Bryce doing everything possible, but gonna die to that forward smash mid-stage. Handshake comes out, and once again, we're finding Sonics without a trace of any games lost. Gonna move into grand finals now, 9-0.
I'm scared of this guy.
Yeah.
I'm scared of this guy. I'm not even playing. I'm not even playing the tournament. I'm scared of.
Yeah.
I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
I completely agree. I mean, if I'm walking around the venue and I see Sonics, and if he does one of these, I'm gone. I'm dipping. There's no way. Terrifying gameplay. And we obviously are now through with the winners bracket, which means we're gonna see some lower bracket action right after this break.
It's the unknown. The unknown. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to HV GamerCon here as we are moving along with the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate portion of HV GamerCon. We are now in the lower bracket semis as we are just moving along. We have Farmingdale with Soul Arts. I have casted him many times out on Long Island. And we have NJCU being represented by Hydra. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Catnator and Nuclear for some more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action.
He said it best. Poly Hype said, you know, we got the Palutena versus the Shulk.
Yep.
Yep.
Shulk.
So it's going to be Hydra versus Solar 2. Yeah, Solar.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so bad at this. Well, that's crazy.
No, all good.
I was
We're
never
going
a good
straight to
Mad Libs
game one.
player. Respectfully, I was never a very good Mad Libs player. Not gonna lie.
But we're going right into it. Hydra versus Soul Arts. It's Poly versus the Shulk. Canonically, go either way.
This is the semis.
Yes.
For you. The semis, one of these teams making their way to the lowest finals, and then, of course, the grand finals for everyone's that set going forward. But you got to get there in the first place is the thing. And both these players had pretty good success in their first matchups going forward into lowers. Soul Arts just came through, lost round number 1. 3-0 to get here now, and then, of course, no matchup for Hydra and lowers yet. He went through in that second round.
And whoever makes it to losers finals, they got to face the king. Bryce will be sitting there, wait.
Yeah, I'm encouraging the audience right now, getting the download. Both these players feeling out most definitely here in this first game. Damage to go through for both sides. Once again, those are more than mastered here. Soul Arts will send them off to that ledge. The Power looking to make their way back in. Team recover, team ledge grab, and the standard get up.
Yeah, gonna read the roll, get a grab. Once again, Soul Arts tagging the Metafy. We love to see it. Hydra going for an explosive art, hopefully catching the get up. Can't quite do that. Soul Arts switching over to shield. Hydra just trying to keep Soul Art at bay. Soul Arts gonna use that up B out of shield. Just throwing this first stock, taking it off of Hydra. Clean.
That's the first stock to fall. 120% still is what Soul Arts is sitting on, and well, we'll reset here. Zeros all across the board, a couple of donuts. It ain't breakfast time, but it's starting to feel like it here. On to this lower semi set. So we'll reset that stage control. That Tyler, we see Hydra all day trying to fight for it early mid, except for that Sonic set, but I mean, he gets around. So
yeah.
you do what you do there. And clean reads on the platform so far. Early damage being done for Hydra, starting to string.
Trying to go for a down throw into grab, but that shield Minato. Not allow that to happen. Backslash coming through. Buster trying to accumulate some percent here. He's gonna find just that. Oh, at 77, Soul Arts is running away with the second stock.
We'll say, since that Farmingdale set, it feels like that explosive bite has just had no impact for Hydra. You know how important it was for set number 1 and how much value was found off of it? It's like it's just been red. Very clean by everybody. I'd be, okay, that's my fault. That's my fault. I should have said it. Let's catch him out on that side of the ledge, but of course the Arch is going to get back. There's just one connection thus far.
Something on ledge. Or back air, which will secure that stock.
Yes, it will. 100% for Hydra right now, and stock advantage to go forward. Hydra, you get the stock just a little bit further. You feel very, very comfortable here to take game number 1. But Soul Arts not one to let you have that comfort for free. It's already going to get back damage in, coming for the shielding, and now we'll look for opportunities once that space has been created.
Yeah, going for the out of shield option again, trying to catch Hydra. Finishing out this stock. Explosive light, but man, oh man. Soul Arts is there and waiting. Taking Hydra out.
Definitely. Soul Arts will take them straight back to that side of the ledge. Get him off to start that ledge guarding process, but Hydra tucked the platforms yet again, not allowing for easy damage. Something for Soul Arts. He really has to work to get in onto this Palo. Now he has sent him off stage yet again. We'll switch to the Buster now, looking to crack in that damage. Where Hydra's able to turn the tides and able to send him back to neutral.
Man, Soul Arts kind of accumulated as well, not allowing Hydra any room to breathe. Throwing the smash, trying to end out this first game quickly. Looking for some aerial options. Soul Arts gonna fall as soon as they try to use that recovery option to get back on stage. Dash attack's gonna come through. clean them out.
And that will be game number 1.
That'll be
the
game
way
1
of Soul Arts. A 1-0 and still young. Plenty of time.
Mhm.
Best of 5. Best of 5.
Oh, yeah, that first game, it's just a breather. You're meant to use that first game, just read your opponent, have a good understanding of the matchup.
Yes.
So we could see a quick turnaround from Hydra moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hydra's kind of been that story. I believe that that Farmingdale game number 1 did fall, and then 3-0 the rest of the way through to finish at 3-1. So definitely can be the case. Hydra's been a player that's been feeling out for game number 1, and that just means game number 2, I expect to see Hydra come out swinging.
Exactly. I mean, just like a Hydra, you have to, like we said, cut off all the heads to defeat the snake.
Yeah, you do.
And so moving into game 2, I'd love to see a little bit more, I guess, careful options coming out from Hydra. Died unnecessarily a few times there. And some of it was just because Soul Arts is a god in the ledge.
Yeah, that is true as well. So you got to be careful how much you actually look for here in Hydra. We'll look for a lot early, and we'll hit a lot as well. Cliff Light the connect to go with it. Use that strike as well for additional damage. Show will get back to that center stage, but Hydra play right into my trap, brother. I got more damage to come your way. Up tilt to come through. Massive damage early, 118%. Looking for the kill as Hydra to take it off stage. Light not to connect. Back to the stage, the shoulder to catch more damage, and there it is. A massive stock to come out early. Only 3% taken, almost a 0 to death.
Man, it's like we were saying right before this game. Hydra gets
It's
those
the download
reads
game
early. Yeah, understands what Soul Arts is going to do. Soul Arts now trying to retaliate. Going off the Buster, immediately switching to shield, trying to fall out the combo conversions. Hydra trying to get an up air conversion, but that shield makes Shock a little too heavy.
Soul Arts is going to start to play back just a little bit. You recognize the fact that if I kind of come into Hydra, Hydra's got the move. So I got to get the space, and that he has. He's really feeling out here. Looking for early jabs, looking for opportunities to get the Buster here to try to make those scaling opportunities do a little bit more damage. Hydra, once again, has taken him to that ledge. Soul Arts deep back in. Shielding early. Overly explosive light as well. Great damage off the jump up.
Yeah, trying to now ledge trap. Soul Arts pushing Hydra to the edge. Oh, that down air almost securing that stock. Hydra not dead quite yet, but Soul Arts with the incredible ledge guard. Gonna take that first stock off Hydra in this game too.
Soul Arts is really trying to get Hydra to play that ledge, to get him off stage, and well, now we know why. Very, very clean. Hydra's got damage right the other way. He said, you want to do some ledge guarding? Let's talk about it. Let's get it done. He starts him on the other side. Get back in, though, is going to be Soul Arts looking to get damage out early. He's at 135%. Very close. Good guy to keep this stock alive. We'll go back to stage as well. Good shielding. Hydra going to come in up close to personal, looking for a shield break. Has it, and out his shield immediately is going to be that Shulk for more damage. Looking to get this as even as possible before the stock goes away.
Yeah, that was a really good SDI, and man, these parries coming out from Soul Arts are flipping this on its head, but not before Hydra. It's a cheeky, explosive light on ledge. Man, that is the value of Kalos Pokemon.
So there's that stock advantage right now for Hydra. It's 74% though, so there's some room for Soul Arts to work with.
Well, not for long.
Looking to close.
Ooh, down throw into the read, hitting the up air. Almost killing Hydra. Hydra going for the forward throw. Soul Arts. Oh, trying to get a cheeky read. Almost!
Looking for a lot there and gives up all that stage control in doing so, but it's recovered quite quickly. So there is no punish to be had off of it. Hydra's still going to be caught off stage here, and they'll look to play off stage. It's supposed to like the lane gets a lot of space, looking to use that platform.
Yeah, that spike almost killed Soul Arts and would have secured this game too. Like you said, Hydra looking a lot cleaner this game. Soul Arts need to get it back online. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't kill it. 120%. I guess it was on right side of stage. Kalos has pretty big blast zones, so it makes sense.
It's an early regrab, damage for Soul Arts, off stage yet again, and we know how good the ledge guard's been. We've already seen a clean kill come through off of it. Soul Arts, if you're a Soul Arts fan, you're a Farmingdale fan, you want the stock to come out early, because there's still another stock to be had for Hydra here.
Recovery coming back. I mean, you said it best. Soul Arts has to end this stock now. Not going to be able to do it. Hydra going to take that with a 2-stock lead. Now 1-1 in the series.
Hydra game 2 player.
Yeah.
Hydra game 2 player straight up. Game 1, I mean, it's what it is. We let it slide. We let it go. But it's best of 5. You got plenty of time, and it's 1-1 just like that. Hydra comes back, looks very clean. The download comes through. It's like he's got a flash drive that goes into every matchup. The flash drive takes a little bit of time. You get the files out. As soon as you do, pull it out, put it straight to the head, and he's good to go.
And that's what we're seeing. I mean, let's see if Hydra can keep it up, though, right? Because, I mean, the read is coming through in that second game, but you have to maintain that momentum for it to snowball, right? And SolarArts looked really clean that game 1, so what if SolarArts does the same thing, grabs that flash drive out of Hydra's head and said, let me see this real quick. Let me just pop it in. It could switch this set entirely on its head, because it is a best of 5, right?
Yep.
It is 1-1, so it's anyone's game still.
Yep. It's very true. And this game going for us. We'll jump into game 3 momentarily. And, man, just they both look good.
They do.
both look good. Honestly, they come out early.
The ledge guards are looking clean on both sides, truthfully.
Yeah.
From both players. I mean, we saw Hydra able to catch SolarArts a couple of times coming back from ledge, hitting those spikes. SolarArts getting those forward airs and nairs at ledge, pushing them off, keeping them down. And we are going to go to small battlefield for game 3.
Yeah, let me the point you bring about the ledge guard for both players. It makes fighting for center stage so interesting.
Yeah.
Because it seems like you want to be there because you want to start to get that stage advantage, you want to start to throw combos together, but you get comboed back, you get thrown off the stage. It's the same problem. So it's like you want to be there, but I don't want to be there.
Yeah, I get that. You know, I want to be there, but not there. Just as SolarArts racking up some percent. Oh, Hydra hitting a clean explosive light. SolarArts almost dying. Coming back to stage, but making it back. And that's the spacing that you definitely need playing Shulk. We're able to get in, find a bit of a fumble, send that stage, and now look at that ledge guard. Does he get up from Hydra? So he's going to be able to get back to stage cleanly, but caught off the top of the platform, so I find the up there and the stuff. Now we're seeing more neutral play. Hydra trying to keep SolarArts out, and that will do it. SolarArts, unfortunately, on the Buster Monado, not on jump. Their speed will die very quickly. And now it's pretty much even game.
But it is damage to come up. So to find damage early. Caught by Hydra, though, up there. Not ton of damage done, but damage is nonetheless. And they'll reset their stage control here. Those players still very finicky with it. Definitely playing passive in regards to how do they control the stage. Hydra are going to take it now. It's just like to come forward. It's all the way to the side of this ledge here. He's more than happy to take damage back the other way. Hydra gets a little too close, and well, he gets bit off that hand too far into the crocodile. But something straight back the other way.
Trying to go for that up air as well. SolarArts is coming down, not allowing that. Both players, I mean, this is pretty even back and forth. We're seeing so much back and forth from these players. It's all about who has this neutral stage control. And right now, SolarArts. Hydra quickly returning back to stage. So, and the whiff on the whiff punish.
Shield option, no grab to be had, though. Hydra's done the same shield straight back the other way. The damage early, damage not to connect, so will find damage. It's now an opportunity to ledge guard yet again. Efficient smash, not quite. Okay, but we'll grab it from the center of the stage. He's read the option quite nicely.
Yeah, that out of shield option. Great choice from SolarArts. I almost said SwordArts, which, you know,
well, he's pretty
similar.
artful, I'm sort, no lie.
Yeah, no cap. Going for the shield, recognizing, making him a little bit more tanky, trying to get back, especially sitting at 120%.
Explosive light, Hydra looking to capitalize. An aerial move though from SolarArts to make sure nothing of the sorts to be had, and looking to take the stock as far as he can. Looking for that 2 damage here. Does have that stock advantage right now and is working with it. Good shield to come forward. Oh, not to connect.
Both these players doing a great job of dancing around each other. Just not allowing anything to come through. Explosive light. Almost takes SolarArts. The whiff punish. Able to get that grab off. That explosive light almost connected, which would have taken SolarArts stock, but not quite yet. Now throwing him back. Hydra now finds himself off stage. SolarArts continuing the pressure, not allowing that stage control to be gained. However, a little bit too aggressive, as Hydra will take that stock and now even up this game 3.
they seem to throw the explosive right so sparingly. And when they do come out, it's usually for big damage, either for a setup to finish a stock or to take the stock in general. Hydra, using them exactly when it needs to, recognizing the option, it's almost like a trap card. Like, if I need something, if I feel like nothing's been working, that's what I'm going to hit. And it definitely has been. So we're evened up here. Massive percentage to come out early into the stock. 1-1, both at about 70%, very, very close.
Yeah, that back air will come out. Solar at some disadvantage. The up smash will connect as well. Oh, Jumpman auto. Get 2 off that combo. Trying to read a jump get up, but instead going to go for a neutral get up. Going for a grab, not finding it. Both resetting neutral. I mean, this is an incredibly close game.
That is now both players 200. Still not quite the read on ledge guard parry to come through. The grab. Full throw as well. Looking to capitalize off the ledge, but Hydra still somehow relentless has found their way back.
This game is going to come down to who's able to get the whiff punish first. Because at this point, a sneeze will kill either player. As I say that, back air comes through. Hydra will take that game 3 and maintain this download we were talking about.
That's a 2-1 for Hydra. Saw it. Set number 1. Went down 0-1. Came back 3-0. Same story. Starting to become true here as we jump into game number 4. Time to wrap things up.
Yeah, it's almost like a reverse sweep, but you need to obviously take 2 games and then get the 3 to reverse sweep. But I feel like Hydra, I'm going to call it the Hydra sweep now. You know, you get the 1, and then Hydra says, time for the Hydro pump. Pumping them back, keeping them off. Unfortunately, Soul Arts finds themselves in a very detrimental position now.
Yeah, this is lowers as well coming through. As lower semis, loser of this match, they're out the event. It's over. Just like that. There is no more action for them. There is no lowers finals. There is no chance to play for the prizing. So, Soul Arts, now's the time. One of the best shows in the Northeast. Show us why right here.
I think they're going to. They're going to do their best at least. Their combo's coming out. Shield will come through though. A little bit less percent coming out on the Soul Arts. Getting the up B out of shield, both playing neutral. And I love that we're back at PS2. Great stage for both of these characters. I guess a little bit better for Shulk in the sense that I could have a hard time hitting this recovery. The bottom of the stage is very unique. Going to grab mid-stage. The back air. Ooh, didn't get that tech. But very early, we're seeing the trades in the favor of Soul Arts, accumulating quite a bit of a percent on Hydra. Now opting for the Smashman auto, maybe to get an early stock here.
Yeah, consistently looking for that smash, especially into the ledge guard. He's not quite found the value thus far, but it's only a matter of time for one of those to connect. Trying to throw off stage yet again. Looking for the ledge guard, but Hydra stopped the lead so easily able to get out of it.
Ooh, Shieldman auto, not very much jump option, but we'll be able to get back just in the nick of time. Ooh, and that up B recovery will hit Hydra, sending them flying left side of stage with the blast zone. Both players above 100% on this first stock. The dash attack will take it in the favor of Hydra. Soul Arts now down 1 stock, needing to finalize this one before Hydra's able to accumulate any percent.
35% for Hydro right now, is able to get back to ledge yet again, and damage to come off of it. Feeling out for Soul Arts here. And Simon for it, taking hella damage. Hydro Simon for combos.
Yeah, I almost felt like that up B out of shield would have killed Hydra. Great DI. Going for 1 up air, counting 2, going for the second.
A little dangerous there. Hydra starting to track in the air, but back to stage yet again. So much damage being done here for Hydra. Got stock advantage, making a big difference right now, and give him the spike too.
Ooh, man.
Are you kidding? Is it Smash? Is volleyball? Which one?
I think that's a Bulldog because Spike is calling. And that's exactly what Hydra just did. Now sitting at 158 on all 3 stocks. Soul Arts now hitting Hydra into the blast zone for some upwards of the 4th time. Hydra carry, and that out of shield option will take it now. Soul Arts has quite a mountain to climb, down one stock on the what could be the final game.
Yeah, those percents came back at 0, but it is the stock advantage for Hydra, as mentioned. So a massive advantage for Hydra early. Also has the game advantage. Looking at 2-1. So like, you need a lot here. You need the stocks and you need to grab this game if you want to keep moving forward in this tournament. This could be tournament light for the Shoal.
Coming back, ooh, grabbing the ledge, very close from Soul Arts. Hydra for the down throw back air at ledge, almost killing. Okay, there we go. And for the speed Minato, get them off stage. Now switching it up. We're seeing the variety of sauce now coming out from Soul Arts, but will it take them to the end?
Yeah, we saw a lot of that speed in game number 1. It's been a long time since the Minato's come out for Soul Arts. Now he's finally showing us a new tempo switch, able to find the stock as well. It's 1-1, but 100% of damage on the Soul Arts here, so he's got to be pretty clean.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance, but it's slowly getting smaller and smaller as Hydra comes immediately out onto the stage yet again and finds additional percentage damage.
Doing their best. I mean, this could go either way. I mean, it definitely Hydra has the advantage. Don't get me wrong, but all it takes is 1 or 2 combos from Soul Arts. Now back air will find its place. Hydra will take it 3-1 yet again. Almost feel like it's a strat at this point from Hydra.
Yeah, it's like a false confidence thing. It's like, hey man, you got me. Get another one. You're kind of cool. You kind of cool. Psych! I'm right back. I'm just trolling with you. I'm just joshing. I'm messing. Comes back for the other 3 games and well, looks pretty dang good.
But I mean, Hydra has quite a hill to climb. I mean, next coming up, Hydra will have to face off against Bryce.
Yeah, it's Bryce and lose finals. And that is also a best of 5 all the way through. So best of 5 on the way. It's Lowers finals. It's Bryce. And well, we'll see how it goes on the other side of this break.
Yeah.
right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the lower bracket finals featuring St. Joseph Bryce going against NJCU's Hydra, as we are here for HV GamerCon and New York State's capital of Albany at the Albany Cap Center. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Catnator as well as Nuclear for the lower bracket finals. Over to you guys.
Thanks a ton, Pauly. We are eager to be back on the cast yet again for lower bracket finals. Man, oh man, do we have some action. We got Hydra going up against Bryce, representing SJU and NJCU.
Yeah, that we do. Before we jump into things, we'll give some love to the sponsors that make this whole event possible in the first place, and we'll send some love out to New Street.
Who's
They're
New
your
Street?
home-
Who's New Street?
Who's New Street?
Yeah.
Well, they're your home to learn about, research, and discover collectibles like sneakers, trading cards, and NFTs. Now, I know you got some clean sneakers. Didn't bring up to you worry about the crease. I understand, but pretty clean nonetheless. So collect wisely with New Street. Visit newstreet.com to learn more, and follow them on Twitter over at @RealNewStreet. Newstreet.com, Twitter @NewRealStreet.
We already know that you're already on Twitter, because obviously you're following Catnator and I,
Yeah,
and
should be.
following Bryce and Hydra as we head into the lower final set. This, once again, will be a best of 5. Whoever wins here will move on to grand finals to face off against Sonics.
Yeah, but in order to get into that matchup, which will be an interesting one, they've got to play through here in the first place. Bryce sent the lowers by Sonics. That was a 3-0 to come forward. Hydra, we just got to see them take out Solarx. What can they do here now? And here's a question for you. We know that Hydra, he's kind of a game 1 cheeser. Do you give away game 1 to Bryce?
I think in any situation in a best of 5, game 1 can be used for information. I don't think you ever give it away, right?
Well,
I think, but I think
say
you
that
could.
loosely.
Yes, I think given the Hydra sweep, we could see it. And I think we have. We talked a little bit off screen. You guys didn't hear it back here in the booth, but we have a little bit of a disagreement between myself and Catnator. I personally think Hydra can take this against Bryce and then face off against Sonic in grand finals. However, Catnator believes Bryce is going to take this and go on the rematch, the run back against Sonic.
You know, I thought that. And then I saw this first stock potential from Hydra, and I don't know if I think that anymore.
I'm telling you, it's at this point in the game, when you get this high-end bracket, it comes down to what your character can do. And Palutena just has a lot more capabilities than DDD in this stance. Now, that's not to say Bryce is an exceptional and great DDD
He
player.
was pretty good.
That's a big body. It's
That's
gonna
a
go
big body, and he
straight
gets
off the top.
Yeah. A big body, but it didn't look like it as it gets lifted up off the stage into start KO, and that'll be the first stock taken for Hydra, who is not looking for the Hydra sweep, but looking for the real sweep this go around.
Yeah.
That's already the first stock to go away, and yeah, DD's big, and taking full advantage of Hydra. Just consistently landing moves, land the light as well, looking for more.
Yeah, trying their best. Hydra standing on the side of the stage, trying to get this ledge guard out. Bryce accumulating now 94% on the second stock. Not looking too good, but getting the roll
Great option read.
Yep, getting the roll read. That covers a lot. That forward tilt, that ledge covers a ton. It covers neutral get up.
Let's fight Gordo as well.
Yep, Gordo will take it.
So that is 2-2 on the stock count. It is 95, now 100% for Bryce, though. He's can take it, most definitely, but he's taking quite a bit right now as once again set off stage. The Gordo to allow himself to get back into the ledge grab, but once again knocked off by Hydra, looking very much confident in the edge guard to jump over as Bryce, and he got some space yet again. He'll get to center stage where once again caught by the Pally, looking to take more and more damage.
Yeah, throwing that Gordo up pretty high. Bryce looking to get the suck in and try to get something out of it. These Gordos, as Hydra's approaching, is what is racking up the percent right now. Ooh, great air dodge, stopping all momentum. Hydra not going to take that stock quite yet.
And not quite yet. Still kicking is going to be the DDD under platform, making some space for themselves. Damage to be gained yet again. And the Gordo to make that space impossible. The Hydra turns things right back around and set him off stage. It's only a matter of time, and there it is. The light will connect, and that was that big game 1 winner for Hydra, and it's looking very good in game 2. He needs a bigger body, a little bit harder for him to dodge it. Hydra knows, is zoning it quite perfectly, getting tons of damage off of it.
Yeah, Bryce was trying to get that Neutral air dodge back to ledge, but Explosive Light just is out for so long. Back air connecting. Bryce now on the last stock, trying to finish off this stock on Hydra, and these back airs, with landing, will do it. Great reflect coming out from Hydra. In the back, waiting for the suck to finish. Catching with a nair. Bryce just kind of waiting out the time, being safe and thoughtful with this recovery.
Goes light to land yet again, and the other DD and the up air to wrap things up. It's clean from Hydra, a 2-stock lead to take it as well, and that's a 1-game lead going forward. There is no Hydra sweeps to be had. It's game 1 for the Palu.
Yeah, Hydra did not care. Was 100% saying, I'm going all out, full force this game.
Yeah.
We're going to win, and this is going to be a 3-0. At least that's what Hydra's thinking, right?
Sure.
Bryce is probably thinking,
Dang, that was crazy.
Palutena, especially when you're DDD, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's only so many options that you can throw out, and as we saw, they were throwing the options right back at them. Every time a Gordo was thrown out, it almost felt like it was reflected immediately by Hydra in that moment.
Yeah, that is another great integral part of Palu's kit, that reflect, the ability to do such a thing. And, well, look, it comes out as we speak about it. It really does make that Gordo so much harder to hit if you're a DD player. But once again, try to get Hydra off stage. Hydra's right back in. This moves so much quicker. Is able to take so much additional control of the stage. Your Bryce, what do you do? What do you switch up?
I don't know. Bryce trying to find an option, getting back to mid stage, going for a dash attack, hoping it will hit after the Gordo, but that Explosive Light will stop. Backers will follow suit. Like I said earlier, DDD is a big body.
Yeah, big body, and one that Hydra is having more than a time. Wailing hits into Bryce, a clean up there. Good DI from Hydra to get back to stage. The dodge as well. And that's a massive fight to come through from Bryce. Only thing he bit down on some straight cement as he gets thrown off the ledge yet again. Does have a good recovery option though to get back to that center stage. But Hydra spacing out right now, looking for the opportunity to wrap things up.
Looking for the cement.
Still not yet.
To cement their place in grand finals now. Both of these players, I mean, either way, if you lose this, you're making third, right? But neither of these players want to settle for third. Ooh, recognizing it's not going to hit, trying to roll backwards. Unfortunately, the air dodge does not save them. Bryce will lose the first stock, but Hydra now sitting at 146. Looking pretty good for Bryce.
Yeah, Bryce got a lot of damage out before that stock did go away. So as long as they can wrap this quickly, you'll still feel pretty good if you're the king, but it's a question if you can do so. Shield break not tried to come through, and Hydra now out of shield, looking for the carry, sent off stage. Ledge guard hasn't quite converted just yet for Hydra, at least into this game too, and that Gordo still not enough to kill.
It was on left side of stage, it almost would have killed. That one's going to take it. Sure. I mean, 185%. If you're not dying to Gordo, I'm questioning this game completely. Are these settings right? Someone got a knockback turned down?
Hey, yo.
Bryce now sitting at 90%, needing to rack up more percent on Hydra in order to even out this game. Playing neutral well on both sides.
Chilling with that 50% advantage right now, looking to make it just a little bit bigger, caught by the Gordo, but the carry to come out, and additional damage to be had for Hydra. Take it back to the ledge, and okay, Bryce. Good little read, but Hydra's got one straight back for you. We'll take a step back to center stage, utilizing all that space. You take the stage control, you get the space, you're allowed to play back, you're allowed to dodge the early attacks from Bryce, and then to make things happen on your own.
Bryce, ooh, almost trapping with the Gordo. Get a nair to forward air conversion. Oh no! Hydra not getting the teleport they were looking for. Gonna SD to even out this game. Even, I say around quotations, Bryce currently sitting at 73, but putting Hydra in some comparable positions with these Gordos and Sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a much closer game than game number 1 was. That was a 2-stock lead that Hydra ends up taking at about 150% this go around. Bryce is getting to that percent level, but still it is level stocks coming forward. Bryce is taking that stage control, recognizing the fact that Hydra wants to play back, and I need to be able to cover that option. He will do such a thing. Look at the ledge guard though, air dodge from Hydra, get back to, reversal to come forward, exploding light, and it's enough to kill!
Wow. Yeah, that was all from one conversion on him trying to get something with the inhale, and the inhale didn't work. Hydra turned that around and sent Bryce packing. That's now 2-0 in favor in Hydra. Bryce, you gotta get something to come back into the series.
Yeah, 2-0 right now for Hydra. He said, not looking for the Hydra sweep. He's looking for the sweep. Looking for the sweep in general. The janitors are back for night duty. It sounds like it might be brooms coming our way.
They are, and I see him outside the door. Stay out, guys. Just a couple more games, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, actually. Let's see now, as we're heading into game 3 of the loser's final set. Gordo's gonna hit twice, pretty even percent. We're back at PlayStation. We're back at Pokemon Stadium 2. I do that all the time. It's a joke within our scene.
PS2. Barry to come off stage. That's like a lot more aggression early this game. A lot more aggression early.
Yeah, I mean, it's necessary, right? Bryce needs to find these conversions before Hydra's able to get in. We'll find it with the dash dance, the lean, the movement coming through. Bryce really feeling themselves.
Yeah, no, there couldn't be a better time to do so. As lower as finals, you're down 0-2. You gotta start to find that squeeze. You gotta start to find opportunities. Hydra looking to quickly reset stocks, just about as quick as he lost his, but
I feel
right backstage.
I feel like what we're seeing more from everyone else except for Sonic so far is just very linear play, back and forth. When they're approaching, they're going for an option, right? These dash dances that I'm seeing from Bryce, I'd love to see a little bit more, not just in between stocks, but in between these engagements to kind of throw Hydra off, and vice versa.
We'll set stock count back to 2-2, but it's required 75% of damage in that process. Make it 90 now. It's Bryce to come back with this next stock. Looking to get damage out early. Clean Gordo to go with it. We'll limit options, and it catches too. Oh, the recovery kill, it's back!
Yep.
It's back for Bryce. Oh, it rears its head in at just the right time, so it'll find a stock, and Bryce clean advantages. Up there to come forward to add percentages early into this last stock for Hydra.
Bryce has not really gone for any of these DBD up air drag downs either, and that could change the set entirely if Bryce was looking for more of those options. But the up airs are looking clean. The options from Bryce are much better this game than what they were in the previous two.
Ooh, Bryce comes in early. Gets caught by Hydra, is going to send him back off the ledge here. Got such a low percentage though for Bryce. You're not too worried about it. Just need to get back to the stage, and that he's able to do. We'll clear the spacing, and we'll look for so much more. He's coming straight at him like a bull coming forward. See you later, Raps.
Down tilt will take that. And I loved that down tilt to Gordo conversion that we saw right before that second down tilt. Looking very clean from Bryce. Taking that, like you said, with a 2-stock lead. Man, Bryce coming back, and the janitors are waiting outside. We could see a reverse sweep.
Hey, they got, how many booms they got back there? 3, 4?
Three,
Four of them?
four? I think there's 4.
That's enough rooms to reverse.
I think I see 4.
Hey, I'll give the potential. I'll give the potential. Definitely very nice play from Bryce. Came out in that game, just looked way more aggressive, looked way more confident. And I mean, man, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's just the fact that you realize, like, I'm down 2 games, I got to find something.
It's a mindset. You got to switch it, right?
Yeah, it's like, was looking like a little unconfident in the first 2 games and then said, you know what? We going to ball out. We ain't got nothing left to do. Worst case scenario, I'm out as Raps, so I'm going to ball out. I'm going to try it. Just forces the spacing. Struggled to find the spacing early. Said, okay, the Paul's kind of dancing on me. You know what? I'm just going to go in. I'm going to go brazy. And then he did. Absolutely phenomenal play going into game 3. But can they keep that pace up? Will Hydra allow that tempo to continue? Does Hydra slow down here? Let Bryce make the mistakes for himself.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Only time will tell. Hydra, I think Hydra just needs to wait out these options for Bryce.
Yeah.
EDD has a lot of in lag, a lot of these moves. And if they're able to get conversions like we're seeing right now, you're going to feel it quick, 66%.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Hydra's able to wait for that aggression from Bryce, he gets the opportunity to make big punishes happen. You see it at the very start of the stock. If you can keep that on and Bryce keeps the pressure, that wins him out game number 3. Hydra takes this thing home 3-1. The question is Bryce can keep that switch up and keep the mix-up flowing.
Well, from what we're seeing so far, seems to be working for Hydra. Bryce getting hit by the own Gordo. It feels bad a second time. The up air will send that Gordo straight back up. EDD will fall. Bryce now with 2 stocks. Hydra with 3.
her early stock advantage. Only 70% accrued as well, so there is time to take the stock quite a bit further, and they'll do so. The carry coming out early, all the way off stage here as Hydra looking to ledge guard. The light gets shielded. He'll step back into this DDD, but he's caught almost immediately as he gets to stage. Light to limit options will force him down and will catch just a little bit more damage as the regrab is there.
Going to get back to stage. Neutral to get up. Going for the grab into the back throw. So they might do something here. Going for a dash attack, but that's going to get punished very quickly by a back air. Gordo to follow suit. Bryce mixing that movement in. We were talking about a little bit ago. Now just waiting for an option to come out from Hydra. Hydra with the down throw back air. Yep. They'll take it. Bryce now currently sitting 20% last stock, but getting comboed by Palutena does not feel good. Dash attack will come through. Another nair. Trying to follow up with a forward air. Explosive light. Once again, Bryce finds himself in an air dodge situation against that explosive light. Back air coming out. Hydra just maintaining dominance on the stage control. You may be the king of the DDD, but you are not the king of the stage.
Absolutely not. Gordo will find some space for Bryce here. Can't quite find the grab, though. He's caught yet again by the Palu, who has sent him off stage here. Looking to wrap this thing up, the 3 stock to come forward to get back into winners finals, but there we go. Bryce the connection. We'll get the star KO. We'll grab himself a stock. He's going to need 2 more.
Oh, no.
Such high percentage. That'll kill. Hydra's wrap things up 3-1. They will go on to the grand finals where Sonic is ready to wait.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Bryce just gave up the stage control on that last stock. Yeah. We saw a little movement back and forth, and I expected a little bit more to come out, but Hydra just cleaned up, ran over, down throw back air. That's going to set the deal, and that's the Palu special.
Yeah, I mean, really, we talked about the fact that Bryce was so aggressive in Game 3, comes aggressive in Game 4, but Hydra's ready for it. Had it down quite immediately, said, okay, you can get aggressive. I'll give you some space, but I'm going to cover all the options. So you're not going anywhere. I'm going to hit you with the Steph Curry step back. I'm going to come back through, grab the jumper, and, well, sunk him.
Every time. And now, grand finals. Who's it going to be?
Man, we got ourselves Sonics. We got ourselves now this Palu, and it's going to be a good one.
Who predicted that?
Okay, you yeah, okay.
The Palutena and the Sonic. I am excited for grand finals. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Sonic has not dropped a game yet, but can the Palu change that? That's the question. This Hydras up against Sonics after the break. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals here at ECAC here in the Hudson Valley GamerCon is up next.
And welcome back to HV GamerCon here in New York's capital of Albany at the Albany Cap Center. We have some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as we are rounding out session number 2 of day number 1 here up at HV GamerCon as we have NJCU's Hydra taking on Bay State Sonics here in the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Final. So without further ado, let's finish out day 2 strong. Catnator, Nuclear, over to you guys.
Hudson Valley audience, make some noise. We have waited all day. And it comes to this, the Sonic main, 9-0, running through this bracket. But it's the Palutena to take him on. Out of lowers now to come forward. It's going to need to grab the best of 5 and then the reset.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a hill to climb. I mean, no one has knocked a game off of this dominant Sonics thus far in this tournament. And I do not think it'll stop anytime soon. But Hydra's here to change that rhetoric now in Grand Finals.
Yeah, the day is calling for some winning. And what better ad to read to you than the Dave and Buster's? Because when your day calls for some winning, it's time for the good old DMB. Eat the latest chef-created food. Sip on a fresh margarita, but only if you win. Score big on hundreds of arcade games. And watch your favorite sports or esports teams live. Now that's what I call a win. Only at Dave and Buster's. There's one team going to look to ring that bell, get a little ding, 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 if they win it out.
Ooh, I'm so excited for that. But I'm waiting to see game on the screen in Game 5, ideally, of Grand Finals. Now, you'll notice on the overlay, Hydra has L next to the name. That means they came from lower side. So if Hydra wins this in it wins all 3 of these, right, then they will have a bracket reset, meaning that Sonics will be quote-unquote in losers. Hydra and Sonics will then bout it out again. But Sonics only needs to take 1 in 3-0 set.
Now these players have seen each other before. Hydra, we know went to lowers because of Sonics. So we know how it's been before.
Right.
Hydra's got to change that tail, and well, Hydra started to look better towards the end of the game, was dancing on the platforms as well. We'll have 2 to work with here on PS2. So they're able to make that happen, to find the spacing. It's not like consistently was finding the rollouts, was bringing them up into those back airs. You gotta find something here if you're the Palu, and has found some percentages early here, going toe-to-toe right now.
Well, I would say they've found quite an explosion because these explosive lights are doing the job keeping Sonics out of the way, but Sonics, with the movement, just doing a great job making it unreadable. Now fighting mid-stage, going for something off the down tilt, going for some up airs. Hydra trying to reset here, get something. Sonics just waiting for them to fall and attack at the opportune moment. Explosive light comes out yet again. Trying to get the recovery. Hydra gonna go to the platform. Oh, recovery, explosive light will catch Sonic, and the up air will take it. Hydra takes the first stock of this game 5, or best of 5.
Yeah, clean reads all the way through from Hydra. Sonic's coming up to try to bring that spacing down. It's a jab early to send the Sonics away, and then to find that exploding light as well to send them up into the sky. Spring to come forward. It's been dodged by Hydra, who is back immediately to stage. They're 150 on this percentage. Looking to get damage out early, has done just that. It's just like tucked by the Sonic here of Sonics looking for value. Waiting patiently, talk about how patient Sonics is, willing to get himself in and willing to play the rollout, to dance around platforms just the same as Hydra.
Yeah, I think both colleges can agree now, sitting in Grand Finals, both these players were great pickups. Hydra representing NJCU and Sonics representing Bay State. It looks to be a very, very close game thus far. Hydra still holding on to that first stock, 160%. Sonic's not able to bout it out quite yet. And as I say that, yeet! Taking him right off the side, 2-2.
Got clean grab to come forward in the capitalization as well. Hydra will reset the mental just a bit before jumping back to the stage, but not too long to be considered. You don't want to kill that momentum, of course, at the same time. And it is still 2-2 in the stock count. Things looking pretty solid right now if you're Hydra, but oh, that combo starts to make things look a little bit tougher. Set off the ledge yet again as the Palu's able to get back quite cleanly. Damage he has for the up air from Sonic, but not enough to start a combo.
Oh no, that's what we call a no bueno cat. Back and forth, the Sonic is quickly switching this game back in their favor. Hydra's having a hard time getting in, getting some percentage. Sonics has been on the offense since the second stock has began.
Strength he caught as well, so the ledge will be grabbed late. Immediate grab, a pummel as well. Damage all across the board. Splitting like to save it though. Clean from Hydra to guarantee a return to the stage, but caught yet again, and oh, it's been so consistent for Sonic.
That was a very risky forward smash as well in the face of Hydra. Hydra still dashing forward, looking like they were going for a dash attack. Wasn't quite able to find it. Trying to throw Sonics off stage, looking for the spike, not going to quite find it. Going for the down tilt back air. Same story as earlier, rolling past the explosive light. Sonics, not a care in the world at 132%. One stock up on Hydra.
How patient Sonics is here. Oh, no. 9%, just waiting to be let in, and now has been. The door wide open, but slowly closed by Hydra. Will catch him to the side of the ledge here. Looking to bring it down, comes off the stage, but still, Sonic's not able to capitalize on that space that did get created. Good roll out to come forward here. And that connected center stage. He'll bring him up for the combo, and he'll send him once again to that ledge. Sonic looking to guard it. Spring to be tucked by Hydra. Damage yet again, though, from Sonic.
Yeah, now sitting on the left side of the stage. Sonic's dashing back and forth. Hydra sitting at 90%. Could die any moment, but the explosive light will catch Sonic as they're trying to go for the rollout.
I love that from Hydra as well. Here's the fact that Sonic is willing to throw that spacing to start the rollout and then look for opportunities. Okay, you can start the rollout, but I know you're going to be stagnant. I know you're going to be in one place. I'm going to hit you with the exploding light. You're going to take damage. You don't get it for free. And Hydra, that's something we did not see them do in this last set between these two players. Nonetheless, massive damage. Sonic looking to close it out right there, but not quite to land the aerial. Back to stage is Hydra, 140%. Anything could kill, and well, that's going to.
Wow. I mean, you're cut above the rest when you're the best in an entirely different country, and Sonic's showing that today.
That's very, very true. 1-0 here. Now 10-0 on the day. Has not dropped a single game yet. But Hydra looked pretty dang good. Took it to the last stock. That's something we did not see him do last set. Has done it now.
Yeah, and Hydra, once again, we've been talking about it, likes to take these game ones for information,
That's
right?
True.
But
true.
As we saw in the previous set, was very serious against the game with Bryce. So if Hydra maintains that energy and is able to get the download on Sonics moving forward in the set, Sonics may drop the first game in this entire tournament.
Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? I want more than that.
Yeah.
I want him to drop.
Yeah.
The whole dang thing.
Oh.
I want to see the reset come forward here, but game 2 will tell the tale. Is it the Hydra sweep to be had, or is it Sonic still continuing his speed run of the bracket?
I guess we'll see. Rollout comes out first, and Sonics will get the first hit, first percentage. Waiting in these rollouts. I mean, at this point, Sonics, as everyone knows, is just using these as an option to bait something out of their opponent. Hydra kind of falling into that, and I think the explosive lights need to become a little bit more frequent to take out the Sonic's pressure.
We have seen more frequent explosive lights from Hydra, but they did quickly start to get punished. So the question is there, are you afraid now because of those past sets? And now I guess a player of this caliber?
It's tough. It's tough. There's the explosive light coming out now. We've evened up the percent. Sonic's trying to get back. Hydra using a great forward smash, trying to keep them back with the wind box. Down tilt will connect the forward air. Send Hydra flying. Hitting a jab left side of stage.
Ooh, that's so deadly. Not quite win. Hydra's with the reversal. Explosive light to force the Sonic down. Was looking to take the aggression there. Quickly will pull it off. Well, once again, throws Hydra across the stage here. He's got some spacing and taking it toe-to-toe. Hydra looking very good in this game, too.
But that's exactly what we saw game 1, right? We saw Hydra take that first stock, and we're seeing a lot of repeat from Sonics. Just taking this data. Grab, down throw, waiting for an option from Hydra. Spring will likely come out. Oh, it will be the forward air. Waiting for a grab back throw. Hydra not allowing that quite yet. Explosive light. Take out Sonics. Playing this mid-stage now. Sonics hitting that back air, taking out Hydra first stock in the game.
Such a scary back air from this player, and such a consistent time he's had in hitting it as well. Center stage, he is going to be on that 135 percentage. The home will come through from Hydra to add just a couple more numbers to that tally. We're going to wrap things up with Exploding Light, but it's tucked yet again by Sonic. Starting to roll out. Hydra not close enough to actually use the light against it. That's a great read. You recognize the fact that Hydra's been going for the explosive light to stop the rollout. He'll move forward. He dies in front of it. Incredible prediction to come through for the Sonic player to take full advantage now as well, even at high percentage.
Ooh, going for the nair back air, barely missing it. Gonna go for the teleport, making it back to stage, but now at 86%. Hydra needs to find the stock now.
Definitely up to make some space. Sent to the platform, he's going to be back down. Great grab to come forward back throw as well. Off stage, exploding light not quite to be landed. It's a very deep dive for both players. Both will find the ledge. Recovers to come through, and a future stage control at the end of it. Roll up from Sonic's reset.
Yeah, Sonic's now playing in this mid stage, like you said, making it back underneath the hairs, and the explosive light has an explosive amount of in lag. Sonic's capitalizing with the forward smash.
Exactly. Hydra was using that explosive light pretty cleanly to space. Sonic has the read. He doesn't just stock though. Stock advantage to go forward nonetheless, 23% on this last stock for Hydra. So there is still plenty of potential to be had here. But he's got to work the stock, got to work it quickly. Good carry to come forward, and he'll continue it as well. One more for the road. Put that thing in that
58% conversion from Hydra, which looks really good, but I mean, that's what Sonic's has been averaging every game with these conversions, going back and forth.
And the thing for Sonic's to combo for a large percentage of the damage as well makes things very, very difficult for you. An example to be had right there, the roll to lead forward, Spring to come up with it as well for the initial ledge guard, looking for the grab now, but Hydra doing a great job of dodging around it.
Yeah, now trying to space him out. Some projectiles. Sonic's just waiting and buying time. Playing around this platform, waiting for Hydra to approach. Hydra approaches and is punished for it. That, unfortunately, has been pretty much the rhetoric of this entire series. You get the parry on the spring, and Sonic's is moving so fast. Hard to follow. I feel like in DBFZ, when they're watching the fighters fight, and they don't know what's going on anymore because they're just teleporting.
Yeah. No, 100%. Sonic right now looking like a shark, smelling the blood in the water. 133% for Hydra. Sonic knows this one should very much be in the bag here. He's playing at that nature. He's willing to go down that stock to make that aggression happen. Now looking to wrap things up. 150% if you're Hydra. Trying to space out, trying to let the Sonic in, but you can't stop him. He's like the SWAT team. He'll come in, he'll bring the door down.
No.
Second spring to land as well. If you can grab the ledge, but it comes at a price, 170 HP now.
No. This is looking unfortunate. Hydra not able to get in. Sonic's is on the last stock, but it will get taken with a nasty down smash. Great play from Sonic's. Now 2-0.
2-0, and the end of that game looked so good for Sonics. So hungry for it, and just there's nothing for Hydra. He had the early options, he had the read, the exploding light started to become a big factor for the Palu, but I mean, you lose it.
Yeah.
Sonics gets the download and he says, hey man, I know what you're doing. I know you're spacing me. I'm not going to let you do that. It's not going to be that easy.
Well, even the micro spacing coming out from Sonic's, when the explosive light comes out, stepping to the side, letting it happen, and then running up, getting those forward smashes or grab conversions. It's working exceptionally well for them. And this is a massive mountain now to climb on the side of Hydra, who has to win all 3 of these games and then 3 more to take the tournament.
The pressure is most sternly on for Hydra, especially when he's already lost to Sonic. So that's in the back of his head as well. There is time. There is always time here, but if he can come back or not, that's going to be the difference between that bronze or that silver and that gold trophy being held up at the end of the day.
Exactly, and I think it's looking really tough for Hydra just to get through this Sonic's defense. I mean, look at the movement coming out on either side. Sonic's just waits for an opportunity to happen and capitalizes off of it immediately. Hydra, unfortunately, needs to force something in to get anything because this character is just too fast.
Yeah, Sonic's really had the read last set around when we were to this stage. Hydra was loving to dance around the platforms. He would not let him.
Yeah. I mean, especially with utilizing Spring ledge. Can't really play around. Sonic's won't allow that grab. Back throw will take that first stock. Ooh, I spilled a little too soon.
And the DI comes out. Hydra able to hold on just for now. He can hold on. He's on the ledge and now back onto the stage. He'll bring some damage in, but the reset trades have not been where you'd like them to be for Hydra. Great exploding light for damage. He'll grab additional as well with the projectiles. Can he keep Sonic off the stage, though? The double knockback, and that's enough for Sonic to take the first stock.
Yeah, Sonics will definitely take that trade. It is a stock trade. Getting some conversions, racking up some percent pretty easily on a Hydra. Hydra needing to secure this first stock. Sonics at 114%. Going for the grab. Ooh, double spot dodge from Sonics. Saying, I got the frame data, might as well use it.
Luli not able to use any of that center stage. It's the star KO that come out. The exploding life from Hydra. 2-2. Only 50% differential right now as Hydra comes back to stage. But early control from Sonics, caught back up off a nice recovery from Hydra.
Now just playing this neutral. Sonics going left to right of stage. Getting a little dizzy watching just the back and forth action. Hydra getting that back air, forcing Sonics off stage. Like you said, this is pretty even now. 84 to 62%, both on their second stock. I feel like the next few conversions might determine how the rest of this game will go.
That's pretty Sonics looking to shake things up. Hydra's caught it and has been able to keep control of the ledge for now. Will have to come forward. Sonics reset control. Not able to grab that combination as Hydra's going to catch a grab on the center stage. That's thrown Sonic back off yet again. I don't think it's time coming back up to things. We'll think for just a minute, but still that rollout not to land.
Ooh, run up, down smash every time catching, again, catching all of these punishes. Sonics recognizing Hydra's motives, movement, capitalizing on those. Hydra now on tournament stock.
Yeah, Hydra consistently looking for that linear recovery. Sonics has not been covering it. He's becoming significantly more complex option. Yep. And recognize, okay, I'll scale back a bit. Let me just hit you on the ledge, bro. It's like, that's all you're asking for? All right, I got you. It does just that. It's going to be at 100% now. Your Hydra, you want this stock. You want this stock quickly.
Yeah. 105. Really just time this down till going for the dash back. Just like that, Sonics is regaining stage control. Starting the conversion, up throw into forward air, back air will follow suit. Going for a forward smash ledge guard. Holding that forward smash again. It's looking real scary if I'm Hydra.
And you see that jump about to come through and read immediately by Sonics. He'll come back through, will find a grab, and will find extra damage. Spring to send off the ledge. Looking for more to come down as well. Like opportunity, not quite to be converted on. Exploding lights come forward. Back to the ledge grab. So much percentage has been done by Sonics on the second stock. Things start to look impossible for Hydra up to 114.
Yeah, Sonics is dancing around these exploding lights, following up with explosions of their own. A lot of these smash attacks of Nair into a drop-down grab, yeet backwards. Hydra will take that stock as necessary, but that forward smash is going to hurt. Going for the back air off the top, almost securing the tournament with that. Now hitting with the spring twice, almost 3 times. Hydra needing to make their way back, going for the grab back throw. Sonics trying to end this now. Hydra needing to get in for some percent. Sonics pushing up. Sonics going for the back throw, and that will end it. Sonics is your ECAC Super Smash Bros. HV GamerCon champion.
12-0. Are you kidding me, Nuclear?
That's absolutely insane. I cannot believe that he went through this entire tournament without dropping a game. It did come close a few times. We were sitting here going, maybe it could happen. Unfortunately, it didn't. And, Sonics reigning supreme over this entire event.
Yeah, reigning supreme, they say very happy for the pickup. Very happy for the pickup. That's the first place coming through for them. Second, obviously going to go down to NJCU. Good showings. Yeah. Good showings. But
and third, going over to Bryce, of course.
Yep. Out of that the lowest final. Second in the lowest final, third in the tournament. Yep.
Yes, exactly. And now we're going to have a little bit of a trophy ceremony. Not quite yet. We obviously got to get prepped, get ready, but we do have medallions and we do have actual physical trophies for first, second, and third place in this tournament. Not to mention, if you are in the venue, if you are hanging out with us, and if you're not, come over and hang out, because tomorrow we will have an open bracket going on in the venue as well. Anyone can enter. I think that includes Sonics, so you got to be a little careful. Watch where you're walking.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there's also a Squad Strike tournament going on in the second part of the day. I could be wrong.
Happened earlier.
Oh, it happened today?
Early.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Wow, my bad.
It was a good day, though. I mean, overall, like we saw, Sonics dominated the bracket.
Yep.
Oh, just back and forth. first had to fight off against New Scheme, took New Scheme down, the losers, then immediately came up and fought Hydra in the second round, and then Hydra went to losers. And then we saw the run back in Grands with Hydra as Hydra ran through that lower final bracket, taking out Bryson lowers finals to make it back to Grands.
Yeah, and a great showing from every player. It's the top 8. It came through from online qualifiers, and then it come through on LAN. Quite hype. And speaking of hype, we've got Poly Hype here on the center stage for that award ceremony.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon, day number 1 here in New York's capital, Albany, at the Albany Cap Center. How funny that plays out. But that was Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It just concluded, and now we have our top 3 trophy ceremony. I'm alongside Lydia Pfister and Dan Coonan here. So we have the commissioner of the ECAC. Thank you so much, Dan, for everything you're putting on here. So third place, we have St. Joseph's. Enjoy getting that trophy. Congratulations. Let's make some noise for St. Joseph's. Okay. In second place, we have NJCU. Come get it. It's Hydra. Well played. Very well played. And now it's the first place winner. Congratulations from Bay State. It's Sonics. Let's make some noise for your Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Champion. Yeah, Sonics here. Let's interview Sonics real quick. Sonics, you just took Grand Champion of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and you did not drop a single set the entire time. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I feel confident, and I just feel really good.
They were saying, I think it was the casters, Catinator, sorry I got to do you like this, but they were saying this man is a possible online warrior when you were first stepped up. 12-0, undefeated. What was going on in your mind during the event?
I was just thinking about what I needed to do against my opponents, against their characters. Right. And yeah, I just focused on like how to beat their strategies.
Well, you played fantastic. Pay attention to his strategies to beat their strategies. 12-0. Sonics, congratulations. You're Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Champion. Let's make some noise. Well done. As we close out day number 2 here, Sonics, yeah, you can go whichever way you want. You're the champion. Go ahead. That way it is. All right, that's going to do it here for day number 2 of HV GamerCon. Tomorrow we have the Sunday Overwatch finals and some more fun panels for you. So we'll see you tomorrow right here from the Albany Cap Center. See you next time.
The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season.
to places I should